Audiobooks presents The Golden Book by Saint Germain. This is the sacred teaching that the Ascended Master Saint Germain has set forth for this his golden age, and which forms the third cycle of teaching of the Saint Germain Brotherhood, after which the disciple attains full knowledge of their I Am presence. The more you study and meditate on the content of this book, the more protected and elevated you will be, although it is also made known to you that the beloved Master does not hesitate or use any concealment in making you aware of the dangers and penalties you incur if you focus your attention on laws, steps and vibrations lower than what he teaches you here. Here, then, are the divine regulations. The fulfillment of these regulations depends on you. Chapter 1. Life, in all its activities, wherever it manifests, is God in action. It is due to a lack of knowledge in how to apply thought-feeling that humans are constantly interrupting the flow of the essence of life. Were it not for this reason, life would express its perfection quite naturally and everywhere. The natural tendency of life is love, peace, beauty, harmony, and opulence. Life is indifferent to who uses it, and it continually surges forth to manifest more and more of its perfection, always with that life-giving impulse inherent within it. I am is the activity of life. It is strange that even the most sincere students do not always grasp the true meaning of those two words. When you say I am, feeling it, you open the fount of eternal life to flow unobstructed along its course. In other words, you open the door wide to its natural flow. When you say, I am not, you slam the door in. The face of this mighty energy, I am, is the full activity of God. I have placed before you countless times the truth of God in action. I want you to understand that the first expression of every individualized being anywhere in the universe, whether in thought, feeling, or speech, is I am, thereby recognizing their own victorious divinity. The student, in trying to understand and apply these potent, though simple laws, must keep strict guard over their thought and expression, for every time one thinks or says, I am not, I cannot, or I do not have, they are choking the mighty presence within, consciously or unconsciously, and in a way as tangible as if placing one's hands around someone's neck, except that with respect to an outer form, a thought can cause the hand to release at any moment. Whereas when one makes a declaration of am not, cannot, or have not, it sets in motion the limitless energy that continues to act until one stops it and transmutes the action. This will show you the enormous power you have to qualify, determine, or decree the way you want the great energy of God to act. And I tell you, beloved student, that dynamite is less dangerous. A charge of dynamite will only disintegrate your body, whereas ignorant thoughts sent forth without control or governance bind you to the wheel of reincarnation indefinitely, when that is to say, as long as a decree lasts without being stopped. Transmuted or dissolved, it continues to reign per saecula saeculorum, and by the individual's own decree. This is why you see how important it is that you know what you are doing when you unthinkingly use incorrect expressions. As you are wielding the most potent and divine principle of activity in the universe, the I am, do not misunderstand. This is not an Eastern, foreign, vain, or frivolous expression or idea, nor is it an exaggeration. It is nothing less than the highest principle of life, used and expressed throughout all civilizations that have ever existed. Remember that the first thing any self-conscious life form expresses is, I am. It is much more than I exist. It is only later, in its contact with the external, with incorrectly qualified activities, that it begins to accept things lesser than I am. Now you see, beloved disciple, that when you say, I am sick, you are deliberately inverting the natural perfection contained within the life process. Do you not see that you are baptizing it with something foreign that it never possessed? Through long centuries of ignorance and misunderstanding, humanity has charged the very atmosphere around it with falsehood and unreality. For I do not need to repeat to you that when you announce I am sick, it is a flagrant lie regarding your divinity. She, the I am, can never be anything but perfect and full of life and health. I ask you, beloved student, in the name of God, to stop using these false expressions regarding your divinity, for it is impossible for you to have freedom as long as you continue to use them. I can never stress enough to you that when you truly recognize and accept the mighty presence of God, I am within you, positively, categorically, you will no longer have adverse conditions. In the name of God, I beseech you, every time you find yourself beginning to say or comment that you are sick, poor, or in other adverse situations, to instantly reverse that fatal condition to your progress and declare mentally, but with all the intensity of your I am, that it is all health, opulence, happiness, peace, and perfection. Stop giving power to outer conditions, to people, places, and things. The I am is the power to recognize perfection in everyone and everywhere. When you think of the expression I am, it means you already know that you have God in action expressing in your life. Do not allow false appreciations and expressions to continue governing and limiting you. Constantly remember, I am. Therefore, I am God in action. I am life, opulence, truth already manifested. Thus, by reminding yourself of this invincible presence, you keep the door open for IT, the I am presence, to weave all its perfection into your outer manifestation. For God's sake, do not believe that you can continue using erroneous decrees and that they will somehow straighten themselves out and manifest good things, because it is impossible for that to happen. On ranches, they use branding irons to mark cattle. I wish I could brand you with an iron that would fix I am in your consciousness, so that you could not turn away from the constant use of that great and glorious presence that you are. As soon as any condition less than perfect appears in your experience, declare vehemently that it is not true, that you accept only God, perfection in your life. Every time you accept false appearances, you will have them expressed and manifested in your life and your experiences, and it is not a matter of whether you believe what I am telling you or not. This is a law, proven through eons of experience. Today we deliver it to you to set you free. You know that the Western world likes to deceive itself with the idea that by simply not believing in or not accepting the ancient Eastern idea of sorcery, it is free from it. Sorcery is nothing but the misuse of spiritual powers, the very same ones we use for good. The worst kind of sorcery is used today in politics, with the use of ill-qualified mental power. If this same tremendous force were used in the opposite way, that is, to remember that the action of God is in every person who holds public office, the one who uses it in this way would not only liberate themselves, but would fill the political world with freedom and justice, and we would soon live in a natural world where the action of God would be prevalent at all times. As it was in Egypt, so it is today. Those who misuse mental power bind themselves to inharmony, incarnation after incarnation. Make this purpose for yourself. I do not accept or adopt conditions from the environment of others or from anything that surrounds me. Only from God. From good, from my I am, you need to acquire the habit of governing your energy. If not, sit down several times a day and become still. Quiet your outer self. This allows energy to be supplied to you. Learn to command and control it. If you want it, your energy, to be still, remain still. If you need it to be active, become active. You must face things and rise above them. The student must be alert to recognize their own habits. They must not wait for someone to tell them. They must examine themselves and cut away everything that is not perfect. The way to do this is by declaring that one does not have such and such undesirable habit. Then, being a creation of God, I am a perfect child of God. This brings a liberation that is not possible to achieve in any other way. To hold on to old customs is like wearing old clothes. Remember, you must not wait for another to remind you of them. No one can do it for you. You must do it yourself. In this work, in this teaching, and in this radiation, all old things in the individual come forth to be consumed. Before complaining about everything you experience in yourself and in your world, Remember that they come so you can remove them, so you can transmute them. Be careful not to fix your attention on those things you wish to be cleansed of. And it is ridiculous to keep remembering the things that did not work out. Is it not a wonderful thing that after centuries of building limitations for yourself, you can in a short time cleanse them and free yourself through your own attention and effort? Is it not well worth it? The fastest way to achieve this is by using humor. The light and carefree sensation that humor provides allows for marvelous manifestations. If you persist and invoke the law of forgiveness, you can consume all past miscreations with the transmuting violet flame and be free. You must be aware that the violet flame is the active presence of God in action. When you feel a desire to do something constructive, do it. Commit to it and achieve it, even if the world falls apart. Whether you see the manifestation or not should not concern you. Even when students only know these things intellectually, they must not allow their minds to keep returning to the bad or wrong conditions, as they know that this activity spoils their success. It is incredible that people do not master this enemy. No student can succeed until they stop returning to the negative conditions they are trying to overcome. The entire work of a master is to try to make the student understand what it means to accept. That which the individual mentally agrees with, that is accepted by them. If they fix their attention on a thing, they are becoming one with, or unifying with, that thing. They are identifying themselves with it, be it bad or good. When the mind accepts or agrees with anything or condition, the individual is decreeing that into their world. Whatever you listen to or meditate on with attention, you are accepting, agreeing with, and identifying with it by virtue of your attention. Do you think a man who sees a coiled rattlesnake deliberately walks toward it to be bitten? Of course not. Well, this is what students do when they allow their attention to return to their problems. The inner activity governs according to the plan of perfection. The outer, when left to itself, always governs erroneously. When a constructive picture is illuminated in your mind, it is a reality, and it springs into reality as long as you maintain it in your memory. It is possible to become so conscious of the presence of God that at any moment you can see and feel its radiation pouring into you. For everything they do not want, the student demonstrates complete confidence in the outer world. For everything they do desire, they must compel themselves to have the same confidence in the spiritual. They must always trust in themselves and must think, how can I use the instructions I have been given to intensify this activity? Chapter 2. When Jesus said, I am the resurrection and the life, he uttered one of the greatest expressions that can be made. When he said, I am, he was not referring to the outer expression, but to the mighty, master presence of God within. Because he said repeatedly, of my own self I can do nothing. It is the Father within me, the I am. And who does the works? Jesus also said, I am the way, the life, and the truth, thus acknowledging the one and only power, God in action within him. He also said, I am the light that lights every man that comes into the world, announcing every saying of vital importance with the words, I am. One of the most powerful ways to release the power of God, love, wisdom, truth, and set it into action in the outer experience, is that declaration, I am, in everything and anything one desires. Now let us refer to the most powerful saying of all, perhaps one of the greatest that has ever been released into the outer experience through the spoken word. I am the open door which no man can shut. Do you not see how vital this is? When you come to fully understand these mighty affirmations, you will realize the greatness of their scope. When you recognize and fully accept the I am as the mighty presence of God in you, in action, you will have taken one of the greatest steps toward liberation. Now, pay close attention to the affirmation, I am the open door which no man can shut. If you could but realize this, you hold the key that allows you to pass through the veil of flesh, and taking with you all the imperfect consciousness you have accumulated, you can transmute it, or raise it to that perfection into which you have entered. I can never overemphasize the importance of meditating on the I Am as much as possible, as being the mighty active presence of God in you, in your home, in your world, and in your affairs. Every breath is God in action in you. The power to express your thought and your feeling is God active in you. As you have free will, it is up to you to qualify the energy you project in thought and feeling, determining how you want it to act for you. No one can ask, and how do I qualify the energy? Everyone knows the difference between destructive and constructive thought, feeling, and action. The student, upon receiving this instruction, must constantly analyze the motive that impels them, to detect if there is any feeling of intellectual pride, arrogance, or stubbornness in the outer mind and body. If there is any hidden desire to argue or to prove the instruction wrong, instead of receiving the blessing and the truth, the individual has unconsciously closed the door, and for the moment has nullified their ability to receive the good being offered. I also want to remind the disciples that, notwithstanding your personal opinions regarding what truth should or should not be, I have proven these condensed instructions that we are now giving you over many centuries. If one wishes to receive the greatest possible benefit and obtain the understanding that gives absolute liberation, one must listen with an entirely open mind, with the consciousness that the I Am, the active presence of God in you, is your certain ability to receive, accept, and apply without limitations the instruction that is being given, accompanied by the radiation. This will allow all students to understand these simple yet mighty assertions of the truth, which will bless and liberate them greatly. For many centuries, humanity has been told, you cannot serve two masters. Why? Because there is only one intelligence, one presence, one power that can act, and that presence is God in you. When you turn to the outer manifestation and believe in the power of appearances, you are serving a false and usurping master, who only finds an appearance because it contains God's energy, which it is misusing. Your ability to lift your hand and the life that flows through the nervous system of your body is God in action. Beloved students, try to use this simple way of remembering God in action within you. When you walk down the street, think for a moment. This is the divine intelligence and the power that makes me walk, and this is the intelligence that tells me where I am going. You will see that it is no longer possible for you to continue without understanding that every movement you make is God in action. Every thought in your mind is divine energy that allows you to think. Since you know this is an indisputable fact, as it cannot be argued, why not worship and give full confidence, faith, and acceptance to this mighty presence of God in each one, instead of looking at the outer expression, which is qualified and colored by the human concept of things. Every outer form is but a part of life through which each individual can come to know the true origin of their being. This they learn through their own experience. Then they return to the fullness of original perfection, supported by the self-awareness they have acquired. The outer expression of life is but a constant, changing picture that the outer mind has created, presuming to be the true actor. Thus, the attention is constantly fixed on the outer appearance, which only contains imperfections, and this has caused the children of God to forget their own divinity, having to return to it once again. God is the giver, the receiver, and the gift, and is the sole owner of all the intelligence, substance, energy, and opulence that exist in the universe. If the children of God would learn to give solely for the joy of giving, be it love, money, service, or whatever, the outer expression could not lack a single thing. It would be impossible. The unfortunate thing in humanity, which has caused so much selfishness and unprecedented condemnation between one person and another, is the insistence on personal possession of God's wonderful blessings. There is only one love acting, one intelligence, power, and substance in each individual, and that is God. The alert that can be given to every student is against the desire to claim and appropriate power for oneself alone. If in every act of the personality, full credit and power were given to God alone, incredible transformations would occur in the one who thus gives all credit to whom it belongs. Supply and demand have rarely been understood, Positively, there is abundant and omnipresent supply. But the demand must be stipulated before the law of the universe will allow it to surge into the expression and use of the individual. The individual, since they have free will, must make the petition or the demand consciously and with full determination, and they will see how it cannot fail to be expressed, no matter what it is, as long as the individual maintains a resolute consciousness without weakness. The following simple affirmation, used with sincere determination, will bring the individual everything they could possibly desire. I am the great opulence of God made visible for my use now and continuously. The limiting element that so many students feel is, for example, that they begin by declaring the truth when they use the aforementioned affirmation, but before many hours have passed, if they consciously analyze themselves, they will find traces of doubt or fear in their feelings. These two feelings naturally neutralize to a great extent the constructive force that would quickly bring the desire or demand. Once the student can realize that every good desire is God in action impelling its energy toward full accomplishment, and that it is self-sustaining, they will understand the limitless love, power, and intelligence they possess, with which they can achieve any purpose. With this simple understanding, the word failure would be completely erased from their world and, in a short time, from their consciousness, because they would see that they are wielding an intelligence and a power that cannot fail. Thus, students and individuals would enter into their full dominion. In accordance with God's intention, it has never been the purpose of our Great Father, all love and wisdom, that any of them, his children, should lack anything. It is because they allow their attention to be fixed on the outer appearance, which is like the shifting sands of the desert. In this way, they consciously or unconsciously separate themselves from the great intelligence and opulence. This great opulence is the inheritance which everyone can draw upon, provided they turn back to the I Am, the active principle of God, eternally within ourselves, as the one and only source of active life, intelligence, and opulence. Throughout all ages, there have been certain standards of conduct necessary for any student who wishes to attain certain achievements. This concerns the conservation and governance of the life force through sex. For the individual who has been using this energy without thought of governing it, the act of saying, I am going to stop this, without understanding the correct attitude of consciousness, would be merely suppressing a flow of energy that they have caused to flow in a different direction. For the student who wishes to govern themselves, here is an affirmation that is the most effective of all that could be given if used with understanding. It is the mighty affirmation of Jesus, I am the resurrection and the life. This affirmation not only purifies the thought, but it is the most powerful raising and adjusting force that can be used for the correction of what is the greatest of barriers to the height of spiritual attainment. Everyone who begins to feel the inner impulse to correct this condition, and who uses this affirmation continuously and firmly, will raise this marvelous current of energy to the highest point in the brain, as was originally intended. The individual will feel their mind flooded with the most marvelous ideas, with abundant sustaining power, and with ability that comes forth into expression and use to bless all humanity. I ask any student to observe and test the results in their mind and body. Feel deeply the saying of Jesus, I am the resurrection and the life, repeating it 3 times silently or audibly, and observe the rise in consciousness you will experience. Some will need several repetitions to feel the surprising uplift that others feel the first time. This will demonstrate to you in a small way what can be achieved with its continuous use. There is only one way to free yourself from anything negative, and that is, after you know the error you have to overcome, to remove your outer attention from it completely, fixing it firmly on the aforementioned affirmation. Any condition of the outer experience that one wishes to overcome can be achieved with the use of this affirmation, as well as changing the flow of misdirected energy. I had a student who felt the impulse to redirect this great energy, and with the use of this single affirmation, he succeeded in ascending his body. In 1 year, A marvelous transformation took place in his entire outer appearance. It is incredible that of all the affirmations that come to us from Jesus, which are only a part of what he taught, so few humans receive the tremendous impact of those marvelous words of wisdom. In all the world's history, not so many great affirmations have been given as those he taught, each one of which, when used consciously, contains the accompanying radiation that he achieved. Thus, you not only have this power of the I Am, but also his individual assistance when you use his affirmations. One should always contemplate the true meaning of these great affirmations of the Master Jesus. When you manage to understand that your thought, feeling, and expression of I Am sets the limitless power of God into action, then you receive what you desire. It should be no problem for the student to see and understand that the outer appearance is but the distorted creation of man, who believes that there is a separate source of power in the outer, when a moment's reflection will make him realize that there is only one love, one intelligence, and one power that can act, and that is God. Human defects or outer discrepancies have nothing to do with the omnipresent perfection of God, since all that is imperfect is only the creation of the outer human concept. If man would turn to his higher self, knowing that it is God, knowing that it is all perfection, and that the outer appearance is but human creation through the misuse of his divine power, if he sincerely meditates on and accepts the perfection of God, he will immediately see this very perfection manifested in his life and experience. There is no other possible way to bring this perfection into your mind, body, and experience, except through the acceptance of the great presence of God within you. This full recognition will cause the inner power to project said perfection of God into your visible experience. Tell the students that I am teaching you, as a messenger of truth, affirmations of truth that will produce positive results for you if you use them and hold to them without wavering. Metaphysicians know that the truth does not work for them because they make affirmations today and forget them for the entire next week. The desire for light and truth is the presence of God in the desire, projecting itself into action. To achieve illumination, use this phrase: I am the full comprehension and illumination of this thing that I wish to know and understand. The day your eyes are opened and you see some of these marvelous ascended beings, the joy will last you for all eternity. If you do not accept the truth that you have the ability to achieve this, you never will. The very moment you express, I am the resurrection and the life, the entire energy of your being immediately surges toward the center of your brain, which is the source of the individualized being. I can never overemphasize the power of this affirmation. There are no limits to what you can do with it. It was the one Jesus used in his greatest trials. You must know that when you decree something constructive, it is God who is impelling you to act. It is the silliest thing in the world to ask, and have you proven this in your own experience? Because each individual must prove it for themselves, or it will mean nothing to them until they themselves make the test. Feeling carries with it a certain coexistent vision. One often feels the thing with such clarity that one truly sees it from the inner position. As you enter the ascended state, thought, feeling, vision, and color manifest simultaneously. Harmonious sound is tranquil. This is why the most delightful music is quieting in its effects, whereas raucous music is entirely the opposite. Chapter 3. From the radiation of the great electronic belt I project to you today, from the heart of the city of gold, the twin rays are projected, upon which rest the word, the light, and the sound. The electronic belt surrounding the city of gold is impenetrable, much more so than a wall of steel many feet thick could be. Thus, to a lesser degree, the individual who has sufficient understanding of the active principle of their divine self can surround themselves with an electronic circle or belt, which they can qualify in any way they please. But woe to that individual who qualifies it destructively. If any should have the temerity to do so, they would find that this belt of electronic force would enclose their outer form and consume it. But those who build and qualify with wisdom, with the great love of God, and with constructive power, will find themselves moving in a world untouched by human ignorance. The cosmic period has arrived in which those who have achieved a certain degree of understanding must create, apply, and use this marvelous electronic circle. Every creation, which is self-conscious action, naturally has this circle of electronic force surrounding it, but to a certain degree its force is uncontrolled, and therefore dissipated. By consciously creating this great ring of pure electronic force, you stop all leakage of your limitless essence and hold it in reserve for direct and conscious use. After a few months of this creative and conscious activity within this electronic ring, one must be very careful in directing this force. Let it be in no other way than that of divine love. In the beginning of man's individualization, he was naturally surrounded by this magic circle. But as his consciousness descended, tears were made in the great circle of force, causing leakages until it disappeared. The circle was not a conscious creation of man. It was a natural, enveloping circle due to his pure state of consciousness. Now the students of the light must consciously set to work, and without hesitation create this electronic circle around themselves, visualizing it as perfect without breaks in its construction. Thus, it will be possible to consciously reach deeper into the electronic belt of the Godhead, and there receive limitless wisdom, love, and light, as well as learn the application of simple laws by means of which all creative power is possible. Although the student is recommended to look always, without ever forgetting, to their own higher self, the creator of their individualization, nevertheless, not a single achievement has been obtained in which the assistance of those more advanced has not been given. As there is only one God, one presence, and its almighty activity, it turns out that the one who is more advanced is but a little more of the divine self in action. In this recognition, you will come to understand why it is that you can feel, I am here and I am there, since there is only one divine being everywhere. When the student finally understands that the ascended host of masters is nothing other than their own more advanced consciousness, then they will feel the great possibilities within their reach, whether they address God directly, one of the ascended masters of light, or their own I am. In reality, there is no difference, because all are one. But until this state of consciousness is reached, there is a difference, because the individual is almost certain to feel a division of the one being, something that is not possible except in the ignorance of the outer mental activity. When the student thinks of that outer expression, they must at all times remember that it is the outer activity of the one intelligence, thus guarding themselves against the division in their own consciousness of this mighty and only divine power centered in them. Again, I must remind you that this great limitless power of God cannot enter into your outer use except by virtue of your own invitation. There is only one kind of invitation that can make it flow, and that is your deep feeling of love and devotion. Once one has generated the electronic circle around oneself, there is no other power that can penetrate it but divine love. And as for penetrating the radiant, blazing circle of the Godhead, it is only your consciousness of divine love that can penetrate it, and through which the Godhead returns its great outpouring, which comes to you through messengers so transcendent that they surpass your current concept in such a way that it is not possible to convey to you in words the majesty of the love, wisdom, and power of these great beings. Allow me to remind you again that the student who dares and is silent will find themselves raised to the radiant transcendence of this inner sphere, and it will be through their vision and experience that they will come to understand what I am telling you. The soul that possesses sufficient strength to clothe itself in its armor of divine love and advance will find no obstruction, for there is nothing between its present consciousness and that sphere of mighty inner transcendence that obstructs the approach of divine love. When you have looked upon and touched within this inner circle, you will understand how imperfect the present expression of divine love is. Once one becomes conscious of these great spheres which one can reach, one finds oneself fearlessly reaching deeper and deeper into the inner radiation of that great intelligent axis, from which all creation and all worlds have proceeded. There are among you strong and brave souls who will understand this and who can use it for their own great blessing and that of others. There are also others who will understand that the presence that beats in every heart is God, that the essence that surges forth to vitalize the outer form is God in action, that the activity that circles the blood throughout the body is God. Therefore, beloved student, pay attention to the following. Do you not see what a great error it is to sink into the ignorance of the outer self and feel pain, discomfort, disturbances, all created by the ignorance and activity of that self, when a few moments of meditation will make you realize that there can be only one presence, one intelligence, one power that is God acting in the mind and body? Do you see now how simple yet powerful is this consciousness within you, which can release the full recognition of the great and pure activity of God to the mind and body, and which allows the marvelous and transcendent essence to fill every cell to overflowing? It seems to me that you cannot help but grasp the simplicity of your own inner self acting within you. Turn to it constantly, love it, praise it, command it to surge forth in every cell of your body, in every need of your outer activity, in the home, in business, etc. When your desire is projected, clothed in the presence, power, and intelligence of God, it cannot fail. It must bring that which you need or desire, since desire is but a lesser activity than a decree, and a decree is the recognition of the desire fulfilled. I assure you that you must never have any fear regarding the use of this great power. You know well without being told that if you misuse it, you will generate inharmony. If you use it constructively, it will bring you such blessings that you cannot help but live in praise and thanksgiving. This power is awaiting your conscious direction. The person who said in biblical times, "Which of you by taking thought can add 1 cubit unto his stature?" choked individual activity and progress, since thought and feeling are the creative power of God in action. The uncontrolled use of thought and feeling has brought all kinds of discord, sickness, and distress. However, few believe this, and they continue creating chaos in their worlds with their disordered thoughts and desires when they could, as easily as breathing, turn to using their constructive thought, and with the motive of love, build themselves a perfect paradise in a period of 2 years. Even science has proven that the outer form and the inner body are completely renewed in a few months. Therefore, through the application of the true laws of being, how easy it is to cause the perfection of the entire outer body and for every organ to regain its normal and perfect activity in a short time. It would be impossible for inharmony to enter the thought or the body. This is the open door of God before you, which no one can shut but you, which no one can obstruct or interfere with. Use your divine dominion and power courageously and be free. You cannot maintain this perfect freedom except through conscious and applied knowledge. I will give you a secret, which, if understood by the wrathful or discordant individual, would wrench them from that destructive activity, if only for a purely selfish motive. The wrathful, condemning person who sends destructive thoughts and words toward another receives back the negative quality with which they charged their feelings, words, and thoughts. In contrast, the other person, if they are stabilized in their divine power, receives the energy that they need, qualifying it. Thus, the creator of discord, through their anger and condemnation, is destroying themselves and their world and affairs. Here is a vital point that students must understand. When one consciously seeks to reach the inner electronic circle of God, one makes their outer expression and activity an unceasing channel for the flow of the pure essence that comes to them from the Godhead. This in itself, even if one remains completely silent, is one of the greatest services known to few beings who are conscious of what it means for humanity. The one who is trying to reach the interior of the inner electronic circle becomes a continuous spring, and their very radiation is a blessing to the human race. Thus, century after century, there have been those selfless messengers of God through whom the uplifting presence of that flowing energy is poured out for the blessing of those who do not understand. When one or more are found who can be a channel for this great accumulated presence, it resembles the first little drips of a leak in a dam. As the consciousness holds firm, and as the breach in the dam increases, a greater volume of water passes through, and in the end, all obstruction is eliminated, and the entire force projects forth to be utilized. Unlike stagnant water that overflows and dissipates because it has no direction, the divine power thus released goes directly to the most receptive channel of consciousness, and there it gathers, awaiting the opportunity to manifest more and more. Thus, the student of the light, apart from their activity in dispensing the truth, becomes, so to speak, an artesian well from whose depths this mighty essence of God flows. Students must at all times remember that no matter what mistakes they have made, God never criticizes or condemns, but at every stumble says sweetly and lovingly, "Arise, child, and begin again, and continue trying until you achieve the true victory and the freedom of your divine dominion." Always, when one becomes conscious of having made a mistake, the first act must be to invoke the law of forgiveness and ask for strength and wisdom not to repeat the mistake a second time. God, all love, has infinite patience, and no matter the number of our errors, one can always say, "Arise and ascend to the Father." Such is the love and freedom in which the children of God have the privilege to act. There is only one invincible evolving process, and it is through the power of consciously generating divine love. Love, being the axis of all life, the more we use it consciously, the more easily and rapidly we release the mighty power of God, which, like a great accumulated force, is always awaiting an opening to project itself through our own consciousness. For the first time in many centuries, the beacons are raised from the Golden City, situated in the etheric plain above the Sahara Desert. 2 are being put into active operation over America and the entire Earth. There may be some individuals who can see these rays without knowing what they mean and cannot go on thinking that he can continue generating destructive forces and still survive. Those who can spread the knowledge of the electronic circle must no longer be deprived of its benefits. Let them disseminate it along with the warning. Use this affirmation: I am the fulfilled activity and the sustaining power of every constructive thing that I desire. Use it as a general decree, because the sustaining power is in everything that exists. I am here and I am there, decreed in everything you wish to achieve, is a stupendous decree to use the one activity and to rise above the consciousness of separation. Chapter 4. The creative fire, which I am, is the flame of God. Its master presence is anchored in the heart of all the children of God, although in some it is but a spark. However, by treating it correctly, that spark can become a great creative fire and a consuming flame. This mighty presence in its multiple activities is the omnipresent activity that all can use without limitation, if only they could remove from their consciousness that which is but appearance and which has bound them through endless years. Today, the scepter of power and authority is in sight before every advancing student. At first they can reach it mentally and take that scepter of authority and use it. But soon they will realize that they can use it almost tangibly and visibly. It is not an empty promise that those who seek the light will receive this dominion. When we pass through a forest, we know that we can return by the same path, but the decision is ours. Likewise, after hundreds of years seeking power and authority in the outer, we find that tomorrow it will be gone, as if it were on quicksand. By the joyful acceptance of your divine dominion, you can stand firmly on the sure foundation of the rock of truth, which is God Himself, and which no outer disturbance can ever touch once you have learned it through your own experience. Students of truth wonder why they waver in their decision to hold firmly or anchor themselves in the presence of God. since this represents the dominion they are seeking. They do not analyze the way they are acting to inquire what it is they are doing that causes them such disturbance and doubt. But for those who seize the authority that belongs to them and investigate deeply into their own causes, it will be very easy to separate the tares from the grains of gold and soon feel free from the disturbance that makes them doubt themselves, and even the presence of God, which beats in their hearts. When students are honest enough with themselves and with God, the I Am presence, to root out everything that is causing that inner disturbance, they will feel that mighty light, the radiation of the great divine being, and they will find that with little effort and intelligence, it becomes power, strength, and security, anchored to that rock of truth, which is one of these great jewels of the kingdom of God. And this dazzling light will envelop them at the slightest invitation. O student of today, hold fast to this mighty presence that beats in your heart, whose life flows through your veins, whose energy pours into your mind. You have free will, and you can qualify it and bless it to perfect you or make you imperfect. Remember always that it is because of not invoking this mighty presence that you have found yourself creating inharmony and disorder. You must give yourself sufficient time to achieve the full recognition of this great power and to surrender the entire activity of your life to it. Do not become impatient because things do not resolve as quickly as you would like. They function according to the speed of your own acceptance and the intensity of your feelings. This great energy that surges through your body and mind is the pure electronic energy of God, the great I Am presence. If your thoughts are joyfully kept on your divine self, as the origin of your being and your life, that pure electronic energy will act unceasingly and uncontaminated by discordant human qualification. But if you allow, consciously or unconsciously, your thought to begin to be infested with the discord that often surrounds it, you yourself change the color and quality of this radiant and pure energy. It is obliged to act, and you are the one who dictates how it shall behave toward you. Never believe that you can escape this simple fact. It is an immutable law, and no human being can change it. Students must understand and maintain this attitude if they wish to make continuous progress. I tell you, my beloved ones, that however much you may doubt, fear, and rebel against self-correction, it is the open door to your own great illumination and freedom from all outer human limitation. There are many students who, when they reach a certain degree of understanding, have the results of their purifying activities revealed to them, and finding themselves faced with the many errors committed that must be corrected, they become disheartened, criticizing and condemning themselves and God. This is another great error. Everything that is revealed to them to be corrected should make them greatly rejoice, since it is an opportunity to advance by correcting errors that were previously hidden. Knowing that God is the power to think, they know they have within them the power to correct themselves and must set to work. The life of God that beats in their breast is sufficient proof that they possess the intelligence and the power of God with which to dissolve and consume all the errors and discordant creations they have fabricated around them, consciously or unconsciously. And they can say to these undesirable creations, I am the mighty consuming flame, which now and forever dissolves every past and present error, its cause and its core, and every undesirable creation for which my outer being is responsible. It is strange, but it seems that students have difficulty anchoring themselves in the recognition of the limitless power they wield when they utter, I am, when even the intellect, which is only the outer activity, knows this. Students must intensify it with all their effort, feeling intensely the truth of it, and then they will find great speed and additional power in using it. I tell you, beloved student, that the time has come when you can use this power with great authority to loose yourself from the chains of limitation that have imprisoned you for so long. Set about with determination to put your house in order. If you were to host a distinguished guest, I do not doubt that you would spend days working diligently, polishing and preparing everything to receive them. How much more important it is to prepare for this great principle of love and peace. the principle of the consuming fire that dwells within you and controls the fire element. When one thinks of Oromasis, Prince of the Fire Element, one is thinking of the flame of creative fire and is invoking his help in the quickening of this creative power, which brings unimaginable results. When you speak in the name, power, and authority of the great I Am, you are releasing limitless energies for the fulfillment of your desires. Why then continue allowing doubt and fear to beset you when I Am is the open door of God's opulence, waiting to pour forth in health, blessings, and prosperity? Dare to be, to feel, and to use this mighty authority, God in each one, beloved student. Do you not realize that you can manifest perfection in a few minutes or in a few hours? By making the determination to affirm with sufficient intensity, I am the immense electronic energy that flows, that renews, that fills every cell of my mind and my body now, at this very moment. Do you not see that in a few minutes or hours you can dissipate any disturbance of mind or body and allow that pure mighty energy to do its work without influence, without being affected or colored by any element of your own thought? If you can renew a nerve, an organ, build any member of your body to its original perfection almost immediately, why not feel it and use it? And as you experience the admirable, astonishing results, your faith and confidence will leap forth to perform their perfect activity, and your mind will acquire all the necessary confidence in this great presence and power, and its omnipresent and limitless use. When there seems to be a failure of energy, stand joyfully and confidently with determination, and declare, I am the mighty presence of this alert and radiant energy that surges through my mind and my body, dissolving everything that is unlike itself. I take my stand forever in this alert and radiant energy and rejoice forever. You can pass this pure energy through your mind and your body just as I pass my hand across your forehead. In my memory, there is not a time when there has been so much assistance within reach of the student of light, and you must take advantage of it with intense joy. At first, if you do not feel any electronic force passing through you, by no means believe that you have not received this great energy, for you have commanded it with the authority of God I Am to flow through your mind and your body. The same can be done for businesses or affairs that are not manifesting all the order and harmony desired. You can stand, because this makes you feel the authority, and call upon your great I Am presence and send it into your world of business. Command it to consume everything that is not equal to itself, and to replace it with the perfection of God that I Am. Command it to maintain itself, to manifest its unceasing authority, and to cleanse your world of every discordant thing. And you finish by declaring, I am the supreme authority, God in action. It is not necessary to become tense, nor to allow the body to become tense. We must only rise into the supremacy and dignity of our divine authority, and cleanse everything that needs to be cleansed. In doing this, it is not necessary to speak with a loud voice, but in a low voice, yet with a tone of mastery. Stand in your room and declare, I am master of my own world. I am the victorious intelligence that governs it. I command this great radiant and intelligent energy of God to enter my world. I command it to bring me the opulence of God, made visible for my hands and for my use. I command it to create all perfection. I am no longer the child in Christ, but the Master Presence that has reached its full stature. I speak and command with authority. The errors committed can be dissolved, and the perfection desired can be recreated immediately. Know that it is self-sustained, as long as it is not mixed with destructive activities of thought and feeling. I greatly desire that you feel that you are the only authority in your world. Never fear that by perfecting your world, you will disfigure the world of another or others, as long as you have no intention of harming anyone. Nor does it matter what others say, or how much they try to interrupt you with their doubts, fears, and limitations. You are the supreme authority in your world, and all you have to do is say, when these conditions beset you, I am the great magic circle of protection around me that is invincible. that repels every discordant element that attempts to enter and disturb me. I am the perfection of my world, and this is self-sustained, O beloved. It is no longer necessary to hesitate, inquire, and question whether I am the authority. Go, dare, use this authority of God that is expressed in the I am of all that exists. Because you have been desiring the presence of the great ascended beings, then decree, I am the visible presence of those called ascended masters whom I wish to see appear here before me and whose assistance I invoke. The point has come when you can discharge all discord from your mind. Fill your mind with this pure electronic essence, and no discord can enter as long as you keep it filled with this presence. I repeat to you that you are the authority in your world, and if your thought is filled with this essence, no discord can even touch it. Let us take this authority and let us use it. Let us cleanse all discord and let us declare without any hesitation, I am the supremacy of man. Wherever I turn, I am God in action. Chapter 5. The great need today is the healing of nations and individuals. Just as the individual is helped by pouring electronic energy into them through their mind and body, and by means of their I am, filling every cell, so in a greater degree of expansion can a nation be treated. A nation is a great body of individuals and creations of nature. We have the same power to affect this being as we are, the individualized presence of God we know. Therefore that I am is present everywhere. And when the consciousness grasps this expansion, the energy launches into action everywhere, as much in the cells of the world body as in the individual cells. We must realize that the active presence of Almighty God is present everywhere, that there is not the tiniest portion where it is absent, that this active presence binds all human creation and instantly consumes everything inharmonious or undesirable, and that the only thing stopping it is the free will of the individual through their ignorance and their own belief. Through the I am, divine wisdom acts, repelling everything that should not enter the system. The omnipresent wisdom, through our conscious action, is always prompting us not to accept anything in our feelings, thoughts, or foods that could disturb our harmonious activity. The currents of pure cosmic energy are always flowing everywhere like the rays of a beacon. Our outer activities must always be receptive to these currents of life, which are pure cosmic energy and are always flowing in the Earth's atmosphere. It is true that where conditions are too dense for this energy to penetrate, it surrounds them above and below and continues on its way. Since the year 1932, every individual walks within great healing currents. By the power of Cyclopeia, sight, the secret star of love, and the rays coming from the Golden City, the tremendous healing currents are consciously directed through the atmosphere of the Earth. These, as you will understand, are the energy of God in action and naturally self-sustained. The individual consciousness of this presence will allow you to contact these rays at any time. To the students who possess a sense of patriotism and who wish to help their own nation, I will say that these healing currents reach not only individuals but conditions, environments, and official places as an intelligent flame, and that at present they are doing a work of protection and upliftment for the children of the earth as never before since the creation of this planet, and that the more people become aware of this operation, the better they will be in the role of messengers and assistants in this extraordinary work. There is a sinister influence with which we are dealing in earthly activity. It is a mental force that backs wars and manifests consciously. Those who wish to work to dissolve this situation must meditate on the following idea until they grasp the full meaning it contains. They must know that if they direct this electronic energy through the earth, it will go directly and without interruption to the indicated place, and they will see the energy work in an unexpected way. There are individuals who, being very kind and dedicated, suddenly realize that they must give up certain foods and certain activities, which produces a kind of shock for them. I will tell you that the divine intelligence within each one will cause them to naturally leave behind the things that are not in accordance with the great presence, at every step and when necessary. For an individual to consciously abstain from something They must feel that there is something stronger worth anchoring to. As students become conscious of this, the strength and confidence come to them to take the step. Those who come to your house deserve the divine protection that you like to give them. I suggest that once a day you charge the atmosphere of your house with pure electronic energy, that is, with the presence of God, so that neither undesirable food nor presences enter your house. Envelop your visitors in the electronic mantle of the I Am presence. But do not force these things on people who have not asked for them. When you say I am, you recognize the power that destroys every barrier and opposition. The human being is like a starving lion in the jungle. It would tear apart anything to get food. The consciousness would tear its best friend to pieces to get its own way. In every astral element, there is the element of human desire. Unless the mind is completely closed to the astral world, one will find oneself constantly interrupted in every good decision, because the door will have been left open to a force much more subtle than any force in the physical world. Many think that there are good forces in the astral world. I tell you that no force that comes from the astral is ever good. Any good force that seems to come from there has fabricated its own tunnel in order to pass through. In the first place, what forms the astral world? There is only one place where an undesirable human creation can be lodged, and that is in the next step of human activity, the astral realm. This plane of astral activity contains all the undesirable forms accumulated throughout the centuries. Therefore, it is easy to see that nothing good can come from any contact with the astral plane. It contains absolutely nothing of the Christ. Some have a confusion which they call the astral star, but that is wrong. It is actually called the star Astrea. This is a cosmic being from the fourth sphere, whose work is to consume as much as possible of that which belongs to the astral realm, as well as to call the attention of individuals drawn to the astral plane. This great being, in the end, clarifies the understanding of these individuals and dissolves their desires to maintain any contact with that unhappy realm. There are no children on the astral plane. The home of children who leave the earth is the etheric plane. People in embodiment, when they are asleep, are in the same sphere as the disembodied. The I Am presence possesses a self-sustaining consciousness of such magnitude that if one goes out with it upon falling asleep, one can reach incredible heights. If you are conscious of your I Am in your outer consciousness, and you take this consciousness with you when you enter other planes, it is an incredible sustaining presence. There is a moment in the experience of our life in which we need the use and conscious recognition of the phrase, I am the presence of God in action. When you have that consciousness and you voluntarily take it through the veil of sleep, your soul out of the body acts with limitless powers, supposing that in the waking state you have need of something. Before falling asleep, you can very well express the following. Through the mighty power and intelligence which I am, while my body sleeps, I make the necessary contact that will abundantly fulfill this requirement, no matter what it may be. You must know that this self-sustaining activity cannot fail at all, and that it is a grandiose way of setting the I Am presence into motion, since anything that the I Am commands while the body sleeps must be obeyed. I knew a case in which there was a need for protection. The one who used it had a certain consciousness of the presence. The individual fell down a ravine, but the I Am presence instantly built a form that caught the individual and brought them to safety before the fall could continue. When one has spiritual consciousness and goes into any environment where danger exists, a quick treatment must be done for one's own protection, since as long as one has not ascended, the body has a tendency to contact the outer thought of humanity. If the student climbs a mountain, they must do protective work, consisting of protective affirmations. If one always maintains that protective work, one may well prevent the destruction of third parties. Example: God is the omnipotent power protecting and directing this airplane, ship, train, or car so that it moves in an absolutely safe zone. On the path, you have to be in conscious action all the time. There will be those who think this means fear, but it is not so. On the contrary, it is the recognition of the omnipresent protective power. God sees all and knows all. He looks ahead and will avoid undesirable contacts. When you say, God is driving this vehicle, the divine sight goes ahead, seeing for blocks and kilometers, and the impulse will come to move onto roads free of traffic interruptions. Our passage will be without obstruction of any kind, because it is God who is driving the vehicle. There are two motives that cause accidents in students. First, by becoming angry, they leave their aura and the astral door open. Second, they forget to do the little protective work. Every time we do something with a positive and dynamic attitude, the outer self acquires more confidence, more faith, and it cannot fail. Another way to protect oneself is to project the electronic belt around ourselves or third parties, saying, I am the protective belt or ring or circle around me, or around so-and-so. That electronic belt forms instantly and is impenetrable and invulnerable to every negative thing. Realize that when you say I am, whatever you command is almighty and instantly fulfilled. You cannot use the I am presence without achieving instantaneous activity. Repeat often, I am the omnipresent and omnipotent. Protective intelligence that governs this mind and this body. This is instantly fulfilled. And in action, because you have said I am, the I am that is everywhere present is at that point doing the work at that moment. This is the way you put into action the almighty I am presence, by the most direct means. It is all in all, and remind your outer consciousness that when you say I am, you have set in motion all the attributes of the Godhead. You are already at a point where you should see instantaneous activity. When you say I am, in any condition, it means that an instantaneous action is being effected by the greatest power in the universe. The very moment you become conscious that the I am is the full activity of God, and that it contains all the attributes of God, you enter into the full use of that mighty power. Say often, I am the presence that produces this master home. When you say, I am the ascension of this physical body now, you have accepted and entered into that action in that very instant. When you are struggling to acquire light in limitless action, you are striving for the greatest thing that exists in the world. Fill your world with the I am presence, and when you do, feel that you are doing it consciously. If you say in consciousness, I am the perfect activity of every organ and cell of my body, it has to manifest. You only have to be conscious of this and it will be done. Use often, I am perfect health manifested now in every organ of my body. Put your confidence in your I am, instead of in outer medicine. You cannot say, for example, I am the perfect intelligent activity in this body, and at the same time be thinking that you are going to have to take medicine. To cleanse the mind, say, I am the perfect active intelligence in this brain. For the eyes and ears, say, I am perfect vision looking through these eyes. I am perfect hearing, hearing through these ears. Set about doing these treatments with determination, and you cannot fail. You hold the reins. Use them and avoid every word that recalls the previous limited condition. When you are conscious of the I am, you do not care what anyone in this world does. And you should not be concerned with anything but your own world, since you have realized that the I am is in everything. To square the circle, use the I am activity. Pay no attention to what anyone says. Just say specifically what you want to produce. Repeat, repeat, repeat. I am the only presence acting in this. I am the only presence acting in my world, to find lost things. I am the intelligence and the all-seeing eye that finds everything. You will be astonished at the feeling that grows within you when you do not have to look at anything else but your beloved and mighty I am. Erase from your mind everything but the conscious operation of I am, for it is the highest power. You will achieve the idea that all these apparent miracles are produced with ease. Supposing you want to illuminate a room, say, I am the illumination of this room. Then it acts upon the electrons in the room, Since illuminating the atmosphere of a room is as easy as raising your hand, your capacity to illuminate a room is as adequate as achieving it through an electric lamp. You can just as easily conduct the universal electric current through you as ordinary electricity is conducted through wires. To make visible the illumination that is within your own body, that is, to radiate it visibly, say, I am the illumination visible through this body now. Within you, there is a focal point. The I am that is in you created everything in the universe. When you enter into the confidence of your I am, it will erase all obstruction. Use often, I am the power and the consuming presence of all fear, doubt, and confusion that may be in my outer mind about the invincible activity of the I am. Continue this exercise, and you will always know instantly what you must do. The consciousness of the individual covers the form with the concepts belonging to it. And when these are grouped around the individual who has generated a certain energy, it does not impose upon them other conditions than those of their own world. Every time you feel joyful and full of impulse, take advantage of it, use it, and decree. Chapter 6. Constantly remind the outer consciousness that when you say I am, thinking of the infinite power of God, you have set that power in motion to successfully fulfill the idea you hold in consciousness. Sincere students must not forget this for a single moment. Until this truth is rooted and acts automatically, they will see then how ridiculous it is to say, I am sick, I am financially restricted, when anything seems to be lacking. I tell you that it is impossible for you to be affected if you hold to the previous idea. Use it. When you have a cold, you do not need to be told to use a handkerchief. Then why do you need to be reminded that the outer activity has only one power that allows it to move, and that it is the I am presence, God in you? The trouble with sincere students is that they do not meditate often enough on this truth, so that its marvelous presence may enter into activity. For example, if you say, I am the majestic and victorious presence that fills all official positions, you will realize how blessed you will be for doing so. Guard your outer contacts constantly, so that you do not ignorantly accept the appearance of things, or the fear of those who call themselves financiers. God governs your world, your home, your business, and that is all that concerns you. Never believe that you are letting your imagination run wild because you feel the closeness of the great individualized presence. Rejoice. Believe in that great presence that holds within you everything you could possibly desire or use. You are not dependent on outer things. With this happy entry into this mighty power and presence which contains all, do you not see that if everything were to end, you would still be provided for? I want you to feel, to joyfully accept, and to know with your whole being that the power of precipitation is not a myth. It is real. Those who enter into this feeling deeply enough will have the precipitation of everything they desire. There are children who have been punished for seeing angelic beings and for manifesting that they have an inner perception. It is the parents of those children who should be punished for daring to interfere with the divine gift of the child's freedom. If adults lived more in conscious imagining and in the acceptance of the great presence, whose existence humanity doubts, they would feel that presence uplifting them and giving them its intelligence. My beloved, if you suddenly feel that you need strength or courage, express, I am here, surging forth and supplying it instantaneously. If you need harmony of mind or body, I am there, supplying you instantaneously, and you need not wait. Do not give a thought to the world or to individuals who do not understand these things. Continue rejoicing in the active, visible presence of what you desire to manifest and see precipitated into your life and your use. I am the active and visible presence of this which I desire, already manifested. Our common sense should tell us that unless we expect, accept, and already rejoice in that which we desire, how are we going to achieve it? The poor, insignificant outer self struts about saying, I am too important to pay attention to such fairy tales. Well, Permit me to inform you that someday the individuals who speak thus are going to become very happy with these fairy tales and will fill their minds with these ideas to see them surge forth in every contact with the outer world of business. And every time there is a negative condition that appears to touch your world, instantly make this determination: I am the precipitation and the visible presence of anything I desire, and there is no man or thing that can interfere with it. When I speak of precipitation, I'm not only referring to the opening of invisible channels, but to any channel, since everything is precipitation, that which is created and that which is not yet created, and there is only a small difference in activity. When I recognize who I am, I have entered the great silence where the greatest activity of God is. This recognition should bring great revelations to the individual if they joyfully accept this. In your outer experience, the practice of any activity develops your effectiveness more and more, does it not? If one can apply this to an outer activity, do you not see how much more important it is for an inner activity? The more you use it, the greater power you will manifest. You know that you can do it with spiritual things in a greater and faster way than with the outer, since in the spirit, power acts instantly. There is no waiting when the I am acts. The fact that musculature develops with exercise should make you understand that the same effort for inner power must naturally produce much greater results. For example, men believe they have to do physical exercises to develop muscles. Well, I have many times had my students develop a beautiful and symmetrical body with powerful muscles without having done a single physical exercise. In all development, both of the outer and the inner, the first part of the exercise is mental. We must know that there is only one power and energy, and that it comes from the I am presence in each one. Consequently, the exercise of your inner faculties is called mental, but I tell you it is God in action, because you cannot form a single thought without the intelligence and energy of God to achieve it. Therefore, your mental activity is the energy of God in action. Now you will see then how easy and possible it is to produce a strong and symmetrical physical body without doing physical exercises to achieve it. Most scientific men, doctors, or physical culture teachers will deny this, but I assure you, it is only that they have not penetrated deeply enough regarding the energy or power that is acting, for no activity can take place except by the use of this inner energy and power. People allow doubts and fears to enter them regarding the knowledge of these great faculties which are free, and for the use of whoever wants to utilize them at any time. What happens is that they find themselves submerged like a cork held under water, which, as soon as it is released, leaps to the surface. I assure you that it is regrettable that sincere students spend so many years striving, trying and abandoning the use of these faculties, and then, because they do not see them operate immediately, they let themselves fall back into a state of inactivity until something animates them again, only to fall back once more. The persistent and determined recognition of this I am presence will lead you to absolutely certain achievement, unless you abandon it. I see at this moment a good number of individuals who, with a little incentive and the simple description of these practices, will leap into freedom, especially those who receive the verbal instruction along with the radiation that accompanies it. Is it not disastrous that the sons and daughters of God submit themselves to limitations when, with a persistent and determined effort, they could open the door and enter this great inner chamber filled with light, jewels, gold, and the substance of all the foods of the universe? And then, with this full truth before them, these individuals still hesitate because of the impossibility of believing that they can take the step. Take this scepter and be free. Beloved, again I say to you, sing the great melody of the conquering presence of the I Am. Sing it in your heart continually. Feel it with all your ability. Hold fast to that determination. The knowledge and the path of that mastery will open to you, and eternal freedom will be manifested to you. Simply continue reminding yourself that you have already passed through the veil. Any mastery that the individual has acquired over their affairs and their world is, and always must be, a sacred retreat and inner sanctuary. where no other inquiring individual may enter. No one can achieve mastery by pretending to find that mastery in others. To seek, find, and apply the law of one's own being is the sure path to mastery. And only when the individual has achieved it can they truly understand what true mastery is. There is only one dominion to seek, and that is dominion over one's own outer self. You can walk beside a master for years and not discover it until one's own inner faculties reveal it. One can live in the same house with a master for years and not know it until a crisis arises and the real power is revealed. For a master to discuss or reveal their own achievements would be to dissipate their forces, and that must never be done. If a student has the joy of a beautiful experience and then discusses it with third parties, generally so many doubts arise in the listeners and are poured over them that they soon begin to doubt themselves. It is truly comical to see how convincing others' arguments are. The student who listens to those outside arguments must do justice to themselves, to their higher self, and listen to what is expressed by that inner experience of theirs. The very moment that doubt begins to enter, if it is allowed entry, it will continue to pour in. The same thing happens with the I am. If you turn your attention to it, the energy rushes there. My beloved, do you not see that when you desire some revelation or inspiration, by saying I am, that you set in motion the power with all its faculties, with all substances, and that it must assume whatever form the attention is fixed upon? The I am is the unfathomable mind of God. In seeking understanding, the average student is only contacting the memory of what has been, instead of going to the heart of God and drawing forth that which has not yet been. Disciples sometimes do not realize that there have been many civilizations with vast achievements totally unknown today. Atlantis, Lemuria, and the land of Mu are only fragments of other great civilizations that have existed. To achieve uncommon things, those students who wish to must make the following decision: I am the heart of God, and I now bring forth ideas and accomplishments which have never been brought forth before. Consider that we are that which we wish to see produced. The I am presence is, therefore, the heart of God. One immediately enters the great silence the very moment I am is pronounced. If you recognize that you are I am, then whatever you declare is instantly manifested. To believe is to have faith in what you believe to be the truth. There is, then, an interweaving between belief and faith. At first, the belief is made. If it is maintained, it becomes faith. If you do not believe that something is true, you cannot bring it into manifestation. If you cannot believe in your own words when you pronounce, I am such and such a thing, how can it be established and manifested? Shakespeare's saying, there is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so, is absolutely true. If you already know that the divine energy enters the individual in a state of perfect purity, then you must realize that it is the individual themselves who requalifies that energy, imposing their own impurity upon it. This energy enters man continuously with the heartbeat, and he tints it with his own quality and projects it outward. This is his privilege as a creator, in the image and likeness of the Father. Our individual consciousness is being projected, forming an environment around us. That is why it receives vibrations of sorrow, of sadness, of joy, of love, kindness, etc., and it feels them as if they were its own. If they are good, it has nothing to worry about. But if they are of impatience or sadness, it must tell them to withdraw and command that they be transmuted, so as not to continue expanding that atmosphere and infecting others. Each one of us has color and sound. Each activity of ours is therefore of a color and of an arpeggio with a musical phrase. If it is distorted, an ugly dissonant sound and a dirty color come out. To each person who releases an ugly creation, the responsibility for it is returned. Everything contains intelligence. Do not consider the element of time. When you affirm something you wish to be manifested, do it with joy and hold it firmly until it manifests. If you maintain constant the I am presence, while you do that which you desire, you will enter into the fullness and perfection of all that is already prepared for your use. All permanent achievement must be the result of the conscious effort of each individual. What is pity? It is agreeing with the imperfect. Never let yourself be invaded by pity, for it is as if you let yourself be dragged into quicksand when you have wings with which to rise to the heights, above every destructive thing, at the same time uplifting that which you are witnessing and which wants to produce that pity in you. Do not judge. Stand firm in the I Am presence, and everything will manifest perfection. For every imperfect condition that you see, especially old age, say, I am the perfection of that individual who has the appearance of old age. Thus you will have set God in action within the individual, since he also pronounces the I Am, even if it is only disparagingly. In this case, you have impelled him to use it constructively. No matter what you hear said or discussed in the outer world, stand firm. Do not let yourself be affected, for you are producing perfection, and you have to make it manifest consciously. If you are not attentive, you may let in an expression that will haunt you for years if you do not erase it. When you are consciously using the great law, know that the active power of God's thought knows perfectly the direction in which it is going and acts. Consciously tell your I Am to do whatever is necessary. Tell it, I am the intelligence that qualifies this with whatever is necessary. This, of course, if you find yourself in the case of not knowing what to do in a given moment. The whole thing is that you turn your mind to the I Am that guides you and maintains you. I had a disciple who so qualified his electronic circle with the power of healing that they called him the healing shadow. The instant one made contact with his electronic circle, one was healed. Why did God individualize? To have something to love. Why were the rays divided? To express love. Love is the active principle of God. When you love, you are enveloping that which you love in that mantle of God, in that radiant presence. Never criticize. When you appear to VC an incorrect sexual activity, raise the consciousness of the person to an ideal, so that their thought enters into conscious control, and thus their sexual activity is raised to a higher plane. The clean and appropriate use of sex is for the expansion of love in the procreation of a form, so that the incoming soul may have a harmonious and loving character and temperament. The thought and feeling of the parents are the modeling activity. The nature of the life principle in the individual is to love. The difference between compassion and pity is as follows. In compassion, the I Am presence is invoked to produce perfection. Pity is energy with a sensation of imperfection and only intensifies the imperfection that is being manifested. To control an animal, use the I am here and I am there. I command silence. Or one looks it in the eyes and knows that the love of God controls it. Chapter 7. When the command was given, let there be light, the first activity was obedience. Light surged forth in limitless quantities, and so it is with everything that refers to the outer activity of the one active principle, God. I mean to say that the first activity of everything external is perfect obedience to the I Am presence, for only thus can the pure essence be harmoniously expressed. One must strive to keep the outer expression tranquil at all times, whether among friends, relatives, associates, or whatever, of any condition or age. For every time the impulse arises to argue, criticize, or resist, it is the sign that the carnal consciousness is intruding to call attention to itself. That is the moment to give it the command to observe obedience and silence. The important thing is to remain calm in the grace of love, light, and obedience. It is useless to argue. Silence your outer self. When the student truly enters the conscious path, the slightest appearance of resistance or disturbance indicates that they must decree, I am the obedient and intelligent activity of my mind and body. I am the power that governs and commands everything harmoniously. I cannot yet begin to enumerate the disturbing elements of the outer activities, because it would impel in the student a resistance or perhaps a guilt complex. When the students are strong enough to hear these truths, they will be given Suffice it to mention that they must be on guard not to accept resistance or temptations to criticize. Each one must use very often the declaration, "I am the invincible guard established and sustained in my mind, my body, my home, my world, and my affairs." This guard is the I Am presence, and naturally it is infinite intelligence. The consciousness of this will establish that guard of intelligent activity, which will not have to be constantly repeated once the impulse, that is, the momentum, is established. Let us return to the point that every time we use the I Am, we know that the power of divine love, wisdom, and intelligence is acting. Also use the declaration, "I am the fully releasing action of divine love." Remember that love, as a virtue or attribute of God, is a living entity, since God is life, and all his attributes are living. I suggest as a preparatory activity for each day that students declare firmly and joyfully, knowing beforehand that the very power within the declaration makes it remain effective. I am the love, wisdom, and power with its active intelligence, which will be acting in everything I think and do today. I command this infinite activity to be my protection and to act at all times, causing me to move, speak, and proceed only in divine order. And it is good that during the day one declares, "I am the governing presence which precedes me wherever I go during this day," commanding perfect peace and harmony in all my activities. In this way, the door is left open for the constant flow of the inner presence which will transform your world, will prevent you from contacting disharmony, and will cause peace and harmony to be made in every outer contact. No matter what the manifestation may be within or outside the body, the student must adopt the firm determination that their body is the temple of the Most High. This is an incontrovertible truth, and this consciously maintained attitude will bring the body into the perfect activity, as is the divine intention. I remind students at all times that there is no other way to achieve acquiring a desired quality or attribute except by claiming it, knowing that it exists in our perfect spirit. The outer self has become accustomed to believing in the imperfection of the human being, and consequently cannot manifest perfections under such conditions. The student's thought in general is the following: well, I've already proven that I do not manifest this quality that I desire, and it must be because I am not advanced enough. But I assure you that no matter what the body or human being is manifesting, failure is impossible when the I Am has been set in motion, since the truth has been spoken, in addition to mobilizing the attributes of God. Many times I have seen my disciples on the verge of manifesting a great victory, and not only have they failed at the last moment due to doubt and lack of persistence, but they have closed the door for an indefinite time. The student must compel themselves to maintain in their mind that when the power of God has been set in motion by pronouncing the I Am, universal chaos would occur before the affirmation would fail to be fulfilled. The I Am activity can never fail to act unless the outer self impedes it. This can occur when the precipitation is already appearing on the earthly plane and the effluvia attacks to destroy.
It taught every student must watch themselves,
with great attention not to use the I Am in a negative expression, because when one says, "I am sick," or "I have failed," or "I am not acting correctly," one is releasing this mighty energy to destroy that which one wishes to achieve. This occurs whenever one uses the pronoun I, as you already know, for that is the valve that opens the universal power. Knowing that I Am is yourself, when you say, "My head hurts, my stomach is bad," etc., you are releasing the energy to act in those organs in the way you are decreeing. For it is the same when you use different verbs and the possessive pronoun. These refer to a person, I. There is only one person who can affirm in your world, you. Any expression that can only be appropriated by you, for you, is including the energy and activity of the I Am presence. The correct attitude is that if an organ appears to be rebellious, one must declare and maintain firmly, "I am the only and perfect energy acting here, therefore, Every appearance of disturbance is instantaneously corrected. This is the important point that must be maintained for students. And if by force of habit you use some outer agent, such as medicine, use it sparingly, always clarifying the truth to yourself, until you acquire sufficient mastery to govern entirely by way of your I Am presence. I assure you that even if you believe that the medicinal agent has relieved you, it is always the I Am presence that has communicated to the medicine the power to relieve you. For example, I, Saint Germain, have observed the medical world for many centuries, and every time an individual in authority says that such and such a medicine no longer works, in a short time the medicine disappears completely from the scene. What occurs in the mind of every thinking individual is that they consider that certain herbs or substances have a chemical action that corresponds to the element within the body. And I say to you, what is it that gives you the chemical affinity? The power of your I Am that allows you to think. Thus, when you go around the circle of activity, you find that there is only one intelligence and presence acting, the I Am God in you. Therefore then, why do you not face this truth? Plant yourself without hesitation and think, I am that presence in action. It is the same life in me and in all the remedies to which it gives its power. Is it not much better to go directly to the supreme source of all and receive its omnipotent and inexhaustible assistance, which cannot fail, instead of conceding to something inner that leads you to another something outer, to which you have granted the power to relieve the condition to which you gave the power to bother you? I know it is not easy to leave very old habits, but a little meditation will oblige the outer reasoning to release its dependence on these outer remedies and depend exclusively on the great I Am presence. Of course, there is no other way to convince a student regarding this vital question, except by the application of these truths with determination and firmness. Furthermore, no one can demonstrate to them to what degree the truth can be applied. Only they themselves can determine that degree. Sometimes the inner energy, accumulated by desire, is of such magnitude that the individual is astonished at the results. The word that Easterners use is OM. It means the same as I am. I personally like I am better, because the student feels more the action of God in them. For Easterners, OM is a universal presence, and does not give the consciousness that the I Am presence acting in the individual gives. This explains the condition that exists today in India, where, due to the confusion of so many castes, they have fallen into the error of believing that what is important is the intonation in which they chant Om. Yes, it is true that it imposes an activity, but not that of energizing the action of the individual, and consequently, the difference in intonation is of little benefit. The system of the Ascended Masters since time immemorial has been the conscious use of the I Am presence. The recognition and full acceptance of God in action in the individual is what imparts more and more the intelligent, full and complete activity of the presence of God. This is the practice of the presence of God, or the Godhead. Those Easterners who have reached great heights, and there undoubtedly are such, have achieved it by dint of meditating on this true activity. Perhaps the simplest and most powerful truth that the individual can hold is that when they say I am, they set in motion within themselves, consciously or unconsciously, the full energy of God without any adulteration. Energy becomes power through conscious use. The fact that an individual is embodied as a human being is a command to raise their world to a state of perfect activity. When the consciousness of the individual is raised, the entire world of that being is lifted to the plane of inner activity. The Eastern phrase Om Mani Padme Hum means God acting in the individual. Use I Am instead of Om at all times, because perhaps you have lived embodied in Hindu bodies. You knew that use, and to prevent a lesser use from being invoked, use I Am, so that it may take you to the complete height. Every time you use I Am, you put the pure energy of God in motion, without the color or tint of human concept. It is the only way to keep the pure energy of God uncontaminated by human qualifications. Enormous results are achieved in a short time by means of the use of the following affirmations. I am the pure inspiration. I am the pure light in action here. Visualize this in and through the body at that very moment. I am the pure revelation of all that I want to know. Maintain forever within you the reins of power. People are afraid to embrace the great power of God and let it work. And what can there be in God to give you fear? You have to claim or appropriate what you desire. Say, I am now the ascended being I wish to be. This immediately envelops you in the ascending presence. I am the eternal liberation from all human imperfection. This realizes who I am is. I am now accepting my perfection, completed and finished. Use the explanations of the affirmations for your own understanding. For the carnal consciousness is a doubting and critical Thomas. Do not let it doubt. Say, this body of mine is the temple of the living God, and it is ascended now. The instructions are generally for the student to prove the law to themselves. Say often, I am the power that governs this activity, and therefore, it is always normal. In the entire universe, there is not an individual who can recognize the I am of another for any other person. One can address the collective I am, and, of course, because in that I am one also enters. But it is not the same when dealing with the individual I am. Every step achieved by you in the recognition of who you are is a permanent acquisition, and one cannot retrograde. Chapter 8. Everyone is looking for happiness, sometimes called bliss, and yet, many of those who seek it with such earnestness continue to pass by the key to that happiness. The simple key to perfect bliss and the inherent power that maintains it constant is self-control and self-correction. But this is extremely easy to achieve once one learns the truth that oneself is the I am. Presence and the intelligence that controls and commands all things. Around every individual there is a whole world of thoughts created by themselves. Within this mental world is the seed, the divine presence, the I am, which is the only presence that acts in the universe and which directs all energy. This energy can be intensified beyond all limits through the conscious activity of the individual. The inner divine presence can be compared to the seed of a peach. The world of thoughts that envelops it resembles the pulp. The pulp represents not only the mental world created by the individual, but the universal electronic substance, always waiting to be activated by the conscious determination of the individual, to be precipitated into their visible use in the form that suits them or they desire. The sure path to the understanding and use of this conscious power comes to us through self-control. What do I mean by that word self-control? 1. The recognition of the I am intelligence as the only active presence. 2. That knowing this, we also know that there are no limits or limitations to the power of its use. And 3. That humans, having received free will, free choice, and free action, that what they create in their surrounding world is everything on which they fix their attention. The time has finally come when all must understand that thought and feeling form the greatest creative power in life and in the universe. The only way to use that full power of thought feeling, which we call God in action, is by employing self-control and self-correction, with which one can quickly reach the understanding to use and direct this power of thought without any limitation. When sufficient self-control has been achieved, the individual can hold their thought fixed on any desire, just like an acetylene flame that is held immobile on a weld. Thus, when the consciousness is held immovable on any desire, knowing that the I am presence is the one thinking, that is, that it is God in action, then it will be understood that one can bring into visibility or precipitate whatever one desires or needs. It is not that one cannot think of anything else. If it were so, how could one perform the 1,001 duties that fill our days? It is that every time one has to remember the point in question, one invariably remembers that it is God, or the I am presence with all its power, that is acting to precipitate the desire for us. Listen well. It has been proven in thousands of ways that the effect of a thing cannot bring happiness. Only by understanding the cause that operates does the individual become master or owner of their world. Self-control is exercised by thinking and saying immediately in the face of everything inharmonious that presents itself, "No, this cannot be true because my I am is perfect." I erase, therefore, everything that is made by my outer consciousness, and I accept only perfection manifested. What happens then? You have opened the entrance to God I am, and He straightens out everything external. Saint Germain says, "Beloved student, if you could understand the magnificent splendor that manifests in you, when you thus affirm your self-control before the outer activity, you would redouble all your efforts to achieve that self-control and mastery over all outer expression. This is how the mighty I Am presence is allowed to release its great power into our consciousness and outer use. Now we are going to remove from the minds of the beloved students the sense of time, space, and distance, the key that opens the entrance to all the higher spheres. The higher planes is in the simplicity and firmness of self-control. Every student must remember that great truth that where your consciousness is, there you are, and that the I Am is everywhere. The consciousness that there is space, distance, and time is only a creation of man. To pass through the very fine veil that separates the consciousness from its full inner power and activity is only a matter of state of consciousness, that is, of thought and feeling. Those who are striving to reach the light are constantly living in those high spheres. The beauty of these spheres surpasses all imagination. When you enter them consciously and voluntarily, you will find that all the creations that exist there are as tangible as any of our buildings here. With the affirmation, "I am the power of my complete self-control forever sustained," it will be easier for them to achieve this mastery. Students must become aware that when they recognize the action of the I Am presence, it is impossible for it to be interrupted or interfered with in any way. By knowing that there is neither time nor space, one has within reach the knowledge of eternity. To enter a sphere higher than the physical world, fully conscious, one only has to adjust or change the consciousness. How to do it? By knowing that you are already there, consciously. Affirm often, by the power of the electronic circle that I have created around me, I can no longer be affected by doubts and fears. I joyfully take the scepter of my I Am and resolutely tread any of the high spheres I may wish to enter, and I retain the clear and perfect memory of my activities there. With this practice, you will quickly find yourself enjoying the limitless freedom and perfect happiness of acting on any plane you choose. Being aware of things that are 1,000 years ahead is as easy and as accessible as going to your shelves to take a book you need. The great obstacle to human freedom has been the great illusion of time and space in the general belief. Those who have reached the great disillusionment of seeing that wealth and the outer effects of things cannot bring bliss, understand the great blessing that within their own creative thought, their own power, and their own thought, they have all bliss, perfect freedom, and dominion. When the student understands that that upon which they connect their attention adheres to them, becomes them, or they become it with all the intensity they employ, they will see the importance of keeping their attention away from everything destructive in the human experience. Learn to invoke the beloved I Am presence in these moments, before fixing your attention on destructive things. By discussing and commenting on the defects of our friends, family, and associates, we communicate those defects to our own consciousness, and it seems to increase the defect we see in the other. This is fixing the attention on the destructive, and it turns us into it. The fact that black magicians, sorcerers, exist in the world, that is, certain children of God who misdirect and contaminate the electronic energy that comes to them from their I Am presence, is no reason for us to allow our attention to be fixed on that fact, simply because we know the facts. What concerns us is that we keep our attention free to be fixed on our own self-control, impelling it to rest on what is beneficial for us. Few realize that when they go back to thinking about or studying a negative and destructive case, or when someone has displeased them in some way, and they allow themselves to review the incident again, they are engraving and fabricating that case in their pure consciousness, dirtying it and attracting the result so that it returns to occur again and again. But I want to impress upon the minds of the students that it is foolish to allow oneself to be affected and disturbed by activities, real or imaginary, of the outer consciousness. Since once they know, I am the only almighty presence acting in my mind, my body, and my world, they can no longer be affected or disturbed by any association of the outer world. They must know that they are entirely immune from the annoyances and disturbances of the minds of others, no matter what they try to do to us. When the individual realizes that their own thought and feeling can produce everything they need, they will feel free from the desire for riches and everything the outer world can offer. I assure you that a supernatural world does not exist. As soon as we step into a sphere higher than this one, that one becomes as real and true as this one. It is simply another state of consciousness. For the joy of your relatives, I will tell you that 100 years from now, there will be hundreds of people who will be able to use cosmic rays to clean and maintain their homes. And when they no longer feel the need to follow the fashions created by commercialized ideas, they will weave their seamless robes made with cosmic rays. Many students ask me how it is that the masters, with all their creative powers, prefer to live in humble dwellings. The explanation is simple. The greater part of their activities are in high spheres, directing mighty rays of light for the blessing of humanity from their homes of light and wisdom, which are so beautiful and transcendent as to be invisible to those who still occupy physical bodies. If students could understand this, it would avoid much confusion for them, and they would have more time left to use in the activity of the great I Am presence. This will take them to the transcendent state that consumes the anxiety for the riches of the outer world, all of which are but rubbish in comparison to the creative power inherent in every individual. This one can bring into manifestation the transcendent power through self-control and mastery. I say to you, beloved student, child of the one God, is it not worth using your most sincere effort when you know you cannot fail? Grasp the scepter of your mighty creative power, and free yourself forever from all those bonds and limitations that have tortured humanity through the ages. I assure you that everyone who endeavors to acquire this scepter and this mastery will receive all the necessary help. One who has the understanding of their creative ability must know that they can create anything they please, no matter what the vibratory rate, in the light, or in any other condensation they wish to maintain. You know that you have the ability to transfer your thought from Caracas to New York in the same instant, just as you can change your thought from a condition of light to a very dense condensation, such as iron. This will show you that what you do in every moment consciously and voluntarily, you can do with much more power if you fix your attention consciously, maintaining it on that which you wish to manifest. The fact that you have not yet precipitated from the invisible to the visible is what produces that doubt that bothers you. Until the day you manifest a simple precipitation, your courage and confidence will surge, and in the future, you will have no trouble precipitating whatever you want. Attention is the channel through which the mighty drawn energy flows to its realization. Humanity through the centuries has formed these walls of limitation. Now they must be torn down and consumed in whatever way we can. At the beginning, determination is needed to achieve it. But when one knows that the power of I Am is the one acting, one also knows that it is not possible to fail. The outer only has to keep the attention fixed on the object it wants to make visible. It concentrates and suddenly finds it manifested and is astonished to realize that it has lived so long without making use of this power. The length of the ray that is released from the precipitated substance or condensation of light is controlled by the consciousness of the one who uses it. If that consciousness is raised very high, the brilliance is very great. The jewel of light is still in its transcendent state of perfection. The jewel is a condensed substance, such as a diamond, emerald, or ruby, but naturally, It will take on the condition of the one who wears it. If the vibratory rate of this person is low, the jewel or stone will lose its brilliance, whereas if the thought is transcendent, this stone will become very luminous. When one is already a sincere student who is reaching for the light, one must qualify everything in one's environment with the quality of one's I am presence. No matter what appearance it has, if fear makes you believe in a disturbing presence, you are the one responsible. Since, if there were a disturbing presence and you qualify it with the I am presence, you will see how impossible it would be for it to disturb you. There is only one energy acting, and the very moment that you recognize in it the I am presence, you have requalified that activity with perfection. Expectation is a powerful qualifying consciousness. Intense expectation is a stupendous thing. It always manifests. Man, through the centuries, has created a veil that hides these transcendent spheres from him. Now, if he has created it, then common sense and reason tell him that he can dissolve that creation. A powerful radiation has gone out to the students, a radiation that will be sustained until they receive this work that has been dictated today. But to transmit to them the simplicity, the ease, and the certainty with which the idea can be materialized by means of creative thought and feeling is something that must be meditated upon. This will dissolve the action of the can I, and in its place will say I can and I am. To every affirmation and decree, add that you wish to retain the memory of each experience and its results. If the students maintain, from time to time they will receive the illumination that will give them all the necessary confidence. Hold fast to one idea and know that any knowledge you need will come to you instantaneously. When you allow your attention to be fixed on something, in that moment you are giving it the power to act in your mundo. That is, a quality or an appearance cannot exist in your world except that which you yourself give it. Chapter 9. One of the most important things, even for the most sincere students, is the need to give time to meditation in the morning or at night, that of quieting the outer activity so that the inner presence can surge forth without obstruction. To meditate truly means to feel the active presence of God. Therefore, when one enters into meditation, we must not drag with us all the disturbances that have attacked us up to that moment. One must consciously remove from feeling and attention everything that could disturb, for it is an attitude to feel the presence of God and not to stir up all the troubles. When that affirmation was given, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free," the intention was to recognize and accept the activity of the great I Am presence. Therefore, 1. Become conscious that the I Am is the first principle, and that it is the absolute certainty of liberation right now. 2. Know that I Am is the active presence that governs every manifestation in your life and your world perfectly. Thus, you will have entered into the truth that will give you all freedom. I must speak of one thing that would be laughable if it were not so serious. You would punish your little dog if it constantly brought bones from the kitchen to the rug in your living room. Naturally, it would seem to you that it is doing something inharmonious. Do you not know, beloved student of truth, that when you allow your thoughts to stir up unpleasant experiences, you are doing something much worse than the little dog? The trouble, and what appears to be so difficult to understand, is that never, under any circumstances, should one stop the water that has already passed under the bridge. In other words, unpleasant experiences, losses, or any imperfection that has occurred in your life must never be embraced and maintained in the present. They are past. Forget and forgive. To give and forgive is divine. For example, if an individual has entered into a business and has failed, it is always because of the mental inharmony of their attitude and feelings. If every individual in similar circumstances maintained firmly that only God in action exists, they would achieve the most perfect success. From the moment that we all have free will, the one who does not control their sensory world will find themselves destroying everything, their own and that of others. Such is the great law, unless the individual corrects their thoughts and feelings and keeps them corrected. Every embodied being has made a quantity of mistakes. For this reason, no one should permit themselves an attitude of, "I am holier than thou," but on the contrary, one must invoke the law of forgiveness. For if one is feeling criticism, condemnation, or hatred toward another child of God, one will know that one can never prosper. Instead, one must mentally say to the person in question, "I send you the fullness of my divine love to bless you and for you to prosper." This is the attitude that liberates from the failures of outer activity. Those individuals who are constantly turning over in their minds and in their discussions some business that failed must know that in the end they will destroy themselves if they do not appeal to the law of forgiveness to completely erase that situation. One who maintains a vengeful attitude for some imaginary or real wrong will bring upon themselves mental and physical incapacity, paralysis, or Parkinson's disease. That ancient saying, "Unless you forgive, how do you expect to be forgiven?" is one of the gravest laws in human experience. If you could see how the things that are no longer wanted stick, when one allows oneself to review the discords that are considered to be beyond remedy. The greatest thing that humanity is really seeking is peace and freedom, which are always the doors to bliss. There is only one way to receive this, and that is to know God in the I Am presence, and that this presence is the only intelligence that acts in your life and your world at all times. Adopt this, live it. One of the most astonishing things I have witnessed since I have been in the ascended state is the distorted idea of financial freedom. There is only one sure rock upon which eternal financial freedom can be built, and that is to know and feel in every fiber of one's being, "I am the substance, the opulence already perfected in my world, of all the constructive things that I can possibly conceive of or desire." This is true financial freedom. This concept will bring it to you and will not let it escape you. On the other hand, man can use, consciously or unconsciously, what is necessary of this I Am presence or of this divine energy to accumulate millions of dollars through outer activity. But where is the security that he will keep them? I assure you that it is impossible for any being in the physical world to keep accumulated wealth if he does not take into account that God is the power that produces and maintains it. You see constant examples before you of great riches that are gone overnight. There are thousands who in recent past years have found themselves in this case, and if even after having lost it, they had made the conscious decision, "I am the wealth of God in action, now manifested in my life and my world," the door would have opened to them immediately to receive abundance once again. Why is once again said? Because if they were rich, they had built a great momentum of confidence. All the requisites were at hand for the riches to continue. But in the majority of these cases of loss, great depression, often hatred and condemnation, are allowed entry, which is what closes the door to progress. Permit me to assure you, beloved child of God, that there never existed in this world a condition so bad that it was outside the active presence of God I Am, with its eternal strength and courage to rebuild financial independence anew. I want the students to understand the following. In these days of the collapse of thrones and governments, of individual fortunes, they need to know and understand that their riches have flown away due to ignorance and misunderstanding. The I Am presence in them, God in action, is the sure rebuilder of faith, confidence, wealth, or whatever it is they wish to focus their conscious attention upon, and thus they allow this inner energy to flow through their desires. For this is the only power that has never failed to achieve anything. Every individual who has expressed an apparent economic loss must immediately use the marvelous affirmation of Jesus. "I am the resurrection and the life. Of my business, my understanding, or whatever is relevant. I tell you frankly, beloved student, that there is no hope in heaven or earth for one who persists in maintaining in their consciousness thoughts and feelings of criticism, condemnation, and hatred of any description. And this includes even a slight dislike. This brings us to the vital point that only your own activity and your world concern you. It is not your business to judge another. because you do not know the forces that influence them or their conditions. You only know the angle that you see of them. And I tell you that if someone sends thoughts of criticism, condemnation, and hatred to a third party who was entirely innocent of any attempt to harm their neighbor, the sender would be committing something worse than a physical murder. Why is this? Because thought and feeling form the only creative power, and although said feeling and thought may not harm the objective, they must return and drag back the conditions sent by the individual who released them, and always with accumulated energy. Thus, such harmful thoughts toward others are destroying the business and affairs of the one who sends them. There is no possible way to avoid it, except for that individual to awaken and consciously reverse the currents. Let us take one more step. Throughout all ages, there have been business associations in which one or two people have had the deliberate intent to harm, and other absolutely innocent individuals have been blamed and imprisoned. I tell you that it is an infallible law that he or those who may cause the imprisonment of innocent people, depriving them of their freedom of action, will attract the same experience into their own lives. Up to the third and fourth following incarnation, I would 1,000 times rather die than be the instrument that could deprive any of the children of God of their freedom. There is no greater crime in human experience today than the use of circumstantial evidence, because in 99 cases out of 100, it is later found to have been entirely false. Sometimes the truth is never known by the outer senses. Therefore, beloved students, let none of those who seek the light constitute themselves as a judge of any child of God. Let us suppose that someone we love very much is acting recklessly. What is the first thing the world in general does? Well, judge and criticize them. The most powerful thing that can be done on behalf of that person is to fill them with love and to know mentally, I am God in action, the only intelligence and activity controlling this brother or sister. To continue speaking mentally to their consciousness is the greatest help that can be given. Many times, verbal arguments with such an individual form an antagonistic condition, intensifying instead of erasing the activity. In the silent work, you would achieve your objective with absolute certainty. No one can know what the I am presence of a third party wishes to do. These are vital truths that, when employed, would bring great peace to the lives of others. Many times the effort put into some businesses cannot prevent their ruin, because there is in the consciousness of those acting a hidden judgment and condemnation, or a disguised feeling of hatred toward another. The student or individual who wishes to progress rapidly in the light must never fall asleep until they have sent their love to every individual whom they consider has harmed them at any time. This thought of love goes straight as an arrow to the consciousness of the other individual, because there is nothing that can stop it, and it will generate its quality and power there where it has been sent. It is certain to return the very instant it is sent. There is no element that is the cause of so many maladies of the body and mind as the feeling of hatred sent toward another individual. It cannot be predicted how it will react in the mind and body of the one who sends it. In one, it may produce one effect, and in another, a different effect. Let it be well understood. Resentment or bitterness are but another form of hatred, hatred of a lesser degree. A marvelous thought to live with always is the following: I am the perfect creative thought and feeling present in all the minds and hearts of everyone everywhere. It is a marvelous thing. Not only does it give peace and rest to the one who sends it or generates it, but it brings forth limitless gifts that come from the presence. Another thought is, I am the mighty law of divine justice and protection acting in the minds and hearts of everyone. You can apply and use this with enormous force and power in all circumstances. Another is, I am divine love, filling the minds and hearts everywhere. Absolutely everything in human experience can be governed by the I am presence. The use of the I am presence is the highest activity that can be taught. When you say I am, you put God into activity. When you feel and know the enormity of the use of this expression, you will realize the enormous power of the I am. When you say, I am the power of God Almighty, there is no other power that can act. You will have liberated and released the full activity of God. Another affirmation: I am the conscious. memory and understanding in the use of these things. When you say the I am presence clothes me in my eternal and transcendent robe of light, this truly acts at that moment. The secret place of the Most High is this I am presence. The sacred things that I am revealing to you must not be put aside. They are like pearls. Strive to always know. I am perfect poise in my speech and in my action at all times because I am the protecting presence. Then the guard is always mounted. The energy of God is always waiting to be directed. Inherent in the expression I am is contained self-sustained activity. Now you know that time does not exist. This brings you to instantaneous action, and your precipitation will soon take place. Preceding the manifestation, you will always feel an absolute stillness. Metaphysical affirmations for the person who is in the midst of a court case. I am the law. I am the justice. I am the judge. I am the jury. Knowing that the I am is almighty. Affirm then that only divine justice can be done here. Chapter 10. From the centuries of activity, we have arrived at the focal point where the experiences of the ages enter into instantaneous action, where all time and space become the one presence of God in action now. Knowing that it is the presence of God I am that beats in your heart, you know then that your heart is the voice of God, and that as you meditate and say, I am the supreme and intelligent activity of my mind and my heart, you will bring to it the true and divine feeling in which you can trust. Humanity has been loving only with the periphery of the circle for so long, that once the student truly realizes that God is love and that the activity of God love is projected through the heart, they will understand that by focusing their attention on the desire to project love toward any purpose, they can generate love to a limitless degree, and that this is the supreme privilege of the outer activity of the consciousness. Humanity has not understood until now that divine love is a power, a presence, an intelligence, a light, and an entity that can be magnified to the size of a limitless blaze. That it is within the capacity of every individual, especially if they are a student of the light, to generate this presence of love, which becomes an invincible, inexhaustible, peace-giving entity, present wherever the individual directs it. There are those who say and believe that love cannot be commanded, and I tell you that love is the first principle of life and can be generated to any degree and without any limit for infinite use. Such is the majestic privilege and the conscious use and direction that can be given to love. When I say generate, I mean opening the door through conscious devotion to the emanation of this inexhaustible fount of divine love, which is the heart of your being, the heart of the universe. By the contemplation of this infinite power of love, the students will become such a fount of emanation that they will be able to dispose of its infinite use, directing it consciously. When my beloved students wish to hasten their liberation from such and such outer activities, painful annoyances, etc., I recommend that they affirm, I am the presence that commands the inexhaustible energy, the divine wisdom, causing my desire to be fulfilled. This will make you free from any undesirable condition, and it is the way that is permitted by the very law of your being. And since you know this, you can also know besides, this I am presence now remains untouched by every outer disturbing condition, serene. I fold my wings and dwell in the perfect action of the divine law and in the justice of my being, commanding that everything in my circle appear in perfect divine order. This is the greatest privilege of the student and must be their command at all times. Here I will tell you something that should be very encouraging to you. Every student who is struggling to reach the light is being tempered just like the best steel, so that it lasts the longest time, endures everything best, and is the strongest. This is what the experience of life brings to the individual. When one longs to be liberated and troubling experiences continue to appear, these are nothing but the strengthening of the character to give it the final, perfect, and eternal mastery over all outer things. You can, therefore, with this understanding, rejoice in the experience, since it is turning you back to the glorious, marvelous I am presence to bask in it. Thus, beloved student, do not despair in the midst of experiences that appear to weigh upon you. Face them with rejoicing, because every step forward leads to the eternal goal and does not have to be repeated. Let the student always remember to use the following affirmation. I am the strength, the courage, the power to advance through all experience. whatever it may be, and I remain joyful, uplifted, full of peace and harmony at all times by the glorious presence that I am. For the athlete, the moment before the race is full of glorious anticipation, but as they approach the goal and the adversary draws near, they put forth all their final efforts. Their breath runs short, and with the last leap, they reach the line of victory. The same thing occurs with students on the path. You know that with the practice of the I Am presence, they cannot fail. So all that is left is to tighten the belt, arm oneself for whatever is necessary, and wave goodbye to the adversary. But more fortunate than the athlete is the student who knows from the beginning that they cannot fail, because I am the inexhaustible and intelligent energy sustaining me. The power of precipitation is within the I Am presence. This must be remembered at all times. I am the vital principle in this my body. Everywhere, even in the heart of God, I am the governing intelligence of the universe. Therefore, when I wish to precipitate something, no matter what it is, I know that I am the acting power. I am the directing intelligence. I am the substance that is being used, and I now bring it into visible manifestation for my use. The R. Meditation on this phrase I have just expressed will allow the student to enter into this activity without tension or anxiety. What confronts the student in this matter of precipitation is the issue of money. The first question is always, how can one precipitate money without interfering with or surpassing the limit assigned by the national treasury? Since money was established as the standard of exchange, and with gold being, so to speak, what backs or supports this standard, that is the security for all issuance. It must be remembered that there have been innumerable disasters of every form, in which gold or remittances of money worth billions have been lost. In the same way, thousands of tons of gold from various countries have disappeared, submerged in the ocean and buried deep by cataclysms that have occurred. Therefore, since precipitation is done from the air, it is gold in its natural state, and it would have to be in enormous quantities for there to be a danger of passing the limit of legal permission for its use. Furthermore, gold is always legal in its use, and as the world has offered a premium for greater quantities of gold to be produced, why not precipitate it and thus benefit the world? Now, I do not hold myself responsible for the questions that will be asked of you when you present your precipitation of gold. You do not realize the extent of the curiosity of the outer mind as soon as attention is stirred regarding gold. Unless one is known to possess a mind from which to extract it, for example, the human mind ignites immediately. Every demand to inquire into the origin of your gold is a subtle form of investigation to discover your source and latch on. My opinion is that one should respond to these inquiries. This is gold. It does not concern you where I have acquired it. Test it, analyze it. If it is not 100% gold, you can reject it. And if it is pure gold, you are obligated to receive it by the law of your government. However, do not forget that the I Am presence is the one who governs it. It is the one who precipitates it and who makes it circulate without obstacles. Chapter 11. The god Himalayathus is the first time that the presence of this luminous entity is brought to the knowledge of the outer world. From him, the Himalaya mountains receive their names. Since they have been known, they have constituted a sacred and inflexibly maintained current of life. For this reason, those souls who entered into his radiation were elevated to union with his resplendent form, from where they have been sending their rays of activity to bless humanity. From this derives the great magnetism of Tibet. Just as the destiny of India and America has been interwoven like two vines that join the tree of life, so again comes the radiant help to fuse minds in harmony, so that their progress continues without interruption. Today, there are thousands, originally from India, who have reincarnated in America. Likewise, there are thousands of Americans being reborn in India to bring their blend and their balancing process to both sections of the earth. This great entity, who has been presented to you after many centuries in the great silence, takes this step forward to exercise the conscious process of spirit and manifestation, offering you the chalice of spiritual liquid fire, pouring it into the hearts of humanity to awaken in it a greater desire for light coming from the great source of light. I am God in action everywhere. The entry of this great presence into human activity will spread like a thread of light through all the Americas, and expanding its luminous presence like a mantle of golden snow gently falling. It will be absorbed by human minds, the majority of which will not realize it, although some will feel that penetrating inner presence. If those who are under this radiation continue in a beautiful and harmonious progress, it will be possible to bring to their attention certain activities of the nervous fluid that will hasten their mastery over the outer form, which means mastery over all the conditions that appear to imprison them. You must be alert, as must your disciples, to invert all negative conditions that appear to the senses. To give you an example, if you feel cold, invert the consciousness and assure yourself that this is not true and that the normal state is a comfortable temperature. If you feel hot, invert it with the consciousness of normal coolness. If you are exuberant with joy because of good news, you must say, "Peace, be still." It is not wise to force the balance, altering the law of rhythm. Decree calm, repose, and security. The ideal in all communications of the senses is to move in the middle way, equilibrium, maintaining the tranquil mastery of the I am. This will permit the establishment of a continuous fluidic current of energy and creative ideas coming from the heart of the great central sun, from where this great being, the god Himalaya, comes. This will also enable you to receive and use immensely more of the radiant energy that he emanates. The reason I have drawn your attention to him is so that you can receive that energy limitlessly. In addition to that which you draw by your conscious efforts, students must understand that the masters do not come to them on their own individual initiative, but that it is the masters who have chosen the students so that they may receive their radiation. It is a privilege that cannot be described in words. It can only be felt or seen. Furthermore, the mission of the master is not to assume your responsibilities nor solve your problems, but to communicate the intelligent understanding that the disciples can apply in their lives and thus solve their own problems. Thus they acquire the strength, courage, and confidence to continue step by step in the conscious mastery that dominates the self and the outer world. Upon reaching a moment in spiritual growth, we hear the students invoking us with great sincerity. Great masters, help us solve our problems. To give them encouragement and strength, I will tell you that they have not the slightest idea of the radiant presence of the masters pouring strength, courage, confidence, and light into them. The students are totally unconscious of this. There is only one way that everyone who possesses wisdom can employ to give permanent help to those brothers who ask for assistance, and that is to instruct them in these simple laws that will give them the victory and dominion over the self and the outer world. Because to do what these students ask, that is, to solve their problems for them, only manages to delay their progress and weaken them immensely. Only by decreeing their own strength are victories achieved and confidence gained, which cannot come in any other way. Thus the student enters into the fullness of their own powers. With the conscious practice of their mighty I Am presence, the student advances without any hesitation toward their goal of victory. The reason the student is not informed about the assistance that we masters are giving them is to prevent them from leaning on an outer support. It would be the greatest mistake we could make to do or say what would make our presence known, whereby the student would lean on us. Furthermore, the student has nothing to fear and must know that we always give them all possible assistance, and in accordance with the degree of advancement they are achieving. The I Am presence, the Ascended Host, and the Master Jesus are all one and the same. Through the use and recognition of the I Am presence, I assure you that you can positively produce any quality you wish to manifest in the outer consciousness. You only have to try it. What everyone needs to constantly remind the outer consciousness is that when one says, I am this or that, one is putting God into action, and that this is one's own individualized life. The life of the universe, the energy of the universe, the intelligence in the heart of the universe governing everything, absolutely everything. It is essential, vital, to constantly remind the outer consciousness of this truth. This consciousness produces the joyful enthusiasm that will continuously increase. At no time should there be a halt in the joy of this use, because it is absolutely the path of complete mastery. Students must realize that they are the conscious power that controls their lives and their worlds, and that they can fill them with any quality they need or desire. Those who suffer from intermittent physical disturbances should often become conscious of I am the perfectly controlled breath of my body, and in connection with this, they should do rhythmic breathing as often as they can. This will give them a balance of breath that is of immense help for the control of thought. A very important thing for sincere students is that they must avoid listening to disturbing and negative things. because these let in undesirable elements that infiltrate unconsciously, when it materially cannot be avoided. The following affirmation must be made: I am the guardian presence that instantly consumes everything that seeks to disturb me. Thus, not only does one protect oneself, but one will also help the other person. Although one should fear nothing, it is necessary to maintain a conscious guard until one has obtained sufficient mastery to control thoughts, feelings, and receptivity. Try to maintain yourself as much as possible in the joy and enthusiasm of the I Am presence. Give it all power and do not hold questions in your mind. Throw everything to the four winds, surrender everything to it, and await its magical revelations. The marvelous, miraculous presence is the one that can resolve all things, all problems, and answer all questions that need revelations and answers. A grandiose affirmation of immense help is, I am the miraculous presence working in everything that I need to have done. Those who meditate or contemplate what I or I am means receive results, revelations and blessings beyond all pondering. I am sure that your disciples will very soon begin to feel and manifest the extraordinary activity of this practice. I myself am already feeling it in you. While your body sleeps, there is on the higher planes a constant visiting and exchange of help. It is something of which your outer being can have no knowledge. The very moment you can quiet the outer mind and put it under control, such a quantity of revelations will come to you that they will tumble over each other in your mind. And knowing that I am the very essence of all that I desire, you already know that it is possible for you to produce in visible and tangible form anything you hold in your consciousness. In accordance with a prevailing need, the Master Himalaya wished to come to this plane. He brings a special blend of America and India, and that is why it is possible for him to appear here. As the inner presence enters into activity, all other activity ceases. It is logical and necessary because the activity obeys the I Am presence. A golden snow is scattered over the Americas by the presence to be absorbed, not only by individuals, but by the particles of the atmosphere. As soon as students voluntarily become focuses of this emanation, they are blessed and helped. It is necessary for students to understand that in certain national, as well as individual needs, the necessary qualities to move forward are lacking. This is the reason why special great entities come toward the earth. They have predominant qualities that the situation requires at a given moment. The students who can understand this will find a new element entering into their lives, which will benefit them greatly. The attitude of waiting or expectation is vital when one expects to receive something from the inner presence. It is a greatly beneficial faculty for one who cultivates it. For example, if we have made a project that we await with joy, we feel full of expectation. We can use this expectation, which is of great help for what we desire to manifest. If you call someone on the telephone so they will wait for you at a place in the city, you go out with the expectation of the meeting. Likewise, if you wish to know the masters, a requisite to achieve it is the expectation of seeing them. Why not? Put yourself in expectation now. Chapter 12. The experiences resulting from the apparent mysteries of life, when they are well understood, are blessings in disguise. Since any experience that makes us turn back to the one presence I Am, God in action, will have served us as a marvelous purpose and blessing. Unfortunate situations occur because people are always looking to external sources for their existence, inspiration, and also love, which is nothing but the Supreme Presence and its power in the universe. No matter what conditions we have to face, we must not lose the idea that love is the axis of the universe upon which everything revolves. This does not mean that we have to love in harmony, discord, or anything else that does not resemble the Christ. But we can love God in action, the I Am presence everywhere, for the opposite of hatred is love, and no one can hate without having first loved deeply. Every human being is a power and must be the governing principle of their life in their world. In the fact that within every human being is the I Am presence always acting, it can be seen that each one holds in their physical hands the scepter of dominion, and must remember that the invincible presence of God is at all times the intelligent activity of their world and their affairs. This keeps their attention away from the outer appearance, which never contains the truth, unless it is illuminated by the I Am presence. No matter what the problem to be solved may be, there is only one power, one presence, and one intelligence that can resolve it. That is the recognition of the presence of God, against which no outer activity can interfere, unless the attention separates consciously or unconsciously. from this recognition and acceptance of the supreme power of God. The vital principle, continuously active, is always trying to express itself in its natural perfection. But human beings, with their free will, consciously or unconsciously qualify it with all kinds of distortions. The individual who keeps their attention firm on the I Am presence, in God and with God, becomes an invincible power that no human manifestation can tear down. By becoming conscious of I am here, I am there, people appear who help us when this is necessary, since the I am is within those friends also. Liberation from all dominion or interference can only come through that presence. I am God in action in the life of the individual. Many times it requires great tenacity to hold on to the presence. When appearances seem to be dominating, there is an old refrain that says, "No one has failed as long as they do not give up." This is true, because as long as an individual unites with God as their governing intelligence, there is no human activity that can interfere with the great emanation that flows around one. Through the centuries, humanity has given its attention to appearances, thus inviting all kinds of discord and distress. But today there are thousands who are coming to the understanding that the presence of God within them is absolutely invincible, to the point of finding themselves continually raised above the injustice, discord, and inharmony of the outer creation. As long as humans do not learn to keep their attention on the I Am presence or inner God, they will find themselves surrounded by the undesirable, but by means of this I Am presence, each one has the power to rise above the discord and disturbance of that outer creation. At first, it is difficult to stand firm when the apparent storm clouds weigh heavily, but the dynamic activity of the attention fixed on the inner God presence is like the lightning bolt that penetrates and dissolves the threatening tempest. As one advances, one feels more and more invincible before the human creation that causes so many disturbances. The phrase of Jesus, "Know the truth and it shall make you free," was undoubtedly one of the greatest and simplest truths. For the great basis is knowing that this great truth to which he referred was the remembrance of the invincible presence of the inner God. If you know that, and are sure of it, and repeat it on every occasion, then you do know that you have the presence within you. The next step is to determine, I am the illuminating presence, by which nothing that I need to know can be withheld from me, since I am the wisdom. I am the revealing power that brings everything before me so that I can understand and act accordingly. It is very easy. Once it has been understood that I am the only intelligence and the only presence acting, to see how you hold the scepter in your physical hands, and through this I am presence can compel everything you need to know to be revealed to you. And I assure you that this in no way interferes with the free will of any other individual, and that there is no error or any harm in claiming and asking for that which is one's own. For in doing this, one is not interfering with anyone. If at any time someone tries to take from us what belongs to us, we have the right to command through the I Am presence that the whole picture be adjusted, or that what is ours be returned to us. In this we must be very careful that when we set the divine law in love, and divine justice begins to manifest, we do not fill ourselves with pity and interrupt the action of the law. When human beings are governed entirely by their outer self and do not think of the power of God that gives them life, they very easily commit all kinds of injustices. But this does not mean that we are going to allow them to do so in our own world. No, especially when we know that we have the power of God to command and ask for correction and justice everywhere. I am going to cite an example. One of my students was going through a problem, and she, being very spiritual, I told her to affirm her rights and justice. She followed my advice, and things began to happen to those who wanted to act unjustly toward her. Out of the kindness of her soul, she began to regret it and to wish that she had not asked for justice. She came to me and said, "What should I do?" And I answered her, "Stand firm in the decree that you have made. You are not responsible for the lessons that the individuals who have harmed you have to learn. So let them receive their lessons and do not allow this to disturb you." When human beings begin to act wrongly, at this moment and minute they set in motion the great universal law of retribution, and cannot avoid that retribution striking them someday, somewhere, just as they cannot stop the action of the planets. For the innocent victim, the retribution seems to take a long time to appear, but the later it is, the more powerful is its action when it arrives. There is no human being who can avoid this law. Many students have believed that something bad can be sent to them by another, but I assure you it is not so. The only way is by giving way to undesirable thoughts, thus letting in hatred, criticism, and condemnation. Then, if one has done this, one will have generated that very thing one believes in. One who knows the power of God within oneself has no reason to fear anything from anyone. Each one can experience, if they wish, the fullness of the activity of God in their life and their world. It is simply a matter of choosing what you want to have. If you want peace and harmony, know this: I am the power that produces it. If you want adjustments in your affairs, know the following: I am the intelligence and the power that produces them, and no other outer activity can prevent me. In the apparent mystery of the unceasing activity of life, there is the mighty I Am presence, always ready to bless you with inconceivable grace, if you allow it. And how do you allow it? By the joyful acceptance of this mighty presence and this great power in you. And do not hesitate to invoke it to act even in the smallest details of your daily life, no matter how insignificant they may seem to you, for there is no other energy in the universe that acts through your consciousness, your mind, your body, and your world. Say often, in everything you want done, I am the presence. This opens the channel for the power of God to act, bringing you what is just. Have no commiseration for the external, which in its ignorance proceeds wrongly, whether it be in you or in another. Remain calm and serene, knowing that God is the only intelligence and power acting in your world and your affairs. I am in you is the self-sustained strength and healing, manifesting in your mind and your body. This keeps you in a higher attunement. Face God, and the energy will always surge forth to set every situation in order. People who understand this law are not subject to injustice or the conditions that the outer self of others tries to impose on them. Remind the outer mind of this often. Always be sure that within you there is only the presence and the power of God acting in you and in your affairs. Repeat in many circumstances that there is nothing hidden that shall not be revealed to me. How different is this aspect from the one that occultists impose by not allowing their canons to be revealed? This affirmation is very necessary, nor should you forget that in the face of what third parties do, the safeguard is to fill them with divine love, violet flame, rose, etc. When people try to enjoy doing some evil and injustice to another, they do not succeed, for they always lose some faculty by means of which they could have enjoyed it. Others have the same privilege that you have to align with God, and if they do not do so, that is not your business. God is the omniscient presence and power that knows and discovers all things. You can say for another, Beloved, I am presence in this individual. I invoke your conscious power, your perfection, your wisdom, and your directing intelligence to cause everything to be adjusted for them and for them to receive the peace and rest they so greatly need. I am the presence that commands and directs that this be done now. Raise their consciousness into the incandescent light in which they may see and know the repose and beauty that are theirs by their own creation and service. It is a mistake to allow pity to drag us into getting involved in very destructive conditions. Take the stance of, I am the only presence acting there. To help those who have passed on, disembodied, I am the presence that holds that person in the sphere to which they belong, teaching and illuminating. If the student achieves the correct idea of filling their own divine self with love, they will receive total relief from all discord. To perfect conditions, say, I am the presence commanding and healing this situation. Humanity in general, and doctors in particular, have distorted things pitifully. The individual who wishes to ascend to the I Am presence and live there needs the energy that they precisely waste. Doctors are responsible in large part for this terrible condition, because they teach and advocate for the exaltation of the sexual appetite, which is the greatest channel of waste that humanity has. This is what makes it impossible to hold on to the I Am presence sufficiently to achieve mastery. It is 95% of the cause of old age, the loss of sight, hearing, and memory, since these faculties cease to function when the current of vital energy stops flowing to the cellular structure of the brain mass. But individuals do not receive this well until they learn it through hard knocks. The will can do nothing without this vital energy. This energy that man wastes is the force that would allow them to unite firmly with the I Am presence. It is the life needed to hold on to the presence of God, I Am. When the outer self has spent centuries using its life force to create wrong conditions, that waste becomes an open and constant drain against the individual consciousness. There is only one way to change that which has been built through that erroneous channel, which keeps the being bound to misuse and wrong manifestation. It is that every time the occasion or the expression of the false concept presents itself, to instantly direct the thought to the higher self. Many people have the belief that one can control sexual desire by pure force of will, forcing oneself to dominate the impulse, be it sexual or for alcohol or cigarettes, drugs, or any defect. This is of no use because what is gained is repression, which forces it to erupt in another way. The only thing is to change the attention and get out of there in the following way. I am the presence that changes this, and changes it now, because the action of God is always instantaneous. In every wrong condition, the first thing is to invoke the law of forgiveness and the transmuting violet flame. Remember that by setting something in motion or energizing it, it acts instantly. When I Am is used, the power of God is set in motion and acts. Perhaps one of the most lamentable states in which a human being has to live is the so-called legal right to keep another being bound to sexual activity, when the latter already wants to free themselves and get out from under it. For even in the ignorance of the outer mind, there are natures that have a powerful development of the activity of love. Pure love never acts below the heart. True love never requires sexual contact of any kind. The great ascended host of light is always with those who wish to act righteously. Send them your thoughts, and you will receive their help. You possess an invulnerable and invincible power if you are one of those who know and practice the I Am presence. The law of forgiveness is the open door to reach the heart of God. It is the tonal note, the axis of the universe. Here are the deepest points of this talk. Do not use them to teach beginners, for they will not understand them. Chapter 13. I am the resurrection and the life. I am the energy you use in every action. I am the light illuminating every cell of your being. I am the intelligence, the wisdom, directing every one of your efforts. I am the omnipresent substance without limit which you can use and bring into form. I am your strength, your perfect understanding. I am your ability to apply it constantly. I am the truth that gives you perfect freedom now. I am the open door to the light of God that never fails. I give thanks. I have entered into this light fully, using perfect understanding.
I am your sight, which sees all things visible and invisible.
I am your hearing, listening to the bells of freedom which I have now. I am your ability to feel the most intoxicating fragrance at will. I am the totality of all perfection you may desire to manifest. I am the total understanding, power, and use of all this perfection. I am the total revelation and use of all the powers of my being which I am. I am love, the mighty driving power behind all action. I wish to give the students under this radiation the most loving warning to watch their emotions, so that at no time do they accept a feeling of envy of the progress another achieves. Every student must always remind themselves, whatever it may be, that the other students are not their concern except to know that I am the presence of God there in action. For a student to wonder and question in their mind about the progress of another greatly retards their own evolution, and under no aspect is it admissible. Every student must understand that their only concern is to harmonize, quicken, and expand their own mind and their world. Once students understand that the only imperative demand of the great law of their being is the harmony of their mind and feelings, perfection will manifest rapidly. If this is not maintained, they will not be able to pass beyond a certain degree of progress. As soon as students realize this and begin to use the I Am presence, commanding the harmony and silence of their outer activity, they will realize that they can see, feel, and be the perfection they have so desired. When students and friends have a deep and sincere love for each other, that love is the greatest blessing and the most stimulating power. This is a way for the student to constantly examine themselves, to evaluate the power that is acting in them. If one feels critical, curious, or inharmonious toward a person, condition, place, or thing, it is the sure sign that the outer self is acting, and the attitude to take is to correct oneself immediately. Everyone, especially students, must understand that the only thing they have to do is feel, see, and be perfection in their own world. This is extremely important, and it is the reason why I am stressing it so much at this juncture. Because when students begin to experience unusual manifestations, at first there are sometimes temptations to think thus: I can use the law better than this other person. This, you know without having to be told, is a mistake. One cannot use the affirmation I am for long, even intellectually, without beginning to feel a deeper conviction each time that I am all things. Think often what these two marvelous words mean, and always join with their use the affirmation, when I say I am setting in motion the limitless power of God in the expression with which I joined I am. In the biblical declaration, before Abraham was, I am. Abraham represents the outer expression of life, and I am represents the principle of life, which was the expression through Abraham. Thus, there was perfection of life before any manifestation occurred, and thus is life without beginning and without end. My beloved student, my heart rejoices greatly at the closeness with which some of you are feeling the conviction of the majestic presence, I am, which you are. Do everything possible to feel calmly, serenely, and if you cannot see it otherwise, close your eyes and see perfection everywhere. More and more proofs of the marvelous presence of this truth will come to you. You will hear, feel, see, and experience that wonder of wonders that as children you have lived, and the miracles performed. Descriptions and explanations of the use of this mighty presence I am have been written for your benefit. You who hold fast to the truth will arrive at the triple action of seeing, hearing, and experiencing these so-called miracles. Miracles until you understand the way in which they are produced. Afterward, they will be for you simple truths that you can apply forever. Once understood, with all my centuries of experience,
I can only say to you by way of encouragement
that my heart overflows with joy at your approach to taking the scepter of dominion. Advance, my brave one. Do not hesitate. Grasp your scepter of dominion. Raise it, because I am the scepter, the inextinguishable flame, the dazzling light, the perfection that you once knew. Come, let me hold you in my strong embrace, that where there have been two for so long, there may be only one. I am, the wise one, the builder, the perfection expressed now. Once again I speak to the individuals who want to have their problems solved. There is only one presence in the universe that can and always does solve any problem, and that is the I am presence, present everywhere. Beloved, let me tell you with all affection, it is of no value to try to solve only one problem, for where there was one, a dozen may appear. But when you know that the perfect attitude is to enter into the I am presence, and that it is the indisputable resolver of every problem, you will make all problems disappear as certainly as I speak to you. Because when you live in the I am presence constantly, calmly, and with sufficient determination, instead of having many problems where one had not been resolved, you will have entered the state where there are none. I command the power in these words today to carry to everyone who hears or reads them the true conviction and the understanding behind them. For the brain, I am the acceleration of the cells of this, my or your brain structure, causing it to expand and receive the intelligent direction of the mighty inner presence. You must know that you have the power to consciously qualify your thought in the way you desire through the I am presence. There is no one to tell you what you must do because you are a free being with free will. If you could be conscious of every thought that passed through your mind for 6 weeks, and kept it qualified with perfection, you would see the most surprising results. Say often, I am the inner master governing and controlling all my thought processes in the perfection of Christ, entirely as I wish them to be. Blessing and sustaining others in the light. When you bless others or visualize them in the light, there is a double activity of the quality you send. By doing this, the automatic result is a certain amount of protection, but the thought and quality in the light and the blessing are registered principally in our own consciousness, and at the same time intensify that quality in the person to whom it has been sent. Take the eternal position that I am what I want to be. You must use the I am presence consciously always. Rarely, even among students, has it been deeply understood what the I am presence means. Only occasionally has a true understanding of the I am emerged, except in the retreats of the Ascended Masters. Jesus was the first to give it emphasis in the outer world. I seriously insist that you give no consideration to the time element. The manifestation comes instantly when you give the I am presence sufficient freedom. Go, apply, know, and let the I am presence take care of the time element. When you make a decree of the truth and hold on to it, you must receive. The outer has no power by itself. Your duty is simply to know that the I am presence is acting. Sometimes, without realizing it, the outer self is waiting for the time of manifestation. I can communicate to you the conviction and the feeling that when you command in the name of the I am presence, God Almighty moves into action. Remember always that when you are working with personalities, you are working with the outer human creation, and you have every right and power to command its silence and obedience, whether it be in your own outer self or in the other. If you could count to 10 before speaking, you would succeed in controlling every sudden impulse. And behind this there is an almighty law which can help the student immensely. When there is a sudden impulse, there is a release or rushing forth of accumulated energy. If there is anger, this energy is instantly qualified with anger or with destruction of some kind. The power of self-mastery would say, only the perfection of God goes forth. This would handle any condition of uncontrolled impulse with which the individual struggles. When the student has already let out something that is not desirable, what must be done is to consciously consume it instantly. The continuous use of God bless this, directed toward inanimate things, brings astonishing realizations. The easy way to see and feel perfection is by qualifying every thought and feeling that goes forth with perfection. When the impulse comes to do anything, instantly qualify it with perfection. Story of the locomotive in a small town. The whistle is the warning, the I am is the control of the locomotive. The ordinary human being would not think of running over children and killing them. However, they release badly qualified energy by means of thought, feeling, and words, which kill the highest impulses in others. If your personality is not controlled and governed, it has the same qualities as all other personalities, but your I am presence is the perfect control of it. There is nothing more tragic in the world than a person who holds a thought of limitation about another human being. A thought of imperfection directed toward a sensitive person sometimes limits them for years, and many times the results are very tragic. We must all give everyone their freedom mentally. If you speak of freedom for yourself, make sure and give it first to everyone. When there is a condition in another that you wish to help, use the following. I am the perfect manifestation there. The principle of energy and substance is the same. Substance has energy within it naturally. The heart or center of substance is intelligent action. Vibration in its natural state is always pure. Vibration is energy in action and must be qualified. The pulsation in all substance is the breath of God acting. Think when you breathe, I am the perfect energy of every breath I breathe. I am the pure atmosphere of my world. Form the habit of constantly qualifying your world with perfection. The old habit of thinking imperfections has filled your world in the past. Now the important thing is to be conscious that all the time you are filling your world with perfection. The first thing you are to do in the morning is to stand up and say with feeling, I am the presence filling my world with perfection this day. Do not concern yourself with personalities, assuming the position of I am perfection acting through any official impels the I am the power and action there. The first thing in the morning, say I qualify everything in my world this day with perfection because I am perfection. I qualify this mind and body with absolute perfection, and I refuse to accept anything else. I am the miracle, and I am the presence, compelling its manifestation through divine love. Wisdom and Power, Chapter 14. Faith, Hope, Charity. I wish to call attention now to the active presence of faith, hope, and charity. In this consideration, we will think of faith as the conquering, emanating power. Hope is the open door through the veil, acting in the pure presence. Charity, as the determination not to think evil, not to speak evil, not to see evil, not to hear evil, not to feel evil. Students must always watch the inner activity of the outer mind and not allow themselves to be deceived by its action. This may sound like a paradox, but it is not, and it is more important than it seems upon first examination. If a feeling of resistance of any kind is lurking in the consciousness, tear it out by the root, for you know that it belongs to the outer and will impede the path of your achievement as long as you do not uproot it. Maintaining a sweet and tranquil disposition before all things is the sure route to self-control and absolute mastery, indispensable for the achievement of everything you wish to attain. The Cosmic Masters, Faith, Hope, and Charity. In calling your attention to these three principles, always active in the life of humanity, I want to assure you that these are not only qualities within you, but that they are beings of great light and advancement who are also known as faith, hope, and charity. The students and individuals who make a conscious effort to cultivate and expand these qualities in their worlds will perceive that they obtain great assistance from these powerful and conscious beings, from whose names the individualizations of these qualities proceed. These are cosmic, self-conscious, and intelligent beings, whose special action toward humanity is to encourage and expand these qualities. Therefore, make the students understand that this is more than a phrase or expression from the scriptures. At this time, these great ones have come out of the cosmic silence because of the need for faith, hope, and charity in the minds and hearts of humanity. The sinister force that would have destroyed confidence, hope, and charity in the minds of all peoples is condemned to fail. From an apparently evil activity, a great good is going to come. As the hypnotic force that was generated has spent itself, many humans are asking themselves what motivated them to do certain things. After all, their very rebellion will generate the force that will be used to correct the conditions. God, who is progress, knows no defeat in anything. Let the students always remember this, which will help them maintain the peace and balance of mind that is so needed. The majestic being, charity, has a natural consuming force to dissolve and annihilate hatred, criticism, and condemnation, and uses the cosmic rays as the balancing force in the ethers from which human beings draw their breath and sustenance. So, in spite of themselves, they are absorbing the fire of these rays. You know that when a person is fainting, one often holds salts or ammonia under their nose. This is what is really happening under the noses of humanity. It is breathing now in this consuming presence. Ask the students not to discuss this fact with non-believers, but it is vital that they understand it. Here is something I want to stress to the students seriously. There are innumerable useful means of assistance for the serious and sincere student, many of which are completely unknown to them, but, nevertheless, they will take advantage of them if their desire for the light is sincere, to free oneself from concern about everything and to center joyfully and determinedly on that one mighty presence, which I am, provides us with a continuous flow of victories. No effort made in the name and presence which I am can ever fail, but one must keep advancing from one victory to another, until reaching and being able to use the scepter of one's complete dominion. I wish to encourage and strengthen the progressive and important consciousness of the law of forgiveness. The correct way to call the law of forgiveness into action is to say, I am the law of forgiveness and the consuming flame of all inharmonious action and human consciousness. This sets the complete action in motion. When we use the affirmation, I call on the law of forgiveness, we are not always completing the action, because we need to be conscious of who and where that intelligence is that authorizes it to be carried out. When I observe the students, I find that it is important to keep insisting on the use of the I am presence frequently, because it is already doing notable things for them. My own self rises up when I see among the students whose attention is maintained with determination on the I am presence, how they become powerful magnets for the light, and how it hastens to envelop each one in the same way that a mother envelops her beloved child. If they could see and realize this for a moment, their determination would surge forth in a conquering flame from which one cannot desist. The time is opportune, and I send to you and to each one of the students a conscious sphere of light, enveloping the heart and brain of each one so that they may receive more continuously the conscious blessing of the mighty I am presence. I believe that the majority of them will feel this. Whether they feel it or not, nothing can interfere with this action of blessing. To those blessed ones who sometimes find disturbance in their home, I suggest that they use this affirmation and feel it deeply. I am the conquering presence commanding peace, love, and harmony in my home and environment. Anyone who uses this with determination can have a harmonious, peaceful, and loving atmosphere in their home. Some will need to act with great impetus to experience its continuous action. Many times they will obtain immediate results. To elaborate this in the consciousness is to recognize the I am presence as the governing power in their homes, because it is naturally the governing presence. If students, and individuals in general, who have difficulty in maintaining self-control, will sit silently for 5 minutes, feeling deeply and thinking to themselves, I am loving charity, they will find a feeling of great relief. For fainting, you know that the individual never faints. Only the personality does that. Therefore, if someone who has this habit takes the determined position that I am the dominant presence that forbids this foolishness, and I maintain control of my mind and my body eternally, they will control it forever. When one begins to feel the smallest symptom, one quickly becomes conscious that I am the dominant presence, and I maintain my consciousness here. One has to understand that by commanding the I am presence, one has absolute control of the body. The more this is used, the more rapidly the manifestation will be made. Question: if the great central sun is the heart center of the infinite, where is that which is the brain center? Answer: in the pure state, in the infinite as in the finito, where there is no imperfection, the activity of the brain and the heart becomes one. Because the driving force of all activity that goes forth is love from the heart. Therefore, in the pure state, the heart and the brain are synonymous because love, wisdom, and power are contained in divine love. Infinite energy is always present, waiting to be used, but it acts in the life of an individual only under their conscious command. One reaches such progress that things happen so rapidly that it seems they are automatic. But it is not so. Absolutely, there is only one path to self-conscious mastery, and that is that of the conscious direction of the eternal energy toward everything you desire. This now brings us to another vital point. Desire is an indirect action of attention, but desire sustained by the determined use of attention causes it to become an invincible manifestation. This will give you a slight idea of how important it is that conscious direction be united with desire. The conscious use of the I am presence, as well as the consciously directed use of this energy toward an achievement, must always be a joyous effort. Never, and under no aspect, should it be like a labor or a strain, because when you decree, I am the presence, the intelligence, directing this energy toward a determined purpose, You are setting the law in motion in a perfect, easy, calm way, and you do not need any effort such as pulling your hair out. Therefore, it must always be a calm, serene, and determined procedure. It must be understood that the student never chooses the master, but it is the master who chooses the student, and if the latter understood this, the results would appear sooner. To contact the Ascended Masters, use I am the presence preparing the way and bringing the visible contact with the beloved Ascended Masters. With the use of the I am presence, you have complete dominion and unlimited control over all disturbing conditions. When you speak in the I am presence, you are speaking in the presence that the Ascended Being is. You must understand deeply that when you say, I am, this is the complete power of God acting, and that it knows no failure whatsoever. Chapter 15. From the glorious fullness of the light and the omnipresent substance of God comes the abundance of all things. The student who is strong and firm enough to stand only with their mighty I am presence, who never divides the presence and power of God, even for a single instant, will find themselves ascending constantly toward that mighty perfection, forever free from all sense or recognition of any limitation. The student who can remain undivided within this mighty presence is very fortunate. For the benefit of some of the students who are very sincere and yet are, without knowing it, allowing their attention to turn away from this whole presence, I wish to expose some facts without any intention of interfering with the free will of the individual. The documents I will cite are in our possession and cover these last 100 years. Today, I wish to speak to you about the deception of astrology. No living being can pay attention to astrology and, at the same time, enter into the presence of the I am and remain there. Beneath the present use of astrology lies the human desire and the opportunity to justify and gratify outer desires. Let me expose a terrifying fact to you which is in our files. There is no thing or phase of study that has caused more failure and more indirect crimes than the present deception of astrology. In recent years, there was in the city of Chicago a splendid student of metaphysics who, by consciously accepting the deception of his horoscope, was driven to suicide. What humanity needs most, and students above all, is the firm rock and the consciousness of the mighty I am presence upon which to remain safe and free from the abysses that constitute outer machinations. Students do not need to know the negative decrees of a future death or the so-called force of the bad star of destiny. They should only give credit to the invincible I am presence that permeates all, which is the one and all life of your being, toward which your attention needs to be directed and held firmly. In the I am presence, there is no height that the student cannot reach. But if they distract their attention with astrology, numerology, and the many ologies of today, there will be no abyss into which they do not fall. The present use of astrology bears no resemblance to the use it had centuries ago. Then, it did not transmit negative declarations of any kind. The great harm of the attention fixed on it is that students accept the negative declarations much more than they wish to admit. The negative, sinister force generated by humanity in the world always avails itself of things like these to obtain and hold the attention, especially that of the student who is progressing, and thus keep them in what pulls them down instead of ascending them. Where there is a horoscope that indicates someone's death, several minds fix on that idea, and indirectly a true crime is committed, and so subtle that the individuals would be horrified if it were demonstrated to them that they took part in it. But that is the truth. If you could see for one day, from the great inner point of view, the destructive force generated and used through the present use of astrology, you would flee from it as from a venomous viper waiting to bite you to introduce death into your veins. I tell you, beloved student, in the name of your light and progress and of all progress, to remain within your own mighty I am presence. Do not let your attention be captured or divided by any external thing, if you wish to avoid the wheel of incarnation indefinitely. From the great love of my heart, seeing and knowing from the inner point of view, which you cannot do yet. I insist that you avoid everything that has the flavor of a negative expression or condition. Then you will ascend on the wings of your mighty I Am presence to the eternal freedom and blessing of the perfect, eternal, and limitless light. As I said, I do not wish in any way to interfere with your free will, but the doors of eternal freedom are open before you if you believe in the truth that I have stated, which will help you enter through those doors and receive the eternal blessing of the light that awaits to envelop you. If there are conditions in your life, home, environment, of which you wish to be rid, command, through the I Am presence, that they be dissolved and consumed before its mighty light and power. Beloved student who finds yourself under this radiation, we will not discuss this point again with you. May the I Am presence within you enable you to see the light and the truth of what I have said. I have seen within you the glorious light that can be accelerated into a dazzling radiation, which will allow you to express perfection. Therefore, I have offered you my humble assistance of my own free will. But if the personality persists in letting its attention rest on anything other than the mighty I Am presence, which I know is the most powerful and the only elevating presence and resolver of all problems, then my humble efforts will have been in vain. I assure you, my beloved, that you have reached a point from which you must go up or down. With your determined attention and recognition constantly maintained on the mighty I Am presence, there is no condition, force, or presence on earth or in heaven that can prevent the marvelous and glorious achievement of eternal freedom and perfection, if you do not have within you that which causes the feeling and which speaks to you about the great divine love that enables me to express this truth to you for your protection. Then we must wait until the truth of it appears within you. Once students and individuals have learned and recognized the mighty I Am presence, and then let their attention be caught or placed on external things, whether consciously or unconsciously, which makes little difference, they will be deliberately turning their back on the presence, which is the source of their being and life within them. I declare with all the love of my being that I am the presence that enables you to see and feel this truth and to stand by and within it for the sake of your own marvelous progress. Those who stand firm and are sufficiently convinced of that mighty presence will find abundant proofs that will come into their experience by means of its unlimited power and intelligence. Beloved student, many hands of the Ascended Host are extended toward you to give you their assistance as soon as you can keep your attention undivided on the active presence of God in you and firmly resist the influence of all outer appearance. Truth is mighty and it prevails. Feel its majestic presence all the time. It is a mistake for the student to feel disillusioned because a certain thing on which they have worked does not manifest instantly when they have not yet generated the great power and sufficient activity to produce it rapidly. The attention must always be on the I Am alone. Suppose I decreed, I am the mighty I Am presence in action, and then, an hour later, I let my attention be fixed on an unfavorable horoscope or on an external condition that indicates some kind of disaster. Do you not see how that would nullify the decree which unleashes the power of freedom made by me? Jesus said, "Ye cannot serve two masters." This means that you cannot divide the attention because you must stop, look, and listen. I tell you, you cannot progress if you give power to anything other than your mighty I Am presence. Unfortunately, what happens with many students is that they do not hold firmly enough to the mighty truth of their being for sufficient time to gain the momentum and necessary strength to remain immovable before the pull of outer suggestion and appearance. The strange thing to me is that when the student's attention has been given to the almighty power of the I Am presence, which is the only active principle of life that God in action has within and around them, they cannot see that when their attention is fixed on outer things, They are dividing the power and are retarding the magnificent activity and the realization, which otherwise the I Am presence would attract. However, having gone through the same, we have the infinite patience to wait until the beloved student can grasp their scepter of dominion of this mighty I Am presence and hold it. I can bring you documents of the most terrifying things, of the crimes that day by day have been committed through the suggestion of astrology. The suggestion given sets the law in action to fulfill it. When your attention is on something, you instantly put the power within you into it. If astrologers do not stop holding the thought of death over so-and-so, for example, she will die. This is criminal. So-and-so is a child of God and has the right to live here as long as has been decreed. There are crimes much worse than physical murder, which do not even compare because they are committed deliberately by people who know what they are doing. There is a sure, infallible action of the law, and it is that those who do things must pay the penalty of a similar experience. For negative suggestions from others say, I am the presence annulling all this so that it cannot affect me, nor my home or world. To consciously dissipate something that has been said in your presence is the easiest thing in the world. Simply say, I am the only presence acting here. For anything you do not wish to continue, say, through the presence that I am, this thing will cease now and forever. Act as if you were going to crash against a wall to tear it down. When you really feel and are resolved to do something, you release the power that does the thing. Try to realize the unlimited power at your service. In sight and hearing there is feeling, because we can hear and see without needing to use either the faculties of sight or hearing. When one becomes furious, one instantly pierces other spheres of that same quality, and an accumulation of the same kind filters in vertiginously. Jealousy is the open channel through which all kinds of destructive activities precipitate. Things that are done consciously have much more power. When energy is released, it acts because the individual has set it in motion, and it makes no distinction between the king and the bootblack. When the feelings are excited, they are accepting at that instant. You can sit and listen to a destructive conversation without being affected, as long as you control the feeling in the solar plexus. Nothing can enter your world unless it is invited. Nothing good has ever come out of gambling. Mrs. X at one time had a marvelous power and influence around her. She began to gamble, and not only lost her power, but all her money as well. Is it not better to maintain oneself in the I Am presence than in a channel of gambling? Anything that attracts your attention is a subtle activity of the outer to snatch your freedom from you. To obtain financial freedom, I am the riches of God flowing to my hands and use which nothing can stop. Say frequently, the I Am presence governs every existing channel in manifestation. It governs all. Experience of a student. The student had heard and seen an explosion of light while the physical body slept. If he had said consciously, when he heard the explosion, I absorb into my mind and my body the force of the explosion of light, he would have received its benefits. In such experiences, the important thing is that the student be alert so that, in every manifestation, they are conscious of the absorption of its power. Rejoice that the mighty power of the I Am presence acting gives you its strength and power. Command the outer memory to retain and bring to the outer consciousness everything you wish to know. When you use the I Am presence, you have set the law in motion, and it cannot fail. God acts only through the consciousness of individuals. If it were otherwise, he would not have them here. God can act in the physical world only through his individualizations, and even all of nature is governed by individual intelligence. The soil, the plants, everything absolutely. All the force and energy that is needed for a given purpose is omnipresent when it is released by the I Am presence. Therefore, through the use of the I Am presence, you can release power of which you still have no conception. During the War of 1914 to 1918, when Foch said, "They shall not pass," he released the power by which the decree was fulfilled. He had been praying for more than an hour, and when he came out, he was so charged with that energy that when he pronounced the command, it became the governing presence in the atmospheric condition around him, and God acted. The words, "They shall not pass," form a decree. This is dynamic, powerful, real, and releases its tremendous power. There is only one power that acts. Give it complete freedom. Stand with it and let it act. Stand in it and with it. There is no other power to act. Advance constantly, like a glacier coming down from the mountain. You go forward firmly and are gaining a momentum that nothing can resist. It is an impulse, a power, and an infallible means of realization of all good things. This is the only path to permanent dominion. For cleaning, use frequently. I am the presence here that maintains my clothes and home immaculate. After a time, the force becomes so powerful that it instantly consumes or repels anything unwanted. The more consciously you act on a thing, the more concentrated it becomes. When you say, "The presence that I am charges this thing with power, energy, love, etc." You can charge water so powerfully that it will boil with the power of the energy concentrated there. Do not let anything question in your mind whether the command worked or not. Every time you command, say, "I know that it is acting with full power." You must know what I am means. What I am is for you, all. What I am is for you, singular. What with I am you can do. Understand this and hold on firmly with inflexible determination. Within you is the strength and the power to do this, and if you maintain yourself in this mighty I am presence, great assistance will be given to you. Chapter 16, Thanksgiving Day. Personal ray of Jesus and other created rays. The first activity is that of the divided rays going forth into individualization, into visible expression. When I speak of the individual or visible expression, I use that term for the physical activity, not that it is not always visible, because it is. But for those in the physical form, I speak of it as visibility. Thus then, you will see the nature of your being as the ray of light that you are, as the natural quality of life that you so desire. The day is rapidly approaching in which many, very many students will begin to use the rays of light of which they form a part, especially the ray of vision and of light. Even in the physical world today, properties and uses of these rays are being discovered. These are activities that, although strange to the visible activity, are natural to the inner presence. In truth, the way these rays are used at present is rudimentary, but only another step is required to carry them through the veil. The power of the I am. Presence and intelligence to use these rays will always be infinitely more powerful than any mechanical plan in which they are being used. However, for the student who has not yet found the ability to use these rays, the scientist's experience will be a marvelous stimulus to discover the astonishing ability the individual has to use them. It is very important to know that there are natural rays that penetrate through the atmosphere or etheric belt into the atmosphere of the earth. In saying natural, I refer to the rays projected by the Godhead or Great Central Sun, which in recent years have been made permanent. Then there are the created rays, which were created and projected by the ascended host, by those who have ascended in body. These latter are the most potent of all the rays because they are consciously manipulated. The rays that scientists are contacting are the natural rays, which have a certain natural potency. The preparation of anxious students, who can be raised and instructed on the use of these rays, is very necessary, as has been exposed in the magic presence. Among you there are those who can do this, and as they are prepared with a determined constancy to the light, more and more of the law will be revealed to them concerning the use of these potent forces. I feel an immense joy in the possibilities that you and other students have. I trust that you will find within yourself that strength and constant determination to hold fast to the outer and inner work that is being done for you, with a joyous feeling of certainty in the unlimited powers that true freedom brings. From time to time, I have endeavored to give you a word of encouragement and, through this, to envelop you in the radiation of strength that is bold and fearless in the light. The loving, joyous stillness in the attitude of the students is marvelously encouraging, because the expectant attitude is the correct attitude to be maintained. I suggest that those who are having unpleasant experiences consciously withdraw all power they have been giving to these conditions, without knowing it. When it is necessary to discuss some condition to understand it, thereafter immediately withdraw any power that has been given to it, and then know that I am the harmonious presence that always prevails over whatever the condition may be. I will repeat again something that I have intimated previously, but which has only been partially absorbed. Anyone, especially the student, who has experienced inharmony or limitation in their mind, home, or world, can, with a persistent and untensed effort, holding with determination to the following decree, keep their home free from anything undesirable. I am the governing presence directing in perfect divine order, commanding harmony, happiness, and the presence of God's opulence in my mind, my home, and my world. When I say, I am the governing presence, I have the complete conscious certainty that I have set in motion all the power and intelligence of God to produce the desired conditions, and that these will be self-sustained. Seems to me that you have not clearly understood that when you use the expression, I am the presence in my mind, home, and world, you are not only commanding the conquering presence of this activity through your own consciousness, but you are also invoking the assistance of the presence of God, or I am, in the home and world of whoever contacts it. This is vital for the student to understand. Do not be discouraged if you do not see the immediate manifestation of this harmony you desire. Keep feeling the conquering presence I am. Do you not see that when you are in this consciousness, only the presence of which you are conscious acts? All other activity of the outer that is not desirable is only a distorted activity of this mighty energy. Therefore, when you say, I am the conquering presence, I command this I am presence to govern perfectly my mind, home, affairs, and world. You have released the greatest decree that can be made, and you only have to feel the sustaining power of this when you face any appearance. Thus you will find perfection manifested in your mind, home, and world. I desire that you read this special part each day so that you maintain before you the mighty truth that sustains these affirmations. Now we come to a vital point, that of the personal ray or rays sent by Jesus directly. Many will ask, why is Jesus special? I answer, because humanity has been taught to fix its attention on the presence of Jesus the Christ, and very few have the knowledge of the ascended host of the great masters of the Great White Brotherhood, who wield unlimited power. You will have the personal ray of Jesus the Christ for the next 7 weeks. Those who can set aside any thought of other personalities and with open arms, speaking mentally, welcome these rays into the mind, home, and world of each one, will be able to find almost anything possible. I assure you that the idea of these personal rays of Jesus the Christ is not an imaginary thing, and you, our beloved messenger, have the personal thanks of Jesus the Christ for your bold position and the use of the ascended presence of Jesus Christ. Just as the messenger gives riches and wisdom and truth, so must the students, in their loving sincerity to the Master and through the I Am presence, work for the health and prosperity of the messengers. This would open doors to the student, which otherwise would not be possible. There are indications that some will soon receive revelations about a certain use of liquid light. I wish you to fix your attention on this so that, if you are prepared, you may receive them. Let me tell you that your correct attitude is to always rejoice in the advancement of your brother or sister. because each individual receives that which they need most at that determined time, and if one receives one thing, another may receive another. Therefore, at no time should you feel that you have to have the same thing that another person receives. I refer to Revelation. As no two people are the same or at the same degree of advancement, you can understand that each one cannot receive the same thing at the same time as another. The most marvelous attitude of the student is to continually bless and rejoice in any revelation that comes to their companion, thus keeping the door constantly open to that glorious inner presence. The so-called practical minds feel that there is nothing real except what they can feel and touch, but one cannot in any way receive anything of great magnitude from one's mighty inner presence unless one believes in the unlimited powers and laws of the individualized intelligence of God. The practical mind that forever doubts the things it cannot see still has a long way to go, unless it cuts off the doubts in the same way one prunes the undesirable branch from a tree. You know it is a good idea, after this branch has been cut, that you consume it in the consuming flame, so that it does not return again. It seems difficult for the student to realize the tremendous power that is the consciousness of this consuming presence. For some, it is difficult to remove from their thought that it is imaginary. But if they could see from the inner point, they would see that it has a mighty presence and power, and they are very real. I wish you for 2 minutes to feel this dazzling ray of light penetrating every atom of your being. There are certain activities that must be contacted by the inner presence before the outer attention rests on them. This is difficult for the student to understand. The student must first penetrate, and can only penetrate through their inner presence. A very simple but marvelous thing is to bless every night and morning that magnificent presence of life that animates the mind and body. It is a tremendous thing to feel deeply this thanksgiving for the presence of life, which contains within itself all things. You only have to be grateful to life for all that it is and contains. The very presence of life enables us to do the things of which we are conscious and desire to do, because we cannot move without this presence. We cannot even think without it. If one took this decree, I am the presence thinking through this mind and this body, one would receive remarkable ideas. The brain is the first place where obstruction begins to register, because that is the point of contact with false ideas, which register rapidly and intensely in the structure of the brain, because that is the field of atomic activity. However, sustained attention on the I Am presence releases the power of perfection that is within the electron in the center of the atom, in such a way that the false ideas and the obstruction to the light simply dissolve and disappear. Question: where are you going? Answer: Saint Germain, to the Golden City. From now until 3 weeks after New Year's is a time of great rejoicing in the Golden City, because it gives a great opportunity to transmit to the physical world, through the light and sound rays, its own mighty radiation. If humanity could understand and appreciate this fact, remarkable things could happen. But that does not prevent the individuals who can grasp it from receiving its extraordinary benefit. To absolutely remove the mind from every personality is the simplest thing. If students could understand and apply it, they only have to know, I am the only presence there. This will open the doors, oh, so wide. The love and invocation to an ascended being enables the radiation to be given, and it is not possible for it to occur otherwise. One cannot interfere for long in the progress or growth of another. Because if the one who obstructs does not release and relax their influence over the other who is ready to go higher, the one who obstructs will be displaced by their own action. If one continues to hold constantly and sincerely to the light, the personalities will be swept away or harmoniously disconnected from the world of the individual. In this state of growth, it is necessary to know, I am the active presence of all the channels of distribution of all things acting for my good. When the thought comes that, this is all I have, cut it off at the root and say, I am the opulence of God in my hands and used today. This must be maintained as a sacred silence within each individual. Take this as a sacred and reverent wisdom to be used. When you take from the I Am itself, it is impossible for you to take anything that justifiably belongs to any personality. You are decreeing for your world, so you cannot take from anyone when you know its own law. I am the presence acting everywhere. There is no possibility of division of the I am presence. If you need money, say, I am the active presence, bringing this money into my hands and use instantly. It is very valuable to get away from the importance of money. This is only a means of exchange. Do not give it power. Put all your power back with God, and then, when you command, no matter what you want, you will have all the power instantly at hand to attract the fulfillment of the decree. The vibration within any element is always the breath of God, eternally self-sustained. All pulsation is the breath of God, the simple consciousness that I am the presence of perfect health. Is this breath of God acting? I am the presence of forgiveness in the mind and heart of each one of the children of God, from which emanates an enormous vibratory action. Maintain the following with intensity. I am the pure mind of God. Chapter 17. When you are strong enough to bear it, we will bring to you in descriptive form one of the most stupendous expressions of the correct and incorrect use of this mighty I Am presence. This real experience took place in what are now the Andes Mountains, in South America at a very remote time, when the children of God began to forget, for the first time, their origin and began to claim the mighty energy of which they were conscious as their own thing. Students in humankind have only a poor concept, even in the anguish they have created for themselves, of how powerfully this force was used at one time for selfish motives. A similar previous condition has never been known. Vestiges still remain of the subterranean city, which we will describe and in which this occurred. Oh, that the children of God would awaken to the stupendous activity of the use of the powers of light for the good of humanity, when their attention is sincerely concentrated on that light. If the many students of the various angles of truth on earth could today cast aside the ignorance of the outer mind and believe in the apparent miracles of all times, the shell of the outer self would be broken, and it would let in the light. The faith to believe in the things that are not seen is one of the greatest means to open the door to the conscious activity of the light of the I Am presence. In the same way that you use the automobile and the airplane to cover distances rapidly, likewise the great I Am presence uses the body. The body represents the airplane, and the mind its powerful motor, through which the I Am presence propels it. I am sure that the students have not understood the subtle form that doubt adopts. A question in the mind, knowingly or not, concerning the all-power of the I Am presence is a subtle form of doubt. Those who want or try to discuss the question of the reality of the great truth of life, whether they believe it or not, are admitting doubt into their lives. Today, no rational and sincere mind, once it has turned its attention and fixed it firmly on the I Am presence, can discuss, doubt, or question the omnipotence of that I Am presence. The doubt, scarcely recognizable, that lets arguments into the mind concerning the origin of one's being, is only a lack of strength to rise up against the law of resistance. Strength by means of which the growth of the outer is measured. There is a very great difference between a sincere reasoning to know the truth and the human tendency to argue against the very reality they want to believe. We always welcome very seriously the sincere questioning of the truth, but we will have nothing to do with that nature whose dominant tendency is to argue against the reality of the truth. The more one admits the discussion of truth into an individual's life, the greater will be the barrier that they build, which they will then have to overcome on that distant day when they will have to surmount it. The students who criticize, condemn, or sit in judgment of this channel of expression of the truth will find themselves standing at the edge of a precipice into which they will fall at any moment, with no other cause than that of their own creation. I wish all to understand that this radiance of the light has been established with a certain definite purpose, and it will continue doing its work, regardless of any personality or of all the personalities in existence. I say this openly so that the students of this radiation may understand that they are dealing with mighty forces, which are as real as reality itself is. Those who cannot pass this test and bear the brilliance of the light need never blame anyone but themselves, because they have free will and have been given the use of the mighty I Am Presence, through which they can maintain absolute self-control. I must clarify to you again that when you are incautious enough to try to discuss the sacred truth that is being given to you for your own freedom and use, with those who know nothing about it, you are getting into the deep waters of doubt and questioning. I can only tell you that in the past, the students who were taken to the retreats for instruction were not permitted, nor did it ever occur to them to discuss the truth among themselves. They silently and seriously apply the instruction imparted by their master, and they surely arrive at the results they desire. It would be better for the students to be stoned in the streets than to condemn, criticize, or judge the light that is given to them. Because if they entered into the I Am Presence, as they have been directed, every question, every problem in their lives would disappear like the mist before the radiance of the morning sunlight. I am sure that all these students are strong enough to hear the truth and use the strength of the I Am Presence to govern and control the outer in order to receive the full presence, the love, wisdom, power, and opulence of the great and almighty I Am Presence, which enables them to think, feel, and live, and which has given them the desire to reach the truth, the light. I wish to say openly and with the rod of fire placed in the consciousness of the students that their brother and sister, who are giving this to you, are only messengers of those who have known and have proven this law for many centuries. These great beings, on whom your attention has been fixed, are not a myth nor an invention of the imagination of the outer. They are loving, living, and wise beings who possess power that they can direct or use at their own discretion, something that is impossible for the human mind to conceive. In the past, the student had always had an almost unlimited time to decide whether they wished to act in the light or if they wanted to continue wandering in the ignorance of their mighty presence and power. The cosmic cycles have changed many times, and the time has come in which the children of God have to make their final decision. That is, to decide whom to serve. Never before in the history of the world have so many opportunities or assistance been given to the children of the earth to face the splendor of the sun of the eternal light of God, and to walk seriously and without fear into its radiant splendor, free, forever free from all limitation, living in the abundance of that light, enveloping them like a mantle of peace and rest. Again I say to you, beloved student, if you cannot feel in your heart the truth of these instructions brought to you on a golden fount, then never in the name of your I Am Presence you say or do anything that discourages another about the light they may receive. In the fullness of the great love of my being, I give you the plain and genuine truth, and may its splendor cause the understanding and knowing that mean to dare, to do, and to be silent. Any question in your mind about the reality or authenticity of the source of your instruction only impedes your progress and causes you to delay for months or years in realizing what you can easily do in a few weeks with a free and peaceful mind. As one who has chosen you, I know and feel every one of your thoughts. It is very easy for the student to think at times that their acts or thoughts are covered and are unknown, but to the ascended host there is no act or thought that can be hidden from them, because everything you think or feel is registered in the etheric world around you as naturally as the nose on your face. So never make the mistake of feeling that you can think or act in secret. You can easily hide something from the outer self, but never from the I Am Presence, which the Ascended Host is, without obstruction. This, my dear student, is the most I am permitted to say to help you put yourself on guard. In the future, no additional reference will be made to this. Remember that the decision remains within you whether you want to go forward or not. Now I will tell you something very encouraging. The only possible reason why the personal ray of Jesus could be given to those under this radiation at that time was because 7 of this group of students were witnesses to the ascension of Jesus the Christ 2,000 years ago. He saw them and recognized them then as he sees them now. And not only is he giving recognition now, but also assistance. In the same way that this splendor comes to you, my beloved ones, it comes to the hearts of those who can receive the presence. Through this radiation, many who have a deep love for Jesus or from Jesus through orthodox channels will be awakened to the presence of God within them. Apart from this, the joint activity of Jesus with the ascended host is unfurling its mantle of love, peace and light over humanity, this being the time of year when the general attention is most easily gained. My beloved, it will seem incredible to you when I say that the masters of light and wisdom have passages through the earth in all directions. In the same way that you on earth have highways to go from coast to coast in your automobile. If you understood the atomic structure of the earth, you would not feel that this is something so incredible, because those great ones who have assisted the progress of humanity from the beginning have to make use only of certain rays to walk through the earth as easily as you would walk through water. Different, however, in that they leave the opening behind them. Whereas you in your walks through water, it closes behind and the path disappears. Likewise, with the great beings who have blazed the paths for humanity toward the light. The path remains so that those children of lesser light can always find it and follow it. If sometimes they make a mistake and stray onto the wrong path, they have the I Am presence to call them back to the main power and lead them again, until they too can be torchbearers and illuminators of the path for those who still have to follow. I am the mighty presence that never becomes impatient or feels discouraged by the long periods in which the children of the earth turn their back on the light to enjoy sensory activities, until one day they become so repellent, and almost with their last breath they cry out, "Oh God, save me." I cannot help but smile when I imagine that you would think I am a scolding old man, but it is not so. Rather, with the necessary courage, I must tell you the truths that exist in your needs, so that you may profit from them. When you know me better, you will not consider me, after all, either so old or so scolding. As long as you have to ask questions constantly, you will not find the doors of instruction fully open. The natural rays will be made permanent for the earth and will be gathered in the center. If humanity's desire to reach the light is genuine, which will determine if this self-sustained activity is worthwhile. The globe is composed of earth, water, and air. The rays are the cosmic fire interpenetrating the other 3 elements. The rays pass through the earth, and where they interlace, they soften and form the luminous splendor of the concentrated activity of the light. One ray enters the earth's crust at a point to the south of the center of the Gobi Desert, and the other enters just to the west of Lake Titicaca in the Andes Mountains. It is the largest lake in South America and in the world, and was a point of great importance centuries ago. These are the most intense points of light on Earth. During each cycle, a cosmic activity in which one cannot interfere takes place. The great cosmic laws are exact even in the most minute detail, and such a thing as failure or accident is not connected with them. Do not consider anything else in the world but the great I Am presence. Watch and govern your feeling, because if not, a moment will come when it will surprise you without you realizing it. When something happens to you and you, who know the law, become discouraged, you should turn to the I Am presence immediately and ask what you should do. Instead, you keep your attention fixed on the discouragement, and sometimes you need even an earthquake to shake you and get you out of such discouragement. Take the decree. This resistance has to give way. Sight and hearing have to manifest. Take the firm position that I am the presence of my perfect sight and hearing to heal those conditions. Each one should take the decree, I am my perfect sight and hearing. The tales of the 1001 Nights originally came from the Masters, who gave them as veiled truth to help humanity, and those who believed in them through faith received marvelous manifestations. In the beginning of these marvelous manifestations, there must be faith to sail with the tide until we can manifest the reality, because faith is the sustaining power, and if we can keep it generated, it becomes reality. There are always the two activities of the law when you enter fully into its action. First, condensation, and second, conversion into ether. Follow them serenely and do not let time, place, or things interfere. The outer mind has to be kept calm and constant, and the outer and inner must become one. As long as the attention is maintained on them with a firm determination, the inner operation will be revealed to them more and more, until they can manipulate it consciously. Chapter 18. I would love for each one of the students right now to use the following decree with all the enthusiasm they can command. I am, I know I am the use of the limitless opulence of God. I wish to explain to you that when a group of students agrees to work with the same principle and when they use this decree, they are not only bringing into their worlds the use of this great opulence, but they are also blessing their associated students with the same thing, because I am the presence in each one. This is the mighty power of cooperative action. The students who maintain loving blessing among themselves are truly sustained in the embrace of the great I am presence, and when they decree its action, they are commanding the same blessing in action, not only for themselves, but also for their companions. This is the correct attitude that must be sustained, and if it is sincerely maintained in the heart of each one, no one who is within this embrace will have needs. Instead, the student who permits any feeling of dislove toward others will isolate themselves from this great splendor and blessing. Now let us enter into the simple understanding of God's will and free will. The will of God is the opulence of goodwill, which is the firstborn of each one of the children of God. When you approach the light through the use of the mighty I Am presence with sincerity, it is not possible for you to experience anything other than the will of God. As a child of God to whom the Father has given free will, you must understand that it is in you alone to decree what will act in your life and world. You must understand that God can only act in your life and world according to your command. Because you have free will, God is the principle of all life, and each child of God is a conscious, active, and individualized part of that one great principle of life, love, and power. God has given into the keeping of each one of his children this marvelous consciousness, which is omnipresent, eternally elastic, to be directed toward a central point where it will write with the pen of light, or to envelop the earth. Consciousness is directed by free will. The orthodox idea that God acts according to his own will in the life of each individual or nation is false. God acts only through the mind of his own individualization, which is clothed with the personalities you see around you. These personalities are only vehicles of use and expression of this mighty individuality which forms the will of God and your free will. The personality lives under your conscious direction. I tell you that every function of your body is sustained through a conscious action, although you do not realize it. But as you go deeper into the consciousness of the mighty I Am presence, you will understand that it is impossible for an outer action to take place without self-conscious action. You can prove this in a very simple way. In effect, if you wish to perform a physical action, move your hand, for example, the thought of doing it must evidently precede the action itself. Otherwise, the hand would not move. You should accept this humble explanation and meditate upon it often, because it will clear your mind of any obstruction. You are a being with free will and a self-conscious being, and this is truly of vital importance for all students. I love each one of them, men and women alike. The individualized presence of Jesus the Christ was in the center of both classes this week. In one, it was in the form of the tree of life, and each student is a branch. In another, they were in his pillar of dazzling splendor, within which is his personal visible form. In the first, his form was within the tree of life, but invisible, not to mention others of the ascended host who were present. Also present were Nada, Cha'ara, Lanto, and I wish to say to the group of blessed boys with the rose in, The middle, that I joyfully hold all of them in my affectionate embrace, so that they may use and inhale the radiation of my being. They have freedom and dominion within their reach if they hold fast to these instructions and apply them. Furthermore, I wish the students to understand that the fount of life that flows through their minds and bodies always comes to them pure and natural, containing all the power, courage, energy, and wisdom desired. But by not controlling their thoughts and feelings, they are requalifying this pure essence without knowing it, with the outer ideas on which the attention has been fixed. To form the habit of being self-conscious that I am the only intelligence acting at all times when the mind is occupied, will guard the marvelous and mighty fount of life against the decolorizing, I would say disqualifying, effect of the erroneous concepts that lie in the outer activity of the mind. This is really the simple secret of all perfection, if one manages to understand it. This grandiose life comes for our use pure and perfect, but due to a lack of understanding, the outer mind constantly requalifies it with discordant concepts, and thus human beings change its perfect action into what they find expressed in the outer activity, such as limitation and discord. This will make clear to you the simple and self-conscious activity that you must maintain in order to obtain this marvelous and perfect life that constantly flows through your mind and body in its pure and fragrant state. In truth, I tell you that those who follow and maintain this idea will find that the emanations from their own bodies will become finer than the rose and the lily. Furthermore, they will be able to know the consciousness of this perfection that constantly flows to our use as perfect health and beauty of face and form, until its radiation shines like a sun. O beloved student, this being so simple, requiring so little conscious, sustained effort, is it not worth everything it requires of you to enter into the presence of this fount of life and receive its fullness and blessing? There was once in Eastern activity a secret society originating in China, which was gloriously maintained in the light until the one who was in charge of the head of the order thought that his daughter, whom he loved very much, had been murdered by an Englishman in one of the lootings in the war. This brought the destruction of the order. The portrayal of this in the outer world are the representations of Fu Manchu, a perfect example of how the light could be distorted by something that began as a feeling of revenge. The so-called Fu Manchu, at the beginning of that activity, was a beautiful and admirable soul. This shows how the ravages of war and the absence of control of thought and feeling in the individual can bring about such distortion in the life stream in relation to the South American activity on which the present work has joyfully fixed its attention. Until this focus of radiation began, the possibility of establishing said focus in the agitated Western world was doubted by the majority, except by Lady Nada and me. They did not know or cognize the fact of our long association, as nothing had been revealed to them. So, on my own responsibility, I said, I will prove it. Now I have the full cooperation of all who doubted. The Master from Venus and Lanta were also with us. I told them, the time has come when those who are outside the retreats can be turned into true messengers of the light. Thanks to you, I have proven to be right. Now, of course, I ask you to stand with me in sustaining this. This proves that it is possible to establish this mighty active presence in the midst of a storm. I have always maintained this, and almost all the time I have been alone. But the ability of the students to hold on to the use of the I Am presence is making tremendous things possible. And as encouragement, I tell you sincerely that with this marvelous condition sustained, the point has come where it is not impossible to have several of the ascended beings sitting in your midst, as visible as your physical bodies, speaking with you. This is not the work only of a desire of the students, but rather of their preparation for it. Of course, this good brother did not know it until recently, but for 30 years he has been prepared for this. For half the time, his preparation was carried out in the invisible, and has been a remarkably beautiful thing for all who have observed it. Pupil. The other night in deep meditation I heard the words, in the city of Delhi, Master, which really means in the city of light, pupil. On Monday, November 29, 1932, in the morning before the talk, and again today also before the talk, I heard the words of Jesus. You have been with me in my sorrows. You will see me now in my glory, and you will see the reward that my Father will give, Master, and so it will be in your outer experience. The same words that Jesus used from time to time can be and will be used sometime, somewhere, with the consequent realization, because the words he used all the time were life, and contained within them that ascended life or perfect life. Question: how is the world situation? Answer: the element that sought to enter will not accomplish as much as was expected. The old saying that if you give a calf enough rope it will hang itself is true in certain forces. Sometimes they think they have won an easy victory, when what they have done is dig their own grave. It has been a great joy for me to prove that in the land of America, for which I have worked so much, there were those who could receive that which you are receiving and sending forth at this time. The masters from Venus have also observed this with me for some time. The field of action of Kumara was different, but now he too observes this realization. No radiation goes forth from any part of the universe except through conscious projection. The radiation projected from the stars to our Earth cannot have contact with the Earth without the conscious direction of the cosmic being, which is the conscious directing presence of the star or planet. This conscious direction is what causes the radiation from one planet to another to reach its destination. But the radiation thus directed carries no adverse aspect against anyone. The universal, cosmic laws of the Earth, which impel growth through the law of experience, carry with them that which they do not know as resistance. If there were not what the individual knows as resistance, the individual would not make the conscious effort, which would make advancement in understanding, or the return to the Father's house from which the children of the earth have strayed, impossible. Resistance has nothing to do with discord. Resistance is a natural law. Discord is a human creation. There is no discord in the universe, except that which the personality creates. Become conscious that I am the governing presence of this. First, the desire comes to the mind. And if you become conscious, I am the pure mind of God. You consume the thought and keep your mind entirely free from the desire. When the liquid precipitates in the hand, qualify it instantly as liquid light, and it will manifest as that. Give the command for that quality before beginning the precipitation. A student must not expect to see the same activity as another. Students are not supposed to see or feel the same thing. There is not a moment in the day in which we do not visualize something, because the power of vision acts all the time. Get everything out of the mind except the picture you want, because that is all that concerns you. Do not let the attention focus on the apparent void. Chapter 19. Through his personal ray, Jesus will now manifest his desire to the students. The beloved Ascended Master, Jesus speaks. When I said, I am the open door which no man can shut, I wished to make humanity understand that I was referring to the great I Am, which is the life of every individual manifested in form. I did not wish to communicate that the personal Jesus was the only one upon whom this great privilege had been conferred. Each one of you, beloved children of the one Father, has the same mighty presence within yourselves, the great I Am that I have and that I had at that time, by which I achieved the eternal and final victory. For the encouragement, strength, and certainty of your mind, I wish you to understand that the consciousness I used to achieve this great victory was the use of the I Am presence that is being taught to you. After a search along all possible paths at that time, the determination and the desire to know the truth led me to the great Master, whom you will know someday, who gave me the inner secret and the mighty grant, which turned me toward the mighty presence, the great I Am. Through his radiation, I understood it and immediately I began to use it. This is the only way that an individualization of the ray of God can achieve the eternal victory and build their structure upon a firm foundation from which no outer activity can distract. Now, I wish to transmit to you this simple, almighty use of the presence. All who have achieved the mighty victory and have ascended as I did, before and after me, have used the conscious activity of the mighty eternal presence. I am. When I said to my disciples and to humanity, the things that I do, ye can do also, and greater still. I knew what I was talking about. I knew that within every individualization or child of God was this mighty I am presence, by whose use you are impelled forward without any uncertainty. I say impelled because that is what I mean. The constant use of your I am presence impels you forward in spite of any activity of the outer body. Storms, anguish, and disturbances may rage around you, but as long as this single idea is firmly maintained and you are in the consciousness of the I am presence, you can remain serene, unmoved by the boisterous whirlwind of human creation, in which you might be enveloped. There is only one way that you and the Father become eternally one, and that is through the complete acceptance of your I am presence, the energy, the love, the wisdom, and the power that He has given you, a golden bond, precious steps, by means of which you will serenely ascend toward the final realization. One day, somewhere, every individualization of God, the Father, has to find the way back to the Father through their I am presence, fulfilling their cycle, or cycles, of individualizations in the use of the outer activity of the outer self. The earth is the only sphere where there is the density of the atomic structure that you experience. The conscious recognition and use of the I am presence that you are gradually increases the vibratory action of your atomic structure, unclothed and releasing the electronic activity that is hidden within the atom, allowing you to become a self-luminous being. I wish all who can receive this or contact it someday to understand very well that I am not and never was a special being created by God, distinct from the rest of humanity. It is true that I had made previous conscious efforts and had achieved much before the incarnation where I won the eternal victory. The experience I chose 2,000 years ago was to give the example that every individualization of God has to follow sooner or later. I insist, beloved child of God, that you see me as an elder brother, one with you. When I said or left the word, I am with you always, the I am presence, which I am and which you are, is one. Therefore, do you not see how I am with you always? Meditate deeply on this and try to feel its reality. During my ascension and after it, I saw the immensity of the radiation that I was going to be able to pour out to my beloved brothers and sisters on earth, from the sphere where I was to inhabit from then on. I wish to tell you in truth, every individual who sends their conscious thought to me with the desire to be raised above the limitations of the earth or of their own creation, and lives according to it, will receive from me all the assistance possible to be given according to the steps of growth of consciousness that they reach from time to time. Do not misunderstand me when I refer to growth. I am speaking of humanity in general. I am not referring to some who have sufficient previous achievements so that in the present use and complete acceptance of their I am presence, they can rend the veil of human creation and advance into the embrace of the resplendent ascended I am presence at any moment. There are some in the group of students that has been formed for whom it is possible to do this. That depends entirely on themselves, on the calm, balanced intensity by which they become conscious of their I am presence. I bring you this great news because I proved it in my personal experience. Before I completely decided the way in which I would give the example to humanity, I suddenly began to use the affirmation that came to me from an inner impulse. I am the resurrection and the life. 2 days after I began to use that affirmation with great rejoicing, I saw what had to be done, and I wish to assure you that it was the conscious use of the mighty affirmation. I am the resurrection and the life. That gave me the power to make the ascension in the presence of so many and to register in the etheric records that example that will remain eternally present for all humanity. Unfortunately, The veil of the orthodox idea covered the minds of the people, preventing the understanding that each one had within themselves the I Am presence, just as I did, by which each one could achieve and do the same things as I and win the eternal victory. This, beloved student, is the personal message I leave you, expressed through the ray of light and sound into which anyone can enter, see, and hear with sufficient conscious preparation. Again, I insist that you think of me as your elder brother, ready to give you assistance at all times. Do not think of me as a transcendent being, far from your reach, with whom all contact is impossible, because the I Am presence that enabled me to make the ascension is the same I Am presence that will enable you to make the ascension that I made. Only today you have the assistance of the great ascended host of beings who have won the eternal victory, who joyfully are at your service while you prepare yourself. I envelop you in my love, and I repeat to you again, I am with you always. Saint Germain speaks. Did I not have a surprise for you? Chapter 20. There are many who have been observing this realization and see with great joy how truly the students are entering into the mighty I Am presence, and how the things that had been bothering them are dissolving and are being detached as if they had never existed. Beloved student, do you not realize the great rejoicing that fills those of us who have followed the path of achieving great freedom and mastery over all limitation? Upon seeing you enter into this presence, which if maintained, will most certainly bring you to that same freedom. Only when the outer becomes sufficiently obedient, giving all power to that great inner presence, does one find peace and rest in that mighty recognition. In that peace and rest flows a mighty river of energy, just as a mountain stream passes through a fertile valley full of flowers and perfect vegetation. Thus, in that peace which surpasses all human understanding, you will move more and more, and you will find that eternal river of energy flowing in and through your being and experiences wherever you go. It is true that the intelligence is the receiving channel, but as long as you feel with deep and full sincerity the truth of the I Am presence, you will find that that stillness will grow more and more until one day you will see the door of your creation opened wide before you, and you will enter with open arms into that freedom, inhaling the fragrance of the pure atmosphere of the etheric world, where you will be able to mold that plastic substance into the perfection of everything upon which your desire rests. You are progressing splendidly. Do not let any fear of people, places, conditions, or things interrupt or disturb you. The presence of light is before you, beckoning you to continue forward so that you may be sustained in its affectionate embrace, receiving its limitless riches which it holds for you. Now I will tell you something that will astonish you, but I assure you it is very true. Last night the following question was formulated. Have you been together previously? I wish to tell you that it would not have been possible to bring you into this intense action of the great inner law if you had not previously had a harmonious association and training. It may be difficult for you to understand at first that you are receiving an intense training which is only given after 3 years of testing in the retreat. Some of you have stored treasures of energy, energy created by your conscious activity through the I Am presence. Others have stored treasures of light, others treasures of love, others have gold and jewels that were kept to be used in this incarnation. Many are on the verge of releasing into visibility, into their hands, these stored treasures. Do not think that I have lost myself in fantastic daydreams. I am bringing this to your attention for your own benefit and blessing. I wish you to withdraw for a few minutes and converse with your I Am presence, telling it something like this. Great Master Presence which I am, I love you, I adore you, I turn to you, fullness of all creative power, all love, all wisdom, and through this power that you are, I give you all power to make visible in my hands and use the realization of every desire of mine. I no longer claim any power because now I claim you, the only conquering presence of all, in my home, my life, my world, and my experience. I recognize your complete supremacy and your dominion over all things. And as long as my consciousness is fixed on a realization, your invincible presence and your intelligence will assume command, bringing the manifestation into my experience rapidly, even with the speed of thought. I know that you are master of time, place, and space. Therefore, you require only the now to draw into visible activity all your perfection. I stand absolutely firm in the complete acceptance of this now and always, and I will not allow my mind to turn away from it because, at last I know that we are one. Beloved student, you may add to this whatever you need, and I assure you that if you can live in this, I will strive to help you and you will experience the opening of the floodgates of God's abundance. The most desirable and important thing that any individual can do is to fix their mind on the only permanent necessity, and that is to continue forward until reaching the depth and firmness of this mighty I Am presence. And once there, all love, light, good, and riches will flow into their life and experience by an inner power of propulsion that no one can impede. This is the object of true training. The reason why students were drawn to the retreats as they became sufficiently advanced, because, as I have said previously, it is relatively easy to solve the problems that come. But I ask you, what good does it do to continue solving problems unless one has something, somewhere, in which one can anchor and which will raise one above the consideration of any problem? To find your I Am presence and anchor in it is the only desirable thing to do. Of course, until you reach this point of firm anchoring to your great I Am presence, it is necessary that you solve your problems as they come. But it is much better to enter and release this mighty presence, energy, and action that has solved the problems before they come to you. Is this not more acceptable than, upon waking each morning, finding these problems confronting you, looking you in the face, as if they were something really important, but which, after all, they are not? However, you will agree with me that some of them, at least for the outer senses, are of tremendous importance. With your glorious obedience to the divine principle of created beings, we will proceed with our armor of invincible protection donned, until the intensity of the very light into which you will enter makes the armor unnecessary. Is this not worth all the necessary effort so that you may move forever in this glorious freedom? Then, when you awaken in the morning, you will no longer find these visitors. While I have spoken these words, I have held you in the focus of my vision without your knowledge, so that when you hear these words you may feel the inner conviction of them, with a power that will please you. Every time annoying or critical thoughts try to enter your consciousness, close the door rapidly and command them to leave forever. Do not give them a chance to gain ground, always remembering that you have the strength and the sustaining power of the mighty I Am presence to do this. If you have difficulty closing the door, speak to your I Am presence and say, "Look, I need help." See to it that the door is closed to this annoyance and close it forever. I want you to fix in your consciousness that you can speak to your I Am presence in the same way that you can speak to me, believing that I have unlimited power, because I assure you that these are not light words when I say, you can tell this mighty presence to take charge of every condition in your experience and raise you into the freedom and dominion of all things as you have already reached the activity of the universal substance. I want to call your attention to the following fact. The substance of your body and that substance which seems invisible around you is immensely sensitive to your conscious thought and feeling, whereby you can mold it into any form you desire. The substance of your body can be molded by your conscious thought and feeling into the most exquisite beauty of form. Your eyes, hair, teeth, and skin can be made dazzling with radiant beauty. This is very encouraging for the ladies, and I am sure it will also be for the gentlemen, although they do not like to admit it. Beloved brothers and sisters, when you see yourselves in the mirror, say to what you see there, by virtue of the beauty and intelligence which I am, I command you to assume perfect beauty of form in every cell of which you are formed, and you will obey my commands, becoming radiant beauty in thought, word, feeling, and form. I am the fire and beauty of your eyes, carrying that radiant energy into everything I look upon. Thus you will Achieve the appearance of perfection that will give you the encouragement you want to know that I am always the governing presence. If you wish your forms to become more symmetrical, pass your hands over your entire body, from the shoulders to the feet, feeling the perfection or the symmetry of the form that is desired. Through your hands will flow the energy or quality of what you wish to manifest. If you try this with a deep and true feeling, you will be astonished at the results. This is the greatest slimmer in the world, and I assure you that this will cause the skin, while taking on the desired perfection and symmetry, to remain firm and elastic in every way, because you will be sending the energy of the I Am presence through these cells, compelling them to obey the command given. This may seem ridiculous, but I tell you it is one of the best, surest, and most perfect ways to achieve perfection of the body. I tell you, anyone who practices this will bring the body into the desired condition. I want the students to absorb the fullness of the idea that they are the masters of their forms, minds, and worlds, and that they can inject into them whatever they desire. The pure and perfect life of God flows through you in every instant. Why not change the old pattern for the new? Do you not see how important the perfecting of the body is? What can the inner presence do with a body that is always sick and out of harmony all the time? When this is the case, the attention is fixed so much on the body that the I Am presence only gets a minimum of attention. It is so easy. One only has to try. This treatment of the skin with the energy of the I Am presence makes the skin firm and perfect. The reason I speak of this with such a deep and anxious feeling is because I see the change and advancement in almost everyone, and with special conscious attention placed on this, each one could be brought much more rapidly to that much desired perfection. When an individual has an abnormal abdomen and anything that is not straight is abnormal, they should raise their left hand with the palm upward and move their right hand over the abdomen in a rotational movement from left to right. Every time the hand passes over it, one must feel deeply the absorbing activity. The rapid charge of energy through the hand enters the cells, shrinking them and reducing them to the normal condition. And I assure you that this instruction is not a fantasy, but has tremendous meaning and will give expected results without any doubt, if applied with anxious feeling. The consciousness, of course, must be the energy that flows through the right hand is the almighty and absorbing presence that consumes all unnecessary cells, returning the body to its normal and perfect condition. This will not adjust the abnormal size of the abdomen, but it will penetrate through the form, charging the intestinal activity with a cleansing and purifying process that will be of inestimable benefit. Those in whom the activity of these organs is sluggish will find that it will be activated to normal. I assure you that the ladies will no longer need to use rollers or roll on the floor. And I also assure you that they are not the only ones who use rollers. It is unfortunate, almost repulsive, that individuals who have within them this mighty presence of God give all imaginable powers to outer things to produce results within and outside of them when any therapeutic agent they use, be it exercises, drugs, or anything else, has very little effect, if any, except the quality and power that they have consciously given to these agents. This treatment acts on the cells wherever they are, whether in the bones or in the flesh. The outer mind always doubts the ability of this inner self to handle part of the body. If it can handle one kind of cell, it can handle all. Make the outer accept all the power of the inner presence and thus let it expand in the use of all things. The outer mind, through long ages, has given enormous power to drugs and therapeutic agents of every kind. But do you not see that the only thing that does it is the power and authority that you give it to have an effect on your bodies? I do not mean, not for a moment, that individuals who do not know the I Am presence should eliminate all medicinal agents, but if they fix their minds firmly that no outer thing has any power in their experiences, except that which they themselves give it, they would begin to come out of the limitations to which they have submitted themselves. Let me tell you now that almost all power given to outer things is granted unconsciously and without many students having realized it. To turn toward this great presence of God within you and give it all power to do the things you need and desire to do, will cause these things to manifest with a speed and certainty much greater than that of any medicinal agent. Some will apply this idea with tremendous tenacity, while others will need more effort, but it is really worth doing. Remember that the I Am Presence knows all things for all eternity, in all ways past, present, and future without limit. If you thought of this great presence, you would contemplate and recognize that it is all love, wisdom, and power. Then when it fixes your attention on something to be accomplished, you will know that this presence is the open door, it is the almighty realization, and that it cannot fail. Invoke the law of forgiveness and direct the energy of the Master Self to correct and adjust the error, and thus obtain freedom from its reaction. You see then, that much unnecessary power has been granted to the outer activity. Much importance is given to things that the I Am Presence is absolutely not interested in at all. It is not interested in the errors committed by the outer self, and if the individual could understand that they can turn their back on all discordant activities and give the Master Presence I Am within them all authority and power to dissolve and dissipate the wrong condition, they could never, in any way, feel the reaction of their misdeeds. When the individual continues criticizing, condemning, or judging others, not only are they harming the other person, but they are also allowing, without knowing it, that same element that they are seeing in the other person to enter into their experience. The true understanding of this will make it easier for the individual to stop this undesirable activity, because they will realize that it will be for their own protection. Let us put it another way. When the conscious attention is fixed on something, that quality enters the experience of the individual. Whatever an individual sees with deep feeling within another individual, they will be forcing into their own experience. This is the indisputable proof of why the only desirable feeling that an individual should send forth is the presence of divine love, and by this I mean pure and selfless love. Students sometimes wonder why they have to handle so many conditions in their experience when they become more and more sensitive. It is because when they see an appearance, which they have been taught is not real, they let their attention fix on it, and not only invite it, but force it into their own worlds, and then have to struggle to be able to free themselves from it. This can be suppressed if one instantly removes the attention from the appearance and recognizes that I know that I am free from this thing forever, no matter what it is. Of course, all this comes from a lack of self-control of the individual, or a reluctance to use that self-control to govern the outer. There are two conditions that manifest clearly in students. One, who is desirous enough to make the effort, but who unknowingly allows their attention to fix on undesirable things. The other, through a quality of stubbornness, does not wish to make the necessary effort to conquer them. No master should at any time have a thought of criticism about any student, because if they do, they will be inviting that same criticism toward themselves. If students grasp the correct idea of this, they will stop it for their own protection. To be silent before the discrepancy in another is much worse than spoken criticism, because one is allowing the force to accumulate. When some discrepancy calls your attention, simply say to your I Am Presence, the I Am Presence is within that person, and the human does not concern me. No matter whether it is a person or an inanimate object, the moment you see imperfection, you are forcing that quality into your own experience. This is so important that it can never be stressed enough. The first consideration should always be given to your own divine self. Adore it always. This gives you the opportunity and the strength to rise to greater heights, from where you will be able to give help to many, whereas now you give it only to a few. No service can be of permanent benefit unless the individual first accepts and adores their own divine self, the mighty I Am Presence. Those who wish to serve the light and really do good must understand this very clearly. When students say, "If I had money, I could do much good," it is exactly the opposite attitude to the one they should have. If one enters into the I Am Presence, one will have all the money one wants, and it cannot be taken away from them. Take the position with everyone that only the I Am presence acts in that person. All outer experience is only a discipline. For those who enter into this work, the present training is really a final school or experience, and that is why some of them feel that it is a bit strong. The entire ascended host feels with immense joy the love and gratitude that is sent to them. And of course, they respond almost without limits. I Am is all that is present everywhere, visible and invisible. The necessary consciousness will come to you from time to time as you continue in the use of this. Do not let yourself be fatigued by things. Only maintain the calm and certain attitude of the ascension. Calmly, quickly, and lovingly accept it and just be. This eliminates tension. Nothing is more powerful than this. Chapter 21. Oh, if all students could understand that there exists neither activity nor consciousness greater than the practice of the I Am presence, no matter which of the channels among the many that man utilizes, nor does it matter which of the angles of truth is being manifested, all lead in the end to this one which you have the privilege of knowing and using now. You already know that all knowledge is useless if it is not practiced. You who practice the I Am activity already know and feel the immense difference that exists between it and all the other channels known on the planet. When the student pronounces I Am with feeling and knowledge of the truth, they are putting into physical and visible activity the presence and power of God, which is I Am. And this is totally different from every other custom and practice, from every other affirmation that has ever been formulated in words. That is to say, there exists no other expression that has the power of I Am to fulfill any purpose, provided it is used with conscious attention. That is why the Master Jesus added it to his most important affirmations. And if students compare and meditate on the affirmations made by the Master Jesus, they will grasp the stupendous fullness of what I have just said. I must warn you that at no time should any instructor charge money for this teaching. The disciples may give the loving offerings they wish, but payment as an obligation closes the door immediately, since the I Am activity is governed by a facet of the divine law that I will have to explain to you someday. At this moment it cannot be done, since however loving your desires may be, it is not possible for you to enter into the radiation of the inner circle. The brothers who are receiving this teaching spent 30 years in a difficult and intense labor of preparation to be able to carry out this work. The electronic circle within which this radiation acts is adjusted in a very special way, and in order to include other human beings, it would have to be readjusted and transformed. Each person has their own radiation and vibratory action, and however beautiful the new radiation may be, it would take some years to adapt it. This invisible mechanism, so to speak, although it is most powerful, is also more delicate than the finest veil. Another warning I must give you regarding the radiation of the I Am activity is that under no circumstances should any student or instructor advance this teaching to those who are not yet in this radiation. And we do not want anyone to be so unfortunate as to happen to think or say that they are authorized to disseminate this teaching when they have not yet received permission to communicate it. The instructor or disciple who practices the I Am activity with deep feeling and sincerity will never have to commercialize the teaching by charging for classes, since the I Am will turn the practitioner into an invincible magnet for divine opulence. Everyone who practices saying, I am the omnipresent and limitless opulence of the Father for my use, even if at first they do not have full understanding, sooner or later will be able to verify the full truth and power contained in the treatment. I know that for the individual, sustenance is of primary importance. But on earth, money is fleeting like quicksand, until one learns to practice the I Am activity consciously, and it will be seen that the provision is limitless. Whether it be money, love, understanding, light, or illumination, receive the conviction that I am radiating to you so that you may use it with immovable consciousness. This will give you liberation from monetary tightness. Another piece of information that I still hesitated to give you, but which your determination has obliged me to clarify, is that knowing that the I Am presence which at this moment you are setting in motion, is the same in every individual, on earth and throughout the universe, and that it itself is what gives you the power and intelligence to formulate your decrees. I want you to know also that your conscious application is acting everywhere equally. It is not only in the circumstances that afflict you at a given moment. I send this to you with a special radiation, so that you can use it with all confidence. The student has to make conscious efforts to keep their mind at peace so that the inner power flows without obstruction and the desires can be fulfilled. When in school you were given an arithmetic problem to solve, and also the proof. If at first you did not manage to solve it, you had to continue until everything came out correctly. Isn't that so? And if you found difficulties in the operation, you asked the teacher. This is identical. Continue applying the rules you already know until your desires or needs are given to you. When you make an affirmation based on the I am, it cannot fail, provided your determination does not waver. A great consolation and a great relief is the following. When the I am presence is asked for light, love, wisdom, power, or illumination, it is impossible to harbor a selfish desire or intent. One thing does not go with the other, and I am eliminates the negative form. The most important thing for every individual is to become anchored in the mighty presence and always be fortified by it. Since one is availing oneself of an intelligence, a love, and a power so grandiose and putting it into action, and that this acts first within themselves. Almost all students get an impulse to teach before having strengthened themselves mentally enough, and they then find themselves facing obstacles they do not know how to master. They become discouraged, suffer setbacks, and withdraw from teaching, disappointing the marvelous work they could have done later. The mighty I Am presence organizes all this if invoked for it. Enormous strength is required not to allow oneself to be moved. There is nothing that can give you strength and lead you to complete success in your outer activity, like the conscious use of your I Am presence. Stand inflexible against whatever tries to dissuade you. Against interference, say, I know what I am doing and I am doing it. My I Am guides me and strengthens me. Sometimes you will have to say very strong things to cut off the interference, but do not let yourself be dominated by it. The use of the presence prevents anything unbalanced from developing. Why? Because I Am is perfect balance. It is the power, it is the intelligence, it is the love that governs all perfection. Its mere mention in activity compels balance. The command I Am is the activity of that which already exists, compelling it to appear in the outer. There are several people who, if they used the powerful phrase of Jesus, I am the resurrection and the life continually, would ascend their physical bodies with all certainty. One cannot use the words I am followed by what one desires without communicating to them the power to manifest. Jesus came of his own will to teach the disciples the way he mastered the last enemy. There are two things that retard the advancement of a student. One is when the husband or wife does not agree with the efforts of their spouse. The other is outside suggestion. You have your I Am presence, which is omni-intelligent. So make yourself impermeable to all suggestion, good or bad. Someday I will dedicate an entire talk to the wise handling of psychic things, astral, lunar, psychism, etc. There is not one person in 10,000 who understands that the awakening of clairvoyance is not spiritual. When one begins to see on the psychic plane, one is only using physical sight, but somewhat expanded. That is all. On the psychic plane, suggestions are also received that offer a minimum of truth, enough to awaken the interest of the subject until the psychic, harmful forces take hold of them. This can occur because of the fascinating nature of the phenomenon. But one only has to focus attention on the I Am presence, and it extracts them from there and anchors them fully in the spiritual plane and in the I Am presence. When people mix with the psychic plane, they find that everything becomes distorted. No definitive proof of the truth is obtained, and confusion is made in the mind. The entities of the psychic plane begin to prophesy and sometimes to praise. That is the first thing they do. They seek to bring us under their dominion. The salvation lies in the fact that no one can oppose a messenger of the light, and everyone who works in the I Am presence is a messenger of the light. It is radiation. Those who oppose them receive the reaction, since the light repels everything that is not like itself. Always begin by giving your great love and your adoration to your own I Am presence, then to the entities of light that can help you, and then affirm your I Am in affirmations like, I am the victorious presence in anything I desire. I am the presence in every command I give, fulfilling it, filling it, etc. Now, there is nothing that closes the door as quickly as impatience, disturbance, ill humor, the hurry to see results. No human creation, no ignorance of other minds, even when directed at one personally, has any power to disturb us. If something of this kind confuses you, immediately turn to your I Am presence and demand to see and know clearly the plan to follow and how you should qualify the circumstance. This channel must always be kept clean and pure. The images of the masters must be considered sacred to the student. Remember the ancient maxim, to know, to dare, to do, and to be silent. Chapter 22. The student must understand that what is called the psychic plane has nothing whatsoever to do with spirituality. It is solely a human faculty that can be brought into play by those human beings who pay sufficient attention to it. But it is to be warned that whoever wishes to enter the psychic plane alone, consciously or unconsciously, it were better they had not come into this incarnation. For the fascination of psychic phenomena is so pervasive that anyone who anchors themselves in the psychic plane does not free themselves in that incarnation. Rather, they may need several incarnations to liberate themselves. In every level of consciousness, there is a fragment of unrecognized truth, for if there were not, it would not be possible for it to sustain itself. Only truth is eternal. Falsehood exists, it is possible, but transitory. You must understand that in all things, in all activity, there is more or less divine energy in action, misused perhaps, but nevertheless in action. The sincere student will pay no attention to psychic phenomena of evidence or audience, and must understand that they must pass directly through, by the power of their inner will, the blue flame, and their determination, and enter the electronic belt where only truth is expressed. Beloved student, while I explain the following, which is necessary, I want you to make the resolution not to feel any fear whatsoever. Within the thinking and feeling of the psychic level acts what is known as the sinister force in this world. Sometimes, souls who have achieved splendid inner accomplishments, not understanding the reality of what I am mentioning, have allowed their attention to stop or be drawn to this level due to the fact that one of these faculties has been prematurely awakened in them, and because a semblance of truth has been presented to them, along with sufficient phenomena to hold their attention. After the attention is fixed, all find that the semblance of truth disappears. One of the most fascinating attributes of this plane is that of false prophecies, which cause the individual to make even bolder ones. From time to time, one comes true to hold the attention more strongly. Along with this, there is a substance that is introduced into the brain, I cannot explain more to you now, which makes it impossible for the master to interfere to help, because it would imply acting against the free will of the subject, who has accepted the situation. There are some cases in which the subject has understood the error before it became too late, and upon their intense call to be liberated, one of the brothers has been sent for that purpose. Occasionally, there is someone who, due to their great purity, passes through this plane without knowing or contacting it. This individual is truly very fortunate. The forces on this plane work directly on the sensory nature and on the passions of the individual because it is easier to reach there. Those beings who have lost the controlling power, dominion over their passion, anger, or sex, have become entangled in the psychic stratum of thought and feeling and have thus opened the doors of their beautiful and marvelous temples of God. Through these open doors, penetrate the forces of the psychic stratum, intensifying their passions to an uncontrollable condition. It would have been better for the individual to step on a rattlesnake. Once entangled in this psychic sphere, they very often remain bound for many incarnations. Why is this? Because they make recordings in their mental worlds, from which they do not know how to free themselves. Consequently, these souls are born again with the same tendencies until after the second and third birth. They are the depraved creatures that can be found wherever one goes. Sometimes the influence is malicious enough to hide from the outer world for a long time, carrying out its nefarious work in secret. And here is the most pitiful part of this situation, which appears to be hidden but is not. On the high planes, there are great and beautiful souls who voluntarily descend to this plane to help through their radiations and to disentangle humanity. There are male and female volunteers, but the majority are female. There are beautiful souls embodied in female bodies who unite in outer marriage with a male soul who finds themselves entangled in that psychic condition in order to liberate them. If an individual reaches the point of marrying in human wedlock and calls upon the inner God and says, if this wedding is based on a passional desire, let it not take place. Great pain and torture can thus be avoided. And now the truth of all this. Those who by their own efforts or by the instruction they receive come to understand exactly what the mighty I Am Presence means. That is, the true self of each one, if they hold fast to this truth, can never again be dragged into these mentioned discords, unless it be by their own will, reaching higher planes of activity, where they know exactly what they are doing. In periods of war, the door to the psychic plane opens more easily. This is why it has been observed that after wars, there is a greater manifestation of uncontrolled passions than at any other time. This knowledge should not cause anyone a special fear of the psychic stratum. If students find themselves at a given moment conscious of passing through it, they must instantly become conscious. I am the controlling and always victorious Master Presence, and instantly they will find themselves with all the necessary strength to face the appearances and pass through them serenely without fear. Jesus suggested that this explanation be given to all students as soon as they entered the triple radiation, which precisely means this action, this practice of the I Am Presence of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, or the threefold flame. Astrology. One of the saddest things I have to tell you is that many of those who try to make horoscopes are unconsciously binding themselves to the psychic net, are becoming sensitive and spokespersons for the adverse conditions that exist only on the mentioned plane. This is one of the most lamentable activities, because the being is so unconscious that they have opened themselves to a belief that envelops them to the point that no argument or reasoning will change their convictions. In the past 20 years, this was written in 1932. Astrology has been used for this purpose more than anything else. Many times the thought or radiation of the psychic plane says through astrology that certain conditions will manifest for the individual and that they cannot be avoided. If it is not said in words, it will be made felt. This is one of the reasons that caused the cataclysm of Atlantis to occur, and it is because the Atlanteans refused to listen to the voice of the masters of wisdom who alerted them. I understand, beloved student, that if you are interested in horoscopes, you may think I am severe, but it is not so. My love for you is great enough to tell you the pure truth. If you cannot believe it, you will have to continue your own path. Since you are a being with free will, which I have no desire to attack, except to tell you that I have the privilege of pointing out the way to you. Those who hold tenaciously to their I Am Presence will never have reason to fear any of the things I have referred to, because the I Am Presence will correct them, will keep them firm on the true path of light, ascending the golden ladder with definite, precise steps, until achieving their full and perfect dominion. I assure you, beloved, that my heart bleeds for those who are enslaved by astrology, for they are so blind to the thorny path they tread, that when the agony of these wounds becomes unbearable, is when they will cry out to heaven, and with all their being will beg, "O God, show me the true way." Beloved student who so earnestly seeks the light, you must know that there is only one presence that is your invincible protection. And this is the great I Am Presence, God in you. Do not let your attention be distracted by these outer manifestations, astrology, numerology, spiritism, or anything else that takes your attention away from the mighty I Am Presence, which is your real self. If you turn to it, at all times it will guide you on the path of light. With that stillness that will allow you to enter the great silence in the peace that surpasses all understanding, and where you will find the greatest of all activity of God, the I Am Presence. Beloved, you cannot serve two masters at the same time and win victories later on. As you have free will, you must choose. If you choose the outer, forgetting the invincible I Am Presence, then, although my love will continue enveloping you in its great mantle of protection, we will have to wait until you yourself choose to return to the one God. If you choose your I Am Presence and remain with it, your struggles will soon end. You will find yourself circulating in that sphere of peace, harmony, and perfection, from where you will observe the outer world with great compassion, but never with human pity, which chokes your own growth. This reminds us of the ancient saying, "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things shall be added unto you." That kingdom of heaven is the great I Am Presence, your only reality, which is the owner and giver of all created and manifested things. Is it not strange, beloved disciple, that one can walk so long in discord and limitation when at all times the Master Presence of Light, the I Am Presence, walks beside us, waiting for us to turn toward it and receive its radiant and glorious blessings of perfection in all our outer manifestations? Such is your privilege, beloved. Although I regret that some do not yet feel the true importance of their I Am Presence and still seek outer things, I continue waiting, enveloping them in my love, because they have free will. Perhaps I am a little old-fashioned, but when I see individuals so good and so correct, I would like to keep them embraced to me until they feel the I Am Presence in them. But this is not permitted to me, for I know very well that everyone who feels the desire to hold on to the outer must do so until they no longer feel the desire. Students must understand that they cannot divide their attention between the outer and the I Am Presence, because that is a house divided against itself, and it must fall sooner or later. All greatness depends on the I Am Presence. In it is all strength, courage, and power. It must be the government of the form. If these blessed ones could only realize what a great privilege is within their reach, in a very short time they would be freed from all limitation. The truth of this dictation. The situation is as follows. When students ask if they are permitted to witness these communications, they have the right to know what this type of work implies. It is very unusual, you must know. As long as the student does not know that the one God is living within them, that He is, always has been, and always will be perfect, their mind and body are in a state of maladjustment. The atomic structure is a mechanical instrument whose innumerable parts must work in harmony and perfect cooperation with each other. Students do not understand that when specific work has to be done, there must be definite preparation. The necessary adjustment of the student's body and brain takes weeks, months, or years, depending on the needs of the individual. Never in the history of the student's preparation has one been permitted to enter the inner electronic circle of the Master. Students are taught the application, but they never approach the electronic circle of the Master. 30 years have been necessary to prepare the electronic circle for this work of dictation. No matter how beautiful the radiation and love of the individual may be, we do not have the time with which to prepare and adjust the atomic structure of the brain and body of the students in this period of world crisis. However, with their sincere determination and the use of the I Am Presence, they prepare themselves for the presence of the ascended host. For example, suppose there is a person who is naturally gifted with the talent for public speaking. If they are going to be assisted by the Ascended Masters, The speaker is prepared for 20 minutes, half an hour beforehand, enclosed in a tube of light into which nothing enters but the radiation of the inspiring Master. Chapter 23, Preparation for Easter, by the Ascended Master Jesus. When I acted in Judea, I spoke with the authority of the I Am presence, recognizing it as the only power and intelligence acting or that could act. I was conscious of the outer activity of the minds and the humanity that surrounded me. But as I have already told you, it was only when I began to use the affirmation, I am the resurrection and the life, that the fullness of my mission and the way to fulfill it was completely revealed to me. Within you is that same I Am presence that I used to perfect what to humanity at that moment seemed like miracles. This is the point I want to anchor in you today. I assure you that I was only putting into action the cosmic laws that always surround you and that await being put into activity by means of your conscious direction. The error that students make, in which retards their advancement, is the feeling that they are representing a falsehood by declaring a perfection that they do not yet see manifested in their appearance or activity. I tell you sincerely, according to my own experience, that we have to admit the one presence, intelligence and power, and then appropriate it, claiming it as ours in every thought and activity. It is the only way that this mighty perfection can be incorporated into the fullness of our use and even into our outer appearance. The fact that that perfection apparently has not manifested should not prevent you from applying it and claiming it as your own, since anyone with average intelligence can realize that the energy and the vital principle they are using is God, the mighty I Am presence. Consequently, that presence, its power and energy, is always self-sustained. By claiming this great presence and its activity, you are consciously impelling it into your life, your home, your world, and your affairs. Today, just as in the time of my ministry, the economic struggle appears to be the greatest burden, and yet, there, within reach of your conscious maneuvering and the direction of the great energy, substance, and opulence that surrounds you, you have everything that is necessary to attract to you that marvelous and ever-present opulence of God. When you say I am, you are inciting into action that which fulfills your conscious commands. One of the first things that became clear in my consciousness was the natural power, mine and everyone's, to qualify energy, to consciously direct it to produce whatever necessity commands. All this has to be claimed, commanded with the determined and conscious effort that knows that in this conscious command is the I Am presence speaking and acting. Therefore, it has all power and authority to clothe the command with what it commands. In the consciousness that you are the I Am presence always acting, you can now know that you are, at the very moment of recognition, an invincible magnet of attraction that compels every activity in the universe to come to you to fulfill the command. The only reason that this does not appear to be true is that somewhere in your consciousness there is a feeling of uncertainty about your ability or your authority, or else about the power of the presence to act. But I assure you that it is a pleasure to reveal to you these simple laws which, nevertheless, are great and invincible in their activity, and which will give you dominion and freedom over all these things that seem like mountains of obstruction in your path. As you continue accepting and using these laws, you will find yourself achieving dominion over the four elements: earth, air, fire, and water. When you have become conscious of the flame of your divinity, you will be acting from the highest of the four elements, fire, which is the true activity of the spirit. Just as conscious activity is with respect to the unconscious, so is the conscious use of the flame with respect to the knowledge of the light. The natural element of your soul is the flame. When one becomes conscious that one can use direct this consuming flame, one has entered the mighty power. When one becomes conscious that one already masters the four elements, one only has to practice the use so that the consciousness comes that one can direct the lightning, master the tempest, control the waters, and walk within the fire without receiving any harm. How do you expect one can use something before having recognized it, and without knowing that one has the ability to make it one's servant? By the practice of its use, one becomes absolutely invincible in its direction. I wish emphatically to clarify to you that you are being given exactly the laws that I know and that all those who reach the ascended state have to use. Everything is a matter of use. Once you know these laws and that the I Am presence, which you are, has all intelligence, power, and authority to consciously direct the energy through the activity of your mind. Therefore, do not fear to use it to heal, prosper, bless, and illuminate your neighbor. Erase from your mind forever that any selfishness can exist in your conscious recognition that the I Am presence directs you or is directing you. No matter what you need for your success, if it makes you more skilled and gives you greater power to bless, then do you not see that selfishness cannot exist in the desire to achieve greater skill and perfection? And that thing about any individual having to wait for another to advance to help them is a great error. It is true that no one can grow for another, but one can immensely help them to recognize with intensity that saying, I am, the only presence, intelligence, acting within that individual. And this can be followed by any condition that the person appears to need. The first duty of every individual is to love and adore the one and mighty I Am presence, which is present everywhere. Do you not see how in this there is a joyous privilege of loving your enemy when you say, I am the only presence and activity acting there? Because if the ignorance of their outer mind has created disorder, pain, and limitation, and you know that that creation has no power of its own, there is only the erroneous belief of the individual that sustains it. Consequently, it has no self-sustaining power. If you have had the misfortune of creating inharmony, disorder, limitation, do you not see that you alone, through the power of the I Am presence, the consuming flame, consciously calling upon the law of forgiveness, can consume by means of that vital flame that you are everything that you have erroneously created in your world? This should clarify to you how you can cleanse your world of disorder and erroneous creations. You, in the form of the sun, the light of eternal life, youth, beauty, and opulence, holding in your hand for instant use, the scepter of power of the I Am presence, which is yourself. When you wish to speak with authority silently to another being, say their name and you will find that the help, the energy that you send them, will be much more easily received. It is like calling the attention of someone to whom you wish to speak. Then you give them the message. It is the way of sending energy. You can thus speak to another on the other side of the earth as if they were in the same room with you. But if someone pretends to use this knowledge to harm another, they will find that the electronic bolt will pierce their own body with the intention they sent. Do not hesitate, beloved child. Use this scepter of your power and dominion to heal, bless, prosper, and illuminate, and you will see all human things coming to fulfill your slightest command. Chapter 24. As the consciousness of the students is raised to the activity of the fire element, everything in their beings begins to act with an intensity they do not understand, and the more they work in this fire element, the more necessary it will be to maintain an alert guard. The training we try to give you to bless, protect, and illuminate the students is to train oneself to be on guard at all times. And although all must understand and strive to use the I Am presence to maintain self-control, one must learn to remain serene if something unexpected happens. Use this affirmation frequently. I am the presence on guard. If something unexpected happens, just say, we will dismiss this, and continue in that joyous happiness. Try not to have feeling, but know, I am the mighty presence governing the activity of each one. Wherever there is a center of light of the intensity of this focus, there is always the element that will try to enter through someone. If you are working in the house, keep using, I am the proof against any sudden disturbance. This raises an armor that will maintain the harmonious atmosphere. Use often, I am the presence that nothing can disturb. Always maintain a calm and cheerful attitude. Whatever happens, for someone you wish to help, say, look, companion, through the I Am presence, I give you the power to control that. The great love and harmony within the hearts of the students, maintained for a sufficient period of time, makes almost anything possible. Do you feel the great wave of peace and joy that came like the breeze of a spring morning? I will explain it to you so you may see how limitless and marvelous that loving care is. The great master whom Jesus contacted, the one who helped him gain the victory, is the same one who was my master, and it was his radiation that reached us now. He wishes me to tell you that as you advance on the path of light, you will find that the easiest way to jump over an inconvenience is to turn your back on the thing and forget about it. You will have the name of this master later. For wrong activities, say, "This is not correct," and then quickly pass it by. This eliminates the disturbance that grows. As we approach the light, we are a great family. Knowing that there is only one great I Am presence everywhere, you being the individualization of that, there can only be one great family, children of the one God. Firstly, understand this well. If a valuable individual is very critical, say with well-defined certainty, there is no one who wishes to interfere with your free will. We are not bothered by sincere questioning, but we do not tolerate criticism or arguments. The messenger must refuse to accept discordant things, emanating the love element, so that those things may be consumed. The messenger must be fortified, because if not, the work will remain half done. No class or work of the messenger can be sustained if they permit an argument or a discordant feeling to be generated. It is very difficult for the common individual to understand that the easiest way to prevent any kind of disturbance is to cease discussion on that point. The only thing that needs attention is what is in your aura. What is recorded in your atmosphere can only come out through your feeling. The spoken word, unless it has a sense of condemnation or fury behind it, will not record in harmony in your inner atmosphere. Of the following two undesirable conditions, it is much better that one explodes and gets the thing out of one's mind than to hold inside the resentment or grudge of having been hurt, for that is what is recorded in your inner atmosphere. From my point of view, I see what is recorded in your feelings, and therefore in your inner atmosphere. You know how a wasp's nest is formed. Well then, let me tell you that in your mental world, exactly the same thing happens as when a wasp's nest manifests in the physical world. It is very important that you do something so that you do not harbor a feeling against people, places, things, or conditions, because these accumulate and are recorded in your inner atmosphere. If a desire comes to you like, "I wish so-and-so would do such and such," transmute it immediately and say, "Only God in action is there." When a feeling is registered in your atmosphere, it anchors there until you dissolve or consume it. It is always the feeling that makes the inner record. There is no point in consuming a thing if you do not break the habit of generating the cause. One can conquer this easily by saying, "I am governing here. Do not let your thoughts run wild." Many times individuals are associated or brought together for the sole purpose of obliging them to correct these subtle activities to which most people pay no attention. This consists only in quieting the outer so that the truth may be received. This is vital in the self-correction of the individual. As you rise in consciousness, the energy is waiting for expression like an avalanche, and if the energy is not controlled, it will rush forth swiftly and cause you to do things you would never have done for anything in the world. Any energy given to you for your use is for you to release into the outer world harmoniously. Such is the law of your being, the natural law. If one does not understand that they have to govern the energy that flows through them, that energy will be qualified by that discord, and it must be transmuted immediately by qualifying it anew with love. In my experience, if I encountered a discordant element, I simply said, "Aha." I closed my door. You stay outside. The universal energy that flows through you has a harmonious nature. Close the door and think about what matters. Humanity resists people, places, conditions, and things because it has not perfected itself. Students must maintain this self-governed harmony within themselves long enough for a momentum to be created that would become the permanent guardian. If you maintain harmony within you, I tell you that you will attract all good things to yourself. The indicator that never fails is that The moment you express any kind of discord, you must realize that you are the only one to blame. You do not need to carry it written down to remember it. The moment there is something discordant, the indicator gives us the alert signal to get to work on ourselves. Each individual is their own guardian and indicator at all times. There exists only one power in the world that can correct anything, and that is the I Am presence in each one. If we refuse to recognize that we are the creators of our difficulties, how then can we correct them or free ourselves from them? There is no person, place, thing, or condition whatsoever that guarantees we will never be disturbed. With our I Am presence always present, pulsing our hearts every moment, if one corrects those discordant feelings, one will let the great I Am presence flood their world with all perfection. If the individual does not correct themselves, how can they achieve eternal victory? The I Am presence is all the power of the universe to make that correction. Let the I Am presence flow until it washes everything away and you remain clean. When your attention is firmly fixed on the I Am presence that you are, it is as if your body were a very fine sponge through which this pure energy pours and cleanses it of all imperfection. If we stop the discord, the stream of the I Am presence automatically cleanses all impurities. Therefore, you have unlimited power in your hands to intensify the correct commands. Even from the scientific point of view, knowing that the cells of the body are renewed in less than a year, if discord were cut off for an equal period, the mind and form would express eternal youth and perfection. Perhaps out of a sense of false pride or something similar, humanity does not want to face the truth that the cause is within itself. The habit of blaming others for what happens to us is what blinds us to seeing the truth and prevents self-correction. A marvelous illustration of this manifests in beautiful childhood. Until the child is old enough to begin accumulating discord, their body is beautiful and expresses perfection. This perfection of form would always be maintained if the discord of the outer world did not enter the child's consciousness. There are those who would say to me, "And what happens with the child who is born sick and disturbed?" In the majority of cases, that condition is brought from the preceding incarnation, or in rare cases when there is very intense discord between the parents, this can be strong enough to register in the child. But you will notice that in that kind of case, as the child begins to grow and develop, the disturbance will become less and less noticeable. That is the absolute proof that the discord was not their own creation, but was imposed on them by the parents, because their soul was strong enough to rise above it. On this particular point, one must understand the astonishing conditions of suggestion that surround individuals. For example, let us take the environment and the association of individuals who have the habit of spending time together. In that friendly association, each one is susceptible to the suggestion of the other. If this is discordant, the associations will break sooner or later through a big fight. However, the majority of individuals who move in the outer world do not realize that they are being suggested to, whether by association, environment, or conditions presented before them. The correct attitude of the student who knows the I Am presence is to immediately adopt the firm position that I am invincibly protected against all imperfect suggestion. Thus, one can build around oneself an atmosphere that will drive away all suggestions that want to intrude, coming from a destructive element. I think it is necessary to call your attention to your old books that said, "If at first you don't succeed, try again." There is no way to win victory and dominion over limitation, except to keep battling until you achieve it. If you doubt your achievement, you will be postponing your victory for that same amount of time. Those students who really begin to understand that in the recognition and use of their I Am presence, they have the universal power at their command, will know that it is impossible for them to fail in its application. The more you use it, the more you will obtain of its sustaining power. Every time you feel a manifestation of the Christ, say, "I praise you," and accept the light of your presence, the complete activity of the I Am. Take this attitude always. and then close the door to any discordant and undesirable creation of that which has already passed. Always remember that you are the master of what comes into your world of thought, and unless you realize that you are the master, you will be susceptible to all kinds of thoughts and feelings. For others, know that I am the presence carrying so-and-so to the achievement of X condition. If we pay attention to a condition of disturbance, we are giving power to something other than the I am presence. Chapter 25, Christmas Day, Preparation for Easter by the Ascended Master Jesus. This day, as a representation of the birth of the Christ activity in human beings, always seems most beautiful to us because of the consciousness it transmits to humanity and to the students who have realized what the use of the I am presence means for them in setting love and intelligence in motion at their command, according to the use they wish to give to that unlimited power. You have asked yourself, you like many others, how the Christ consciousness is attained. The first powerful step lies in the recognition of the great I am presence, the living God within you. The second step is in the use of the I am presence, because when you say I am, with the knowledge of what this means, you will have entered at that very moment into the Christ consciousness. Although this does not mean that you will immediately express the fullness of the Christ consciousness, because first you must know where you are going and what you wish to do before you can realize it. All who have ascended have followed the same path and used identically the same application, because all paths lead to the great central Son, to the Godhead. Our beloved brother Jesus carried out one of the greatest blessings for humanity, not only giving us the example of his birth and achieving the ascension, but also leaving the eternal record that remains radiant, giving himself forth to humanity. Those who have not ascended little realize what this means for humanity, an eternal beacon guiding them toward the light. And with the example of the ascension, Jesus definitively established not only what could be done, but what will eventually be done. Great were the wonders that he performed, and yet, he made us the marvelous promise that greater things than these shall ye do. Many times students ask themselves what greater things than those Jesus did can be done. But he tells us that he only performed a few of the many universal services that can be given to our human brothers. For us, this day always symbolizes the conscious beginning of the most marvelous of all achievements, the ascension. The moment the individual becomes conscious of this truth, the process of their own ascension has begun and will take more or less time according to the fullness of their qualification in this truth. My personal experience was that when I realized what this meant and began the use of the I am presence, I found after a short lapse that I was outside of time and space, and that each day that passed, as I penetrated more into this expansion of consciousness, I realized that all the things I desired were within my reach. And note well, right within my individual governing power. And with this came the consciousness that divine love is the mighty cohesive force that holds all things together and in their place. That this divine love within me, which I had begun to learn, made me an invincible magnet that attracted everything I could desire. This simple truth, so powerful, is one of those that comes first to the student and makes one understand that one can truly rise above all the apparent limitations around us. And then one realizes that one by one they have in fact disappeared. Then comes the great impulse and the abundant provision of this mighty inner self, which contains the substance of everything the heart can desire within its own embrace. And note well that your ability and authority to qualify and mold this substance is what causes it to take the form of what you need, be it peace, love, gold, or illumination. I tell you, beloved student, awaken to your authority, to your right, to your conscious ability, to apply this great law to your perfect health, eternal youth and beauty, the riches of God, the glorification of your mind and body, and then to ascend to the elevated dominion toward your eternal freedom. After you begin to find, step by step, that you are achieving it, you will go on forgetting all that outer condition that arises around you and you will enjoy the glorious feeling of being held in the great embrace of that mighty inner master presence, which is above time and space. You are the master and have dominion over your life and over your world. The moment you recognize that energy, power, and intelligence you are using is the mighty I Am presence. How fortunate are those individualizations on earth when they truly realize this truth. Jesus said, "Know the truth, and it shall make you free." This is one of the most powerful maxims of that truth. Apply it, O my beloved. I'm with all determination, leaving out of your mind all uncertainty, and you will firmly ascend that ladder of magnificent achievement. And when you turn around and contemplate each step gained, more and more will that resplendent splendor shine. And then you will ask yourself, how could I have been so long in darkness, when above me was the mighty flame of life, ready to instantly consume all my unfortunate and ignorant creation? I tell you, my beloved, that you do not have to wait indefinitely, being in the knowledge of this mighty presence. Put your arms around it with all the adoration you can command, and it will quickly raise you out of all apparent limitations, clothing you in that seamless robe of crystal, resplendent, with that radiant light and sustained with a belt of precious stones which you have the right to wear, and in your hand that splendorous scepter of dominion, the reflector of your mighty soul, which you can direct upon anything, place, or summit and draw forth the revelation from within it. That, beloved brother and sister, is the picture of the achievement that we have used and attained. We know that this is what you can do because we have done it. Never tire of the consciousness that I am the ascended presence. And when you say this, know, it is the self-sustained force emanating, by means of which I can achieve complete dominion. It makes me very happy to be back home again, for the joy of your heart, seeing all the rungs of the ladder that you have already left behind, and because you already have the conscious awareness that you can reach the greatest of all God's gifts, the fullness of Him. It is with great joy that I am also going to say a few words to you through the ray of light and sound, to respond in person to the many calls from the hearts for Cha'ara. I have laughed much, heartily, during my visits to the students who have such a desire for me to become visible to them, when still some of them, at the slightest unusual movement, hold their breath for fear that I might act. It is humorous to observe that although the outer activity of the self desires something so much, at the same time it experiences all kinds of spooky sensations. But my beloved, I tell you this, I cannot appear as horrifying as you think, so at least trust that I will have a pleasant form or appearance. And at the same time, for the benefit of the beloved sisters, I will do everything possible to bring with me a bouquet of roses. Question: from Kashmir? Answer: that would be very appropriate. Question: why not of your own making? Answer: you are clever. I do not need to buy them like you, because I have the privilege of creating my own. My word to you is to commend you and urge you to continue being that marvelous, glorious presence of love and goodwill, not only towards us, but also towards yourself, as it forms a marvelous condition wherein the expansion of consciousness advances in gigantic leaps and bounds. I recommend that you have the feeling of certainty in accepting our presence and the consciousness of the ability to apply the law of the I Am presence within yourself, because it is increasing with great speed. Do not be discouraged in your call for our visible appearance. Our hearing functions perfectly well, I assure you, and there is something in the call that you need. In the call for the manifestation of a thing, there is a certain vibratory action that the student needs, which cannot be explained except when seen from the inner action. America, oh, the Americas, precious jewel in the crown, the diadem of the earth, that flower of ancient wisdom and light. Again you will return to the power of your full flowering despite all apparent obstructions and present appearances that say otherwise. Within your soul, O mighty America, is the power to free yourself from the mask that has adhered to you, the mask of selfishness and of the creation of the outer activity of the mind of sleeping human beings. Thus you will return to the fullness of the light that is yours by birthright. Beloved student of this radiation, no matter what the appearance in the outer activity may be, Do not permit that appearance to be found in your consciousness or in the suggestions of others concerning America. Remain serene in your God-given dominion, knowing the truth, seeing America free, governed by divine love and justice. The net of sinister force of the earth that has apparently enveloped America will yet find the sword of truth and light that will tear that net in every direction, making of it a cross of freedom, of light, and of justice that will have no end. The most valuable thing an individual can do in their life for the things to which they cannot lend help is to close their eyes to the appearance of these things. Recognize and put into action the mighty power of the I Am Presence. Do you not see, beloved student, that it is very foolish to continue accepting the appearance, through suggestion or otherwise, that you want nothing, whether national, state, or personal, that does not have the appearance of perfection, knowing that you have such an extraordinary privilege to put into activity the mighty I Am Presence to correct it? The habit of humanity has always been to see imperfection where we see perfection. Now, in the recognition of the mighty I Am Presence, fully accept its perfection every hour of the day. This does not mean that you work on this without interruption, but you can, at least once every hour of the waking state, affirm, I accept the full activity of my mighty I Am Presence. Every time you affirm this, you will be powerfully increasing it in the outer activity, because you already use it. And then, why not recognize all the time who and what it is that you are using, thus giving it the dominion that it wishes to manifest to you? In this way, you can set in motion this invincible power for the freedom, protection, and blessing of the Americas. You cannot yet even dream of the mighty potency and the power of adjustment that this can cause when consciously set in motion by one or more persons who recognize its invincible universal power. Now let me suggest that, instead of listening to the constant lamentations of all kinds of destructive activities, know thou that the I Am Presence consumes them and requalifies all this energy with freedom, protection, and perfection for the Americas and the entire world. As encouragement, I wish to tell you that all those brother beings who began the cause of this present condition could not foresee that all this was going to get out of their control. And through this, many of them have lost the outer ability to continue feeding them. So, those who are trying to attract prosperity again by the unlimited use of certainty will find that things will get out of their control, and instead of a temporary prosperity, things will pass rapidly into true prosperity. Now, as in every time of apparent chaos, peace will come to the earth, goodwill to man, and the light of the Christ that expands in the hearts of individuals, that penetrates the earth, will attract unto itself its own. For your benefit, beloved student, I ask you not to discuss discordant things more than is necessary to understand a situation. Afterward, turn your back completely on them, and never permit them to attract your attention again, because I assure you that what you play with in your consciousness will find expression in your life and world. So fill it with the great I Am Presence, which contains the mighty realization of every one of your desires. Contemplate that perfection, the full perfection of its activity, everywhere in your life and world. Do not let yourself be affected or disturbed by the creation of others whom you cannot help in any way, except by seeing perfection, knowing that behind every apparent shadow is the resplendent white light of the I Am Presence. This, my beloved, is the greeting I leave you for this season of the year. To close, my mother and others of the ascended host, some whom you do not know but who know you, send you their greetings of love, peace, opulence, and strength, in order to bless you on the path to final victory. I wish to say a few words to you by way of conclusion, and it is that you demand of the students that they recognize that when they say, I am, to realize anything they desire, they are not only putting into motion the great I Am Presence in action to fulfill this command, but that they must feel deeply that it contains within itself the self-sustained, self-emanating, and self-expanding power. Repetition is good, and many times it is necessary to produce a deeper conviction in the present advancement of the students, for they must become more conscious of the innate, inherent self-sustained power of this. This would give the outer consciousness a broader understanding of the sustained power, so that thus, even though the outer activity is occupied with other tasks, it may send the discharge toward any realization once every hour without interfering in any way with the student's work. It is a very great error for the student to let the absurd idea register in their mind that they do not have time for these things, when it only takes a moment to powerfully realize the potent and invincible activity of their I am presence for anything in which their attention needs to be used. However, this affirmation can be of great help. I am the mighty presence commanding time, all the time I need for the realization and application of this mighty truth. Also, if many times during the day one takes the consciousness for a few moments that I am the only intelligence and presence acting, this will adjust things in a natural way according to the need. It is very easy to set the consciousness in motion, knowing that one is not restricted by any sense of limitation. Temples of light, they are located in the etheric belt, above the atmosphere of the earth. The radiation emanates from this belt down to the earth through its atmosphere. The etheric belt around the earth is very different from the one around Venus. Venus is within the etheric belt, while the earth is below it. Warning: do not give recognition to anyone who is a tool for the sinister force. Simply think that only the I am presence, intelligence, light, and power exists acting. No personal activity of any kind concerns you at any time. The activity of the student is to see perfection, feel it, and be it, no matter what the human appearance may be. Chapter 26. Every student must remember with absolute certainty that in this life-giving power of the I am presence within the self, everything good or bad is activated if there are latent rebellions, resentments, or the inclination to judge in the consciousness. This means that all this will come to the surface to be consumed. And I tell you without any hesitation that unless you consciously consume that which arises to the surface, it will consume you. If one notices that one is being carried away by anger, one must take the reins, decree the command through the I am presence, declaring that it be governed harmoniously. Now let me remind you again that the primordial thing in your progress is self-correction, and that there is no person, place, condition, or thing that can be blamed for what one insists on feeding. This is imperative for your future progress. If you have reached a point where such subtle conditions occur, they must be made very clear, that they be understood very well, because otherwise you will face conditions you cannot control. I repeat that you should be very encouraged because the advances you have made in your own control and your complete acceptance of these great laws of life, in addition to your complete willingness to apply the great whip of self-correction, because I tell you frankly, and I speak from experience, that the outer activity we call human has to be punished without hesitation before it is brought into submission to the divine command. If I gave you the use of the ray or the flame through the hand, it is because the minds of some are attuning or refining more rapidly than the atomic structure of the body is being raised. This activity of passing the hand over the body will maintain the balance of the quickening of the mind and the raising of the atomic structure. It pleases me greatly to offer all assistance to the students, and I do so with the best will, but there are certain limits I cannot surpass, because the students have to advance by themselves in their consciousness. However, I must alert them that they cannot offer the I am presence divided attention. It seems the Master refers to those who, having already begun to practice the I am presence and the Christ, God within you, also tend to consult spiritism and witchcraft. To do so is equivalent to sending a stream of energy to give power to these things that are negative, and one is simply retarding their advancement. I speak from experience. It is not possible to divide the attention, sharing it between the I am presence and outer things, if one wishes to overcome beyond the common. I do not wish to cause any shock to any student, but I must speak the truth to them. If the beloved students, who have reached this point, are not capable of dedicating all their attention to the I am presence, excluding every other form of prayer or treatment, They will be closing the door to our help for a long time. This will not happen if the students, following the instructions, make a sincere effort every time their attention wanders and firmly bring it back, saying, "I give all power to my I Am presence which I am, and I refuse forever to accept anything else." I wish to prepare the students, because a time will come when they will not have the support of our messengers, but will have to rely on their own ability to hold on with so firm a hand to their I Am presence that they will always receive its great sustaining power. It is an error, and futile besides, for any student after receiving months of instruction, to allow themselves each day or every few days to fall into depression and into doubts about the inner power or their ability to apply it. This infantile mental attitude, if not corrected, will close the door to the truth in time. Every student must take a positive position the moment discord of any kind tries to enter their mind, and must assure their dominion by declaring, "I am the mighty presence that governs my life and my world, and I am the peace, harmony, and self-sustained courage that carry me serenely through everything that may confront me." However, it is so important that the students have the benefit of the manuscripts that we must interrupt the instruction until these are finished, for it is the ability of the students to grasp what the manuscripts say that will cause the great judge to determine what is next to be given. We cannot under any circumstances take the student beyond the point where they feel well fortified. I must say for the protection of the students that if certain phenomena manifest to them, they remain calm, equanimous, and unimpressed, continuing serenely and not allowing these to fix their attention, because in such a large number of them, there will not be lacking those who have generated energies from past states of consciousness that may produce these phenomena for them, and in that case, they must firmly declare, "I am the presence that governs this and utilizes it for its highest expression and use." I assure you that you do not need to desire supernatural manifestations to occur, because the natural progress of your being will produce abundant manifestations when their time comes for you. But I warn that I am not referring to the appearances of the Ascended Masters, because that is something entirely different and should not be interpreted as a phenomenon. Now it is advisable that this affirmation be made: "Great I Am Presence, take me within you, instruct me, and cause me to retain the complete memory of these inner instructions." As messengers of light, the training represented by this affirmation is essential, but it must not cause either anxiety or tension in the desire to retain that instruction in memory, because such an attitude could close the outer memory. I cannot help but smile seeing that some students are on the verge of experiencing surprising things, but I trust that they will always remain serene, knowing that I am the only eternal and self-sustained life in action, and that they remove forever from their consciousness that the so-called death exists in the entire universe. The outer activity of the mind and the world is a maya that passes and moves like the sands of the desert and should not cause anyone any fear, because I am the eternal life that has no beginning and has no end. From the heart of the great silence springs the incessant stream of life of which each one is an individualized part. That life is you, eternal, perfect, self-sustained, and the garments with which it clothes itself matter little until the day it reaches the point of recognition. At this moment, the individual has prepared themselves to wear the seamless robe, self-sustained and radiant, with all the colors of the spectrum. Then one can rejoice in that robe which is eternal, always radiant, immutable, which separates one from the wheel of cause and effect, making one solely a being of cause. That cause is the radiation of divine love, always emanating and evolving from its conscious, balanced, stabilized, radiant divine center, that is, the heart of the I Am presence, which is eternal youth and beauty, the all-knowing presence that contains in its self-conscious action the past, the present, the future, which after all are but the eternal now. Thus, such is the eternal elimination of all time and space. Then you will find your world populated with perfect beings, your buildings decorated with select jewels, you standing in the center of your creation, the jewel in the heart of the lotus, its petals being the great avenues of its perfect activity. Such is the humble picture of that which lies before you, calling you to enter into your perfect and eternal home and radiation. You see, I feel that glorious radiation, and if you manage to center yourself in the presence of divine love and hold firmly there, what marvelous experiences will come to you if you could only leave out the interference of the outer mental activity. As soon as one takes the attitude of, I am the presence of divine love at all times, one will do those marvelous things. The use of this affirmation, if felt, closes the door at all moments to the outer attitudes of the mind. The solution to every problem is always at hand because the I am presence always contains all things within it. A demand is to impel the petition to manifest. I am is the active intelligent principle within us, the heart of our beings, the heart of the planet, and the heart of the system. I cannot refrain from reminding you again, because they must always know it, that every time you say, I am, you are releasing a self-sustained, almighty, unique, and intelligent primal energy. Persist, and you will enter into a supreme and marvelous condition. When you look at the physical sun, you are really looking at the great central sun, the very heart of the I am presence. You must make the unconditional determination that the I am presence completely governs this physical body and compels it to obedience. The more attention you give to your physical body, the more it becomes the master and the more it will ask of you and continue commanding you. When the physical body is chronically ill or continually manifesting disturbances, it proves that special attention has been given for a long period of years to one disturbance or another, and it will never improve until the positive attitude is taken and it is compelled to obedience. You can positively produce what you want from your body if you fix your attention on its perfection, but do not allow your attention to rest on its imperfections. For ascension, I am the presence that commands. Use this often because it quiets the outer activity so that you center yourself in the activity of love. The instant you feel something discordant, turn the other way. You have the scepter of power in your consciousness. Now use it. You must follow the command of Jesus. Look upon no man according to his flesh. This means exactly that you do not recognize human imperfection in thought, feeling, word, or action. Something very powerful in problems is the simple consciousness of God in me. I am presence, manifest, govern, and resolve this situation harmoniously. It will work miracles. For the whole thing is to instantly invoke the I am presence and put it to work. Jesus said, Ask, and ye shall receive. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. Tell then your divine self, Listen, God, come here and take care of this for me. God wants you to put him to work. This opens the flow to the divine energy, intelligence, and substance that leaps forth to fulfill the command. Chapter 27. Christmas Eve, by the beloved Ascended Master Jesus. I bring you love and greetings from the many who make up the ascended host, from some whom you know, and from others whom you will yet know. I am the light, the way, and the truth, is the Christmas bell that still rings through the field of cosmic activity. In the understanding that has been brought to you, and in the meaning and power of the words I am, you will find an enchanting circle in which you can move without any discordant human operation being able to touch you. It is not only a matter of knowing the presence, but of putting it into practice even in the simplest activity. For when you deal with an experience that is unfamiliar to you, you often feel timid and insecure. But when you learn to use the I am to resolve your desire or problem, you will find that your certainty will grow, and thus you will apply it with absolute confidence. You must always understand that it is in the great silence or stillness of the outer that the inner power flows in its growing achievement. And soon you will realize that even when you think of the mighty principle I am, you will feel an increase of strength, vitality, and wisdom that will allow you to advance with a feeling of mastery that someday, surely, will open the doors for you through the limitations of human creation. into the immensity of true freedom. We see very often in your heart the longing for a proof, a surprising manifestation that would give you strength to continue forward on the path. I assure you, blessed child of the light, that any proof given outside of your being is temporary, but any step approved in and through your own conscious application is an eternal achievement. And as long as you continue gaining mastery through your self-conscious application, you are not only achieving the things you have in hand, but you are also raising your consciousness as well, until shortly you will realize that all barriers have fallen. It is in this way that the door of limitation will be eternally sealed. And just as my outer form was nailed to the cross, likewise you, with your ascending consciousness, nail and seal the door of self-created limitations, and you feel and know your dominion. If you are vitally desirous of making the ascension, I ask you to use the following affirmation often. I am the ascension in the light. This will allow your consciousness to come out of the maya of human creation more rapidly. It is of great importance that as you live within and fully accept the transcendent power of the I Am presence, you will find that not only does the outer struggle cease, but that, as you have entered more deeply into the light, the outer things you have always anxiously sought, you will begin to seek truly and really, because then you will fully and truly realize the unreality of form and its transitory activity. It is then that you will know that within you and in the light around you is everything you could possibly desire, and the outer that has seemed so important will have lost its limiting power over you. Afterward, in the outer things that will come to you, joyous freedom will manifest. This is the true activity of outer things. As you become more conscious of the transcendent powers at your command, you will know that you can attract anything you need without harming or affecting another child of God. This truth must be established in the consciousness, because conscious souls must know this firmly, so that they do not find themselves thinking at intervals, whether it is just that they should succeed, when around them there are those who do not. I assure you that your maximum service is to obtain mastery and freedom for yourself. Then you will be prepared to dispense the light without being affected by the human creation in which you must move. Never feel sad or afflicted if another child of God is not ready to accept the light, because if they do not find the light of their own choosing, it is only a temporary step. When one begins to gain conscious freedom from the body, one understands how temporary these things are and how little importance they have. But when one enters into the universal consciousness or great cosmic activity, one finds that entering the light is of vital importance. Then one will know the joy of the inner presence and its invincible activity, by which one's heart will be flooded with joy. Shortly before I realized my entire mission, the following affirmation was vividly before me. I am the presence that never fails or makes a mistake. I knew afterward that this was the sustaining power that enabled me to be the resurrection and the life. Unfortunately, some of the biblical affirmations have been veiled by human concept. However, I am very grateful because many have remained unaltered. Another affirmation that I used constantly for more than 3 years was, I am always the majestic power of pure love that transcends every human concept and opens the door for me to the light within its heart. I knew afterward that this greatly intensified my true inner vision. Response to the anxious desire within your heart. I want to tell you that during the years of which the Bible seems to have no idea of my activity, I went from place to place in search of the explanation of the light and the presence that I felt within me. And I assure you, beloved student, that it was not with the ease and speed with which you can seek it today. In those times, all of us who studied the truth were very happy to receive the wisdom of unwritten experiences. For due to their unusual nature, it was thought not harmonious to place them before the multitude. Thus it has been through the ages. When the period of transcendent experiences has begun to fade into yesterday, and those who followed were not sufficiently advanced to realize this truth, they have turned away from the beautiful and marvelous flowers of humanity. However, today, the cosmic Christ power, which became so real to me, has come to help humanity. This, through its natural impulse of expression, is finding its way prudently and surely into the hearts and minds of a percentage of humanity, to the point that there is great present hope that this activity will enable the veil of human creation to be lifted. Thus, many humans will see indications and wonders that they will feel within their hearts. Then there will be no doubt or fear to turn them away from the truth. I spent some time in Arabia, Persia, and Tibet, and closed my pilgrimage in India, where I met my beloved master, who had already made the ascension, although I did not know it then. Through the power of his radiation, revelation after revelation came to me, through which I was given decrees and affirmations that helped me to invariably contain the outer activity of my mind, until it had no power to disturb me or retard my advance. It was then that the full glory of my mission was revealed to me, and the eternal cosmic record that I was to leave, which had to be instituted at that time for the blessing and illumination of the humanity yet to come. Perhaps you are interested to know that this became an active cosmic record very different from all records made, for it contains within itself, and still has today, the desire or enterprising impulse that makes the human mind a magnet. This explains the decrees and affirmations that I spoke and which become more vivid through the centuries, and with the enterprising impulse of this activity assisted by the radiation of other mighty rays focused upon the earth, will help a large part of humanity to anchor itself in such a way in the truth and its conscious application that a transcendent achievement will be attained. No step has such vital importance as placing before humanity the wisdom of the I Am, the origin of life and its transcendent power, which can be brought into the conscious use of the individual. It will be astonishing to see how this simple yet almighty truth will spread rapidly among humanity, because all who think of it, practice its presence, consciously direct its energy through the power of divine love, will find a new world of peace, love, health, and prosperity open before them. Those who understand the application of the knowledge of I Am will never again be harassed by inharmony or disturbances in their homes, worlds, or activities, because it is only due to lack of recognition and acceptance of the all-power of this mighty presence that human beings allow human concepts and creations to disturb them. The student must constantly look within the human self and see what habits or creations that need to be uprooted and cast out are lodged there, because only by refusing to allow such habits as judging, condemning, or criticizing to exist can they free themselves. The true activity of the student is to perfect their own world, and they cannot do it as long as they see imperfection in the world of another child of God. Marvelous affirmations have been given to you to govern life and the world harmoniously. Apply them with determination, and you will succeed. Another correction you wish me to make is the following. I did not say on the cross, Father, why hast thou forsaken me? What I said was, Father, how thou hast glorified me. And I received into glory the brother who is at my right hand on the cross. There are many of these beloved students whom I knew personally at the time of the crucifixion, and in giving this message I feel as if I were speaking to old friends. Because in that great ascended presence the centuries are but an incident, and we only become aware of time when we come into contact with human events. Beloved student who seeks the light so anxiously, try to feel yourself in my loving embrace. Try to feel yourself clothed in that light as dazzling as the midday sun. Anchor within your consciousness the feeling of your ability to make the ascension, so that each day you draw closer and closer to the fullness of that realization. Cut the bonds of the things of earth that hold you tied. You must know that in the love, wisdom, and power that you accept from your mighty I Am, presence is the power that performs this transcendent service. Remember always that God in you is your certain victory, the I Am. Presence that beats in your heart is the light of God that never fails, and by the acceptance of this presence, your power to release its energy and direct it is unlimited. It is for me a great joy and a privilege to continue in association with my beloved brother Saint Germain in the work of sending, through my conscious radiation, definite help to the students who can accept the instruction of Saint Germain. This will continue throughout the year 1934. Do not misunderstand me. I am will radiate to all humanity, but in this radiation to the students, I have the privilege of giving a special service. In my love, I envelop you. With my light, I clothe you. With my energy, I sustain you so that you may go forward, undaunted in your search for happiness and the perfection of yourself and your world. I trust that this will bring you a radiation that you can feel at will throughout the year, and that your success brings you limitless joy. I am the illuminating and revealing presence manifested with all power. Jesus, the Christ Saint Germain. I wish to transmit my love, which envelops like a gift each one of my beloved students, because love is the greatest thing that can be given. Chapter 28. Those masters from Venus, who visited the Royal Teton, and who will visit it again this new year, will begin a definite activity to consume a subtle attempt to generate and bring another war into outer activity. Shambhala is releasing the powers that for many years have been drawn within its circuit. The Golden City, whose rays are sent forth in all directions, is rendering humanity a service that only it can perform. If humanity could know and understand these activities for what they are, changes so marvelous would occur in the outer world that not even the advanced could conceive. On New Year's Day, the cosmic wheel of progress will have reached a point, with respect to personal activity, that will set aside much of the free will of men, which will bring indescribable joy and hope to the consciousness of those who serve from these transcendent spheres of activity. O student of the light, understand that this magnificent assistance is yours, and that you will have it if you quiet the outer and open yourself to it. I beseech you, beloved student, to close your mind to the ignorance and the inharmonious suggestions of human beings everywhere. I tell you, freedom in every sense lies before your door. Only if you keep your personality harmonized and refuse to accept the inharmonious and sinister suggestions of the atmosphere and of those with whom you have contact in the mortal form. It is imperative that you do this if you wish to bring into your world joy, beauty, opulence, and perfection of every kind. It is not our desire to interfere in any way with your free will, but joy floods our hearts when we see students holding fast, understanding and applying these transcendent laws which we know mean certain victory. And let me reiterate what I have said previously. There is nothing more vicious in human activity than the personality or the suggestion that tries to turn the student away from the truth and the light which will be their freedom. With respect to this mighty cosmic activity, you must work with great determination, consuming every past and present inharmonious creation with great determination. Every time your thought and desire manifests in this way, great currents of energy will come to your assistance to sustain and help you. This is part of the astonishing present assistance that is given to the earth. The silent watcher has waited 200,000 years for the cosmic wheel to reach this point, the new year that enters. Again, I assure you that never in the history of humanity has such transcendent activity been ready to rush to your aid. Oh, beloved student, is this not worth all your determined effort to act in accordance with this great blessing, which makes your struggle for freedom from human self-creations happier? Beloved student, my heart rejoices profoundly upon seeing within you an intense desire for the light, and a determined effort to apply these infallible laws, which will surely give you freedom to the measure that you apply them. I thank you for that joyous desire for unlimited distribution of books. There is in this desire, my beloved, a service of great blessing that you can understand very little. I feel greatly blessed this day of devotion to the Christ, feeling the love you send me, and I assure you, Blessed One, that I will return to you, directing all that loving power to assist you, illuminate you, and bless you. In that special service that Jesus has decided to perform, you are blessed, of course. Try to feel this marvelous truth with the deepest and most intense feeling you can command. Open your arms, heart, and mind to the glory of this radiation, and as you do this in a fuller and more complete way, You will see how quickly all disturbing and limiting conditions around you will disappear. I beseech you, beloved student, not to continue limiting yourself by human concepts. Decree and feel your astonishing ability to use these laws and direct that mighty energy for your freedom and perfection. Try to understand that your human form is not a dense creation, difficult to manipulate. Try to feel that it is a transparent substance that follows your slightest indication. Speak to your body. Command it to be strong, receptive only to the Ascended Master Consciousness, to be the perfect expression of the divine power of the mighty I Am, and to have its beauty of form and expression. Review in your experience the powerful determination you have sometimes had to achieve success in the outer activity of things, and then realize that your determination can generate much more powerfully to achieve your eternal freedom. Believe me, beloved, when I tell you, your human creation is the only thing that stands between you and your freedom from all limitation. That creation will not be a greater obstacle than what you accept it to be. If you take away from that creation the power to limit you, at any hour or any day, you can joyfully enter through the veil into the world of the electronic presence. So beautiful, so joyous, so filled with the dazzling light of its glorious presence, and move there forever in the light of eternal glory. Afterward, when you return back through that human veil to serve in the outer activity, you will continue feeling the glory of that transcendent being that you are. Then the evil of your own outer condition, or of those around you, will not touch or affect you at all. My entire being vibrates in joyous anticipation for you, because I know with definite certainty of your success. To those who let the suggestions of the ignorance of other human beings divert them from the path, I wish to say, remember only what awaits you, what is within your capacity to achieve and be. Remember again and again that as the acceptance of your mighty I Am presence grows more in intensity, the outer problems that have seemed so terrible will surely vanish from appearance. Thus, not only will your problem be resolved, but every step gained in this way will be firm, and you will attain eternal freedom. If it is for financial freedom that you implore, I plead with you to remove the appearance from the outer activity of your mind and place it in your mighty I Am presence, the only giver of all the mighty opulence there is. Stand firm and determined in this, and you will obtain all the money you wish to use. Life does not limit you. Opulence does not limit you. Love does not limit you. Therefore, why let limiting human concepts continue binding you? Beloved child of light, awaken in the mighty glory of your true self. Walk forward as a mighty conquering presence. Be the light of God that never fails. Move clothed in the light of the transcendent glory of your God self and be free. Chapter 29, Talk by Saint Germain on Thanksgiving Day. Beloved students of the light, today is one of the greatest Thanksgiving days I have had in 100 years. To see how the light, the recognition, and the acceptance of the I Am presence is being received and utilized by so many students is truly a time of joy and thanksgiving. Not only am I the one sending you my love and blessings, but also the entire host of Ascended Masters, the great Cosmic Masters, the Great White Brotherhood, the Legion of Light, and those helpers from Venus, join together in praise and thanks for the true light that is being expanded in humanity. I would deeply appreciate all the assistance that the students under this radiation can give so that the books may be edited and placed before humanity, because this is the greatest service that can be given at present. The greatest need today is to call the outer attention of humanity toward the one great source that can give the assistance needed. This is the great I Am presence and the host of Ascended Masters. The fixed attention of men on this great source provides the necessary opening for the manifestation of the great eternal cosmic light, so that it may flow into the outer world, reaching not only the consciousness of individuals, but also the conditions that greatly need readjustment. It is my desire that all students under this radiation feel the individual responsibility in this regard to keep their minds and bodies harmonized and to continue charging their minds and emotional worlds with the wisdom and perfection of the mighty I Am presence. This will facilitate the work of giving assistance to humanity, for otherwise the outer, due to its limited condition, could not conceive it. I desire that every student understand and feel deeply that the great Ascended Masters and I are ready to give as much assistance to humans as the law of their being permits. Students must always remain firm and give power to nothing other than the presence until the outer human creation around them is dissolved and consumed, so that then the mighty light, wisdom, and power of the mighty I Am presence flows into their minds, beings, and worlds with this glorious splendor, filling them and their worlds with that harmony, happiness, and perfection that every heart so desires. I urge you all to do definite, conscious work of protection for the Americas, so that the cosmic light and eternal perfection envelop the earth, cleansing and consuming all discord, and continue blessing people, places, conditions, and things, because it is the mightily miraculous activity working, which will reveal to us the prosperity and happiness that all so desire. This, my beloved, is what it means to attract a mighty focus of the Ascended Masters among you. Only as your inner vision opens to see and know the true reality, can you have a small concept of the truth I have spoken. I desire that your heart be filled with joy and that you work diligently for the health, success, and prosperity of the messengers who have been the channels through which this focus of protection has been given. Very unfortunate are those who criticize the messengers or their work. It would be better for them had they not been born in this incarnation. Beloved student, strive to feel with all sincerity the reality and the infinite blessings of this work, so that your world may obtain the great prize of this blessing. Words are inadequate to tell you the fullness of my gratitude for your sincere and diligent effort. Your ability and power to bless and prosper will increase as you adhere firmly to and within your mighty I Am presence. My love envelops you, my light illuminates you, and the wisdom of the mighty I Am presence makes you prosper in the fullness of all perfection. The love of the mighty host of Ascended Masters, of the Great White Brotherhood, and of the Legion of Light envelops you always. I am sincerely in the light. Saint Germain. Chapter 30. Talk by Saint Germain on Christmas Day. With great joy we observe the tremendous achievement, individual, national, and cosmic, when we have the use of that mighty energy and can cooperate with those great and mighty currents of cosmic energy, directed by that great and wise intelligence. We know that every step we take forward brings us closer and closer to that mighty glory and freedom, which many are learning to feel and realize. Very different are all activities when one works in conjunction with that great cosmic wisdom, which is no longer limited to restricting its mighty energy due to the free will of the individual. At this time, the cosmic activities of nations are of primary consideration. Then comes the individual. Formerly, certain cosmic activities had to wait because of the individual. Now the great cosmic wheel has rolled, bringing together all national, emotional, and mental activities for the great preparation, where every tooth of the wheel has to fit into cosmic reality. As the free will of the individual still limits the outer, there will be many individuals and conditions that will be, as it were, passed through great rollers, so that all undesirable qualities may be pressed out and consumed by the power of the consciously directed flame, the mighty radiation consciously directed from the great central sun by the great host of Ascended Masters, is not only having a tremendous effect on the minds and feelings of humanity on the surface of the earth, but also very deeply within the earth's crust. Therefore, it has been possible to prevent great disasters. I wish to express the great love, gratitude, and blessing to the many students who have been projecting the mighty love, wisdom, and power of the mighty I Am presence into the mental and emotional worlds. And I assure you that a gigantic work has been accomplished. If humanity and the beloved students could understand once and for all that all cause resides within the mental and emotional world, They will have reached a point of understanding where they will know with full certainty that the outer activity of humanity has to be corrected so that it manifests perfect order, which can only be achieved when the soul cause, the mental and emotional activities, are corrected and dominated. I want to assure those who have had the following question in their minds. Is it really true that great devastation has been prevented, and that one day they will see and know the truth of what I have said? Since 300 years after the ministry of Jesus, humanity has returned to considering effects instead of causes, and that is why permanent assistance could not be given. Now, with the assistance that the cosmic wheel permits, it is possible to bring again to the consciousness of humanity the necessity of working for the cause, and thus the effect, put out of circulation, must disappear. This is why the knowledge of the powers of the mighty I Am Presence is causing students to work only with the one and mighty Presence, whose cause is full perfection, something that many of them are proving. When your attention is fixed on the mighty I Am Presence, you are dealing with the one and most mighty cause, whose sole and only expression is perfection. Therefore, your world is filled first with ease and repose, and through that, one begins to feel the glory of that mighty presence. As that occurs, one realizes that one can reach this mighty presence consciously and release such a powerful avalanche of its mighty energy that the human has time only to requalify a part of it with their limitations and inharmonies. Therefore, the power required to give eternal proof to the individual is sustained. Thus, through the individual's own self-conscious effort, comes the ever-increasing recognition of the possibilities within their conscious grasp. Note that I say conscious grasp because it is only through, first, conscious recognition, second, acceptance, and third, application, or in other words, consciously directing this mighty intelligence and pure energy, that the outer or human is kept sufficiently dissolved so that the outer truly grasps these mighty activities. Oh, what a pity that humanity has believed for so long, and many individuals very sincerely too, that hatred, condemnation, and criticism can be cured with those same qualities. How vain and tragic has been that false concept. Believe me, O child of the light, hatred has never cured hatred and never will. Condemnation and criticism never cured their equal, because, as we have told you so many times, that upon which your attention and vision are fixed, you are qualifying and forcing into your world to reside and act there. Despite what we have said and dictated, very little has been understood about how much the personality is constantly qualifying the very atmosphere and conditions around it with the things it does not want, through the belief that it can continue having any kind of feeling, speaking words of discord, hatred, and limitation and not be affected by it. This stubborn and false concept of humanity has filled the world with all kinds of disturbances. Now, this mighty eternal light is being released to teach humanity why the outer world is so full of tragedies. If I were to teach you for half an hour how much selfishness has been drawn out of the mental and emotional world of humanity since these I Am classes began, you could hardly believe all the achievement that has been possible in such a short time. This would have been impossible were it not for this mighty eternal radiation of light from the great host of ascended masters, from the great central sun, the masters from Venus, the silent watcher, Cyclopeia, and the mighty gods of the mountains. All this has made possible the realization for which the Legion of Light and the Great White Brotherhood have labored for centuries. This work has continued uninterrupted for 14,000 years. The great Ascended Ones saw the victory from the beginning, but they had the infinite patience to endure the indocility of humanity and wait century after century. And even so, not a single feeling or a single thought of impatience was had, nor an idea like this. Why doesn't humanity change? Only within the circuit of human thought do the feelings of judgment and impatience enter. Thus, O beloved student of the light, say to every limiting, discordant appearance, "Go, impotent human creation. I know you not. My world is filled only with the mighty perfection of my mighty I Am presence. I take from you, senseless appearance, all power to harm or disturb. I walk henceforth in the light of the mighty I Am presence, where there are no shadows, and I am free, forever free. I tell you, O beloved student, not to cease charging your mind, body, home, world, and activity with the mighty love, with the perfection, and with the intelligent activity of your mighty I Am presence. Release through your conscious projection, like a great cannon, the mighty consuming violet flame, so that it may consume everything undesirable and imperfect in your world of activity. Qualify this consciously with the full power of divine love in action. Then see and feel the great beauty, happiness, and perfection you will experience as you advance. I urge you with all the eagerness of my being to charge everything that is within the activity of your thoughts and feelings with love, opulence, and perfect achievement. Make this qualification with dynamic energy. Put behind it great feeling and certainty, and you will find so many changes in your world of activity and environment that you could almost compare it to the rubbing of Aladdin's lamp. When you call the mighty I Am presence into action in your life, environment, and activity, the struggle ceases. The undesirable leaves and the I Am presence enters, and you will find that you have penetrated into a new world, filled with the happiness and perfection that you knew existed somewhere within your heart. My beloved, no matter how humble your present position may seem to be, by calling your I Am presence into action, you can transform everything within your world and bring it into the perfection you desire to have there. Very important, train yourself to quiet the outer, even if for 5 minutes 3 times a day. At the end of that stillness, with all the anxious calm of your being, call the mighty I Am presence into action, and you will obtain all the proofs in the world that you desire of the presence, power, and dominion of your mighty I Am God. The beloved Master Jesus wishes me to extend his love and assurance that he will send his special splendor to the students under this radiation throughout the year. He will send his message on New Year's Day. This is the Christmas message that the host of great Ascended Masters, the Legion of Light, and the Great White Brotherhood send you today. May your heart, O beloved student, be filled with the eternal presence of divine love, and may you be so charged with its active presence that your very splendor becomes an eternal and consuming activity, leaving out everything but the eternal light of perfection. I charge the mental-emotional world of humanity with that active and eternal presence of divine love, manifested everywhere in the hearts and minds of humankind. In the name, in the power, in the love of that eternal light and perfection of the universe, I release the consuming and purifying flame and send it forth to all the earth, liberating humanity, controlling their feelings and sustaining them in the governing presence and perfection of divine love, now and forever, with all the love of my being, Saint Germain. Chapter 31. Talk by Jesus on New Year's Day. As from the high octaves of light we contemplate the advances of the past year and enter into your octave of human activity, we see and feel the great change that has occurred in 1 year. It is something truly very encouraging and assures the final goal of the liberation of humanity from the chains and limitations of its own creation. After all, it is a pity that humanity does not understand that it alone is the only creator of the limitation and inharmony that exist. In other words, through the uncontrolled activity of the outer, the personalities allow themselves to constantly requalify the perfect energy, the pure essence of their own mighty I Am presence, producing everything that is undesirable, when it is within their ability to keep harmonized so that the perfection of the intelligence and energy flows through the human form and is not requalified. Therefore, it would always do its perfect work, not only perfecting the human form, causing it to express divine perfection, but also letting purity and perfection flow into the world of the individual, producing that beauty, harmony, and success that every heart longs for. Question: why is it that almost everyone desires greater beauty, perfection, and abundance of every good thing? Answer: because it is an inner recognition of the God-given dominion to each individual, which all can maintain at any moment. I assure you, beloved child of the light, that every individual can secure their dominion at any moment solely through the recognition and acceptance of their own mighty I Am presence. This makes it possible for this mighty invincible presence to become the mighty governing intelligence. Therefore, do you not see then that there is no obstruction for this mighty presence, nor struggle or interference of any kind? This is why the old biblical affirmation so often used, "Be still and know that I am God," can be transformed into a dynamic power in one's life. This stillness means harmonizing and quieting the outer mind. Last year, we directed attention toward many of the biblical affirmations, giving more explanations about the true meaning. This year, we hope to bring you a more complete explanation of all the I Am affirmations used throughout the centuries, so that humanity may have the evidence before its eyes of the freedom and dominion that are within its own acceptance, within its own reach. We rejoice and give thanks because this year abundant financial support will manifest for this work, and thus the limitless light and blessings will be brought to humanity. In all past golden ages, when the great light of the high octaves descended to earth, enveloping and dissolving the human creation that surrounded individuals, they were so enabled to reach the high octaves through inner sight, hearing and feeling that they knew from their own experience the true reality, and that the outer form was only the garment of this wise and supreme intelligence that the mighty I Am presence used to find expression in the denser octave to which the human had withdrawn. Can you, O beloved student of the light, even for a few moments realize the great joy that this brings to the hearts of the host of Ascended Masters, who have freed themselves from the same human limitations that you are experiencing now through self-conscious effort? In the same way that these beloved messengers have known with full certainty this freedom, so one day humanity will understand that all can make the necessary self-conscious effort for the recognition and acceptance of this mighty I Am presence and obtain this same freedom. Let none of the beloved students make the mistake of thinking that the mighty I Am presence acts independently of the individual's own self-conscious effort. This is never so and cannot be done so. It is true that after the student has reached a certain degree of advancement, the law seems to begin to act almost automatically. But this is only because a strong momentum has been established around the individual. Let me clarify to you now that as long as you have not ascended, you will not cease making a conscious application for your own freedom. Today I will review some of these simple, yet almighty affirmations of truth, because I desire that every student under this radiation have a copy of this, so that they may read it at least once a day. To those who do this fervently and conscientiously, I will give my own individual radiation to bless them and assist them in their freedom. Last year you were asked to charge your mind, body, home, world, and activity with the perfection of the mighty I Am presence. Now, with your permission, I will help you, and I will also charge your being and world with this mighty perfection and abundance. I offer you this assistance, O beloved student. Let none be so foolish as to doubt, because I am Jesus, the Christ of Galilee, whom you have known for the space of 2,000 years, who is dictating this talk to you, offering you this assistance. Let me assure you again that this work of Saint Germain and mine is completely different from anything else given to the Western world, because in this work there are no human concepts or opinions. This had not been possible previously until the visible light and sound rays could be established, through which wisdom and instruction could be given. If you, my beloved, as a student can realize this, how great will be your blessing and benefit. The protection that has been given to America and other parts of the world during the past months has transcended anything I have known in my experience. Oh, if humanity could understand all this, with what pleasure and eagerness would it cooperate at all costs to maintain it? Thus, this almighty activity could be increased. We can only draw your attention to the truth, toward reality, as we know it. When you can accept this truth fully and apply it in your world and activity, you will obtain all the necessary proof in your own experience to help you know the full power of the truth of which I have spoken. The acceptance of this truth, on the part of the students, will help me charge their consciousness, and fill their worlds with the corresponding activity. Those who doubt must wait, because doubt and fear are the two doors that every human being has to pass through to know and obtain their full and complete freedom. The key that opens these doors is divine love in one's own acceptance of the individual mighty I Am presence as the fullness of this power of divine love acting. The door toward the seventh octave of light remains open for all the beloved students under this radiation, so that they may make a sincere and desirous self-conscious application. This, my beloved brothers and sisters, means your freedom. Can you hold on to this with all the power of your I Am consciousness and be free? As I am dictating these words to the messengers, through amplifiers that your outer world does not yet know, these words and this radiation are filling the mental and sensory world of humanity, which will begin to act immediately. When students and individuals have contact with these words, from time to time they will find an immediate response that will help them feel the truth and reality of what I speak. Oh, this humanity that through the religious services of the churches is recognizing my ascension, why can it not feel the true reality and know that in my luminous eternal ascended body I can and do reach all those who open their hearts toward me? O child of earth, learn to join your feeling of the truth with the recognition of the truth that you desire to manifest in your life. Then, you will be enabled to reach any height of advancement in your search for freedom. I am the open door which no man can shut. Your mighty I Am presence is the truth, the way, and the life. Your mighty I Am presence is the light that lighteth every man that cometh into the world. Your mighty I Am presence is the light, is the intelligence that directs you, is your inexhaustible sustaining energy. Your mighty I Am presence is the voice of truth speaking within your heart, is the light that envelops you in its luminous presence, is your eternal belt of protection through which no human creation can pass. It is your eternal reservoir of inexhaustible energy that can be released when you desire through your conscious discharge. Your mighty I Am presence is the fount of eternal youth and beauty, which you call into action and expression in your human form. Your mighty I Am presence is the resurrection and the life of your body, of your world of action, into that perfection that every human heart so desires. Listen, O beloved student of the light. When you are saying these affirmations and I am saying them for you, do you not see that we are not only doing it for ourselves but also for the rest of humanity? That when you are decreeing something about and through the I am, you are doing it for all humanity as well as for yourself. This is how the application and expression of the I am becomes so powerful and inexhaustible in its activity and acts forever beyond the realm of human selfishness. Why? Because you are asking for all the children of God the same perfection that you are calling into action for yourself. This is possible only in the use of the affirmations and application of the I am, because acting within the I am presence instantly takes them out of the activity where there is human selfishness. This is the reason why the sincere and desirous student who removes all doubt and fear will find themselves acting within a sphere of positive and definite activity that knows no delay or absence of success in anything. Therefore, O beloved, do you not see how you are acting within a world of infallibility, where your decrees will enable the full power of the I am to move you into action, causing all human inharmony and limitation to depart? Now I will tell you the decree that the host of Ascended Masters and students made last night at the Royal Teton. Freedom, health, prosperity, and harmonious action will pour forth upon the world, as has never before been experienced on earth. The students who join us, using this decree, will render a service that will bless them throughout time. Only because America is the cup, the Holy Grail, do we always speak of her first. All should know without any doubt that what blesses America blesses the world, an activity, a radiation, such as had never been known since the height of the last golden age of Atlantis, was sent forth from the conclave at the Royal Teton, the description of which Saint Germain will give you later. The fullness of my love, light and blessing, I leave you, you and all humanity. so that the light within your heart may be so accelerated that you know no more limitations of any kind, and so that that light becomes so mighty that its radiation alone consumes all accumulated human creation through the past or present. Liberating all forever, my love envelops you all forever. Jesus the Christ. Chapter 32. I suggest to you that each day from time to time you think that you are a radio station emitting peace and goodwill to all humanity. You must know that in this mighty consciousness, the unlimited power of the mighty, I Am presence flows to each individual, giving them that for which they are ready to receive, bringing instruction and decision to all. You must be conscious that your mind is such a powerful divine center that at any moment you can make quick and accurate decisions. Through the power of divine love, recognize that your mind is only a vehicle of the great master, presence of the mighty I Am, presence within you, and that you must obey the inner presence at all times. Command it to always act with decision, attention, and speed, and that all sense of human uncertainty be consumed forever. The new cycle today is the focal point of 10,000 years, the beginning of another 10,000-year cycle in which the great ones from Venus, who have always been an instrument in the upliftment of humanity on our earth, are present on this day, sending forth to all humanity a mighty radiation. This will bring more rapidly greater stability and confidence into the hearts of many public leaders, and will cause them to have a strong desire to reestablish confidence and prosperity in the world, and make them feel a deeper love and loyalty for its progress than ever before. Many will have learned that they cannot govern humanity with an iron hand, because they are seeing that the control they so desire to gain over others is returning toward themselves for their redemption. If this lesson can be sufficiently impressed upon them, a great calamity will be prevented. In this period of acceleration, things can be done in 20 years that in other times would have taken 100. Description of the New Year's Conclave at the Royal Teton by Saint Germain. January 1st, 1935. With great joy, I will briefly tell you something of the activity that took place last night at the Royal Teton. 214 Ascended Masters were present, and the 12 from Venus. The all-seeing eye had the most powerful action known to date. Great rays of light were made permanent in the principal cities of Europe, India, China, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Africa, and in the 3 Americas. A similar activity or radiation was also established from the Golden City and Shambhala, instituting a triple activity for the blessing of humanity. Every possible effort is being made to prevent, as much as possible, all destructive activity in the world. The activity of the past 3 months has been tremendously encouraging, and we have great hope for this year. As we always respect the free will of humanity, we can only rely on its harmonious cooperation with the conscious radiation that is sent forth by the aforementioned triple activity. There were emanations of light directed by the High Master from Venus, Jesus, and the Great Divine Director, such as I had never seen before in my experience. Those who have been aware of my sincere efforts for the blessing of the Americas have now joined me with all power to achieve as much as the cosmic law and the law of the individual permit. The cosmic laws are giving more freedom of action to this activity each day, which encourages us greatly. Many students were present last night, for which I am very grateful. There are many details of the activity that I cannot reveal at this moment, but I assure you all that it was a marvel beyond all description. The great host of Ascended Masters joins me in love, light, blessing, and opulence toward the students and the world, and may this year be unparalleled in its happiness for humanity. In the fullness of my love, Saint Germain. You've completed a great journey. Congratulations on making it this far. Here at Audiobooks, we're glad you've been part of this story. If you enjoyed it, please support us with a like, subscribe, and activate the notification bell. It's the best way to show you want to keep listening.